Cultivation world where power is everything and I gain 1 upgrade point for every monster I kill. The early morning sun spilled over the worn rooftops of Eastwind District, casting long golden shadows over crooked buildings and dusty cobblestone roads. Birds called out across the rooftops, but inside one small apartment no one noticed. Lin Hai was running late. "Hi. Your uniform," his mother called from the tiny kitchen, waving a half-folded academy robe in one hand and a rice bun in the other. "And don't you dare skip breakfast again." "Coming." Lin Hai shouted back, hair still wet and sticking up from the sink. He bolted into the cramped living room, tripping over his shoes before snatching the robe from his mom's hands. "You're going to break your nose one of these days," his father muttered from the dining table, spooning porridge into a chipped bowl. His eyes, sunken and tired from night shifts at the armory, lingered on Lin Hai for a moment longer than usual. Lin Hai noticed. "I'll do fine today," he said, grinning as he tugged his robe straight. "It's just a minor test. Not even a dungeon run." His mom sighed, handing him the rice bun. "It's not just a test. It's the cultivation ranking exam. The academy only lets students with potential into the elite combat stream. Which means better techniques, better pills and maybe a faction scout noticing you," his father added. "We didn't work double shifts to see you settle for third-rate training halls." Lin Hai bit into the rice bun and gave a confident nod, though his hands were already sweating. He trained quietly in the old courtyard for months, practicing stances from an outdated manual instructor Jian had thrown out. He didn't have pills, fancy gear or elemental affinities, not yet. But he had grit. And today that had to count for something. "Thanks both of you," he said, voice softer now. "I won't waste what you gave me." His mom smiled, brushing hair from his face. "Go. Show them who Lin Hai is." Eastwind Academy stood like a fortress of white stone and black tiles, its central tower visible across half the city. The outer courtyard buzzed with students, some stretching, others meditating and a few already sparring under instructor supervision. "Hi. Oi slowpoke." A blur of green crashed into him from the side. Min Shui, bow slung lazily over her shoulder, grinned as she shoved a packet of dried meat into his hand. "You eat like a starving cat," she said. "You'll pass out before throwing a punch." "I had breakfast," Lin Hai protested. "Your mom's breakfast doesn't count." "No offense." They laughed, their shoulders bumping as they walked together through the academy gates. Despite the jokes, Lin Hai couldn't shake the pressure mounting in his chest. The cultivation exam wasn't just a placement. It decided which students received pills, weapon access and technique manuals. The elite stream got everything. And the others got to be errand runners. "All right, rookies," came the bark of Instructor Jian, a broad-shouldered man with graying hair and a staff taller than Lin Hai. "Listen up. Today's test will cover basic physical endurance, chi sensitivity, and live technique demonstration. If you faint, cry or vomit, do it outside the circle." Groans and nervous laughter rippled through the students. First section, Stamina Run. 5 laps around the training field. "Start." The whistle blew. Lin Hai ran. His lungs burned by the second lap. By the third his legs screamed. But he didn't stop. One by one students fell behind. Even Min Shui cursed and slowed by the 4th lap. Lin Hai kept going, jaw clenched, arms pumping. He crossed the finish line 27th out of 80. "Better than expected," Jian muttered, jotting something on his board. Next came chi sensitivity. A glowing orb sat atop a pedestal. One by one students approached, placing their palm on the crystal. Those with strong cores made it shine bright. Some sparked a glow. Others, nothing. When Lin Hai touched it, a soft blue shimmer pulsed, but weak. Barely enough for notice. A few students snickered. "Well, at least it registered," Jian said gruffly. "Barely. Could have been worse." Lin Hai clenched his fist but said nothing. He'd expected it. He didn't have a strong core, not yet. Then came the final test, technique demonstration. Students stepped into the ring one by one, showcasing whatever martial technique they'd learned, if any. Spinning kicks, palm strikes, sword swings. All graded by instructors on form, strength, and control. When Lin Hai's turn came, he stepped into the ring with shaking hands. "What will you demonstrate?" Instructor Jian asked, eyebrow raised. "Basic iron fist form." More snickers from the crowd. Lin Hai took his stance, legs rooted, arms coiled, chest rising. He struck forward, fist snapping with practiced rhythm. 3-hit combo. Twist. Elbow strike. He poured everything into it. When he finished, silence followed. Then Jian nodded. "Clean. Nothing fancy, but stable." That was all he said. Lin Hai stepped down, heart still racing. It wasn't much, but it wasn't failure. The crowd shifted. The test was ending. Just as Lin Hai passed the courtyard gate, a flicker caught his eye. A small black stone sat in the grass, half buried under a broken flagpole. It glimmered faintly, pulsing in rhythm, almost like a heartbeat. He bent down. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, a shock ran through his hand. His vision blurred. A soft chime echoed in his skull. System of 1, awakening complete. Welcome Lin Hai. You have earned 1 upgrade point. His knees buckled. A screen, blue glowing, floating in midair, flashed before his eyes. He opened his mouth but no sound came. And then everything went black. When Lin Hai opened his eyes, the world felt different. The sky above the training field was still a clear, cloudless blue, but something in the air shimmered faintly, threads of energy he hadn't noticed before. His body buzzed, not with pain, but an almost pleasant warmth, like sunlight filling his veins. He sat up. The small black stone was gone. In its place, embedded into the grass, was a faint scorch mark. System of 1, active. Upgrade point available, pending use. Warning, only 1 point can be held at a time. The glowing blue screen hovered calmly, its text etched in air. It didn't speak with a voice, but its presence was clear in his mind, quiet, composed, waiting. A system, Lin Hai whispered, eyes wide. Hi. You good? You passed out. Min Shui skidded to a stop beside him, panting from the sprint across the field. She dropped to one knee, grabbing his shoulder. Yeah, he said quickly, blinking the panel away. It vanished with a blink of thought. Just got dizzy. Must have been the heat. Min Shui frowned, unconvinced. You're always weird around shiny stuff. You touched something again, didn't you? Lin Hai didn't answer. Behind her, Instructor Jian approached with heavy steps. Still breathing? Good. Take a rest. The headmaster's coming. Rankings get posted today. Jian paused, studying Lin Hai's face for a moment, eyes sharp but unreadable, before moving on. The courtyard had shifted since the exams. Most students were now gathered beneath the central bulletin tower, where golden plaques hung from enchanted chains. Each plaque bore a name, a number, and a designation: combat stream, support stream, or reserve class. Most students stared in silence. A few shouted in triumph. Some wept. Lin Hai's heart thudded as he approached the crowd. There. Min Shui pointed. You're in number 43. Combat stream. He blinked. Really? You beat out nearly 40 other students, she said, smacking his arm. You're in the main group, dummy. That's real combat classes. Instructor Jian's training circle. You did it. Relief flooded him, hot, heavy, and sudden. His parents' sacrifices hadn't been in vain. He could grow stronger here. And you? He asked. Min Shui gave a smug grin. 12th place. Bao class elite. You're welcome for the meat packet. Lin Hai grinned back, though his smile faded as another voice cut through the air. Well. The peasant duo made it into combat stream. What a surprise. The voice belonged to Feng Tai, sharp-eyed, silver-haired, dressed in embroidered silk robes that clearly weren't standard issue. He stood with arms crossed, flanked by 2 other students who shared his sneer. Didn't expect much from a noodle-armed dirt farmer, Feng Tai continued, but I suppose even weeds can sprout if you throw enough pills at them. Lin Hai's jaw tensed. Say what you want. We'll see who earns their place. Oh, I intend to. Feng Tai leaned closer, eyes glinting. The academy holds live combat assessments next week. Try not to faint in the ring before we meet, peasant. He turned with a flourish, his robes swaying behind him like a cape. Min Shui muttered something under her breath involving exploding arrows and body parts. Lin Hai chuckled, then glanced toward the training towers. And again, just like before, he felt something. A pressure, a tingling at the edge of his senses. Back in the student quarters, Lin Hai finally had a moment of quiet. His assigned room was small but clean. Just a cot, a desk, and a rack for weapons he didn't yet own. He locked the door, sat cross-legged on the floor, and whispered, System. Status panel, Lin Hai. Realm, Chi Seed Realm, stage 1 of 9. Core type, unformed. Elemental affinity, unknown. Body, 10. Mind, 11. Energy, 12. Speed, 9. Luck, 1. Upgrade points, 1. Techniques, none. Inventory, low Chi recovery pill, X1. I can spend the point to upgrade something, he muttered, scanning the panel. There were no guides. No tutorials. Just possibilities. A flicker opened below the stat list. Available upgrade options. Technique mastery. Stat boost. Chi absorption efficiency. Weapon compatibility. Unlock hidden skill? Techniques first, Lin Hai said aloud. If I can't hit anything, none of the rest matters. The system shimmered and a glowing menu appeared. Select base technique. Flowing Iron Fist, unlearned. He hadn't technically mastered it, just mimicked parts of the old manual. Still, it registered. Flowing Iron Fist, basic technique, direct. Cost, 1 upgrade point. Effect, fully mastered. Integrated into muscle memory. Side effect, short-term Chi exhaustion after imprinting. He pressed confirm. Light exploded behind his eyes. His muscles convulsed. His arms burned as if submerged in fire. Then came clarity, perfect clarity, as every movement of the flowing Iron Fist played out in his mind over and over, until it settled into his bones. Technique learned, flowing iron fist, LV.1. When the pain faded, Lin Hai was breathing hard, drenched in sweat. He stood. Slowly he took the first stance, shifted his feet, coiled his arms. Then, strike, twist, elbow, step, slam. It was flawless. He felt it, power not imagined, not copied, but his. A knock sounded at his door. Tomorrow morning, Instructor Jian's voice came through. A low-tier dungeon opened at Black Hollow. First-year combat class, you're coming? Lin Hai didn't answer right away. He stared at his open hands. The cultivation world was vast, dangerous, unforgiving. But for the first time in his life, he felt ready. Night fell over Eastwind Academy, bringing a hush to the student quarters. The torches along the courtyard walls flickered gently in the breeze, casting long, uncertain shadows across the cobblestones. Lin Hai sat on his cot, hands wrapped in cloth, his breath still shallow from the imprinting of the flowing iron fist. He hadn't told anyone, not even Min Shui, about the system. It was too strange, too powerful, and if word got out, someone might try to take it from him. He stared at his hand again, curling it into a fist. Felt different now. When he moved, it wasn't just muscle, it was intention. Like his body knew how to fight before his mind could finish the thought. Status update. Upgrade point, 0. Flowing iron fist, LV.1. Mastered. Efficiency, 100%. Chi flow, stable. System, he whispered. How do I earn more points? Pause. Then glowing words shimmered into view. Upgrade point acquisition criteria. Survive a life-threatening battle. Clear a dungeon, solo or lead role. Attain insight during training or meditation. Break through cultivation bottleneck. Defeat enemy of higher cultivation realm. So no grinding easy fights. No farming weak monsters. Every upgrade point had to be earned through risk or breakthroughs. He leaned back against the wall. 1 point at a time, Most cultivators relied on chance, pills, or expensive scrolls to advance. But with this system he could master any weapon or skill, if he earned the right to. A slow grin crept across his face. It would be harder this way, but it would also be real. The next morning came with the sound of a gong, low, deep, and vibrating through the stone floors. Lin Hai jolted upright, already dressed. His nerves buzzed beneath his skin. The first real test awaited. The class gathered at the southern gate of the academy, where an armored wagon waited, hitched to 2 muscular beasts with ox-like bodies and reptilian eyes. Over 20 students stood in tight clusters, some yawning, others whispering nervously. Min Shui arrived with her bow strapped to her back, her quiver clicking with motion as she jogged up beside him. Dungeon day, she said mock grim. May we not be eaten? I thought you said this one was safe? Lin Hai asked. She shrugged. Safe-ish. Low-tier dungeon, yeah. But Instructor Jian said this one's a little unstable. Fluctuations in its core. That sounds bad. Probably is. Inside the wagon, the students sat on wooden benches as the city walls faded into the distance. Farmland gave way to rocky cliffs and pale fog. A few instructors rode beside them on horseback, weapons ready. Lin Hai kept glancing at the fog-shrouded hills beyond the window. Something about them felt hollow, as if the land itself held its breath. Suddenly, someone thumped the bench beside him. Feng Tai. Oh look, Dirt Boy made it, he sneered, folding his arms. What miracle kept you breathing this long? Lin Hai ignored him. You know, the academy lets students withdraw from dungeon assignments, Feng Tai continued. You'd still get to live in the city, sweep the streets, sell roasted skewers. Not glamorous but fitting. Min Shui leaned in from the other bench. Say one more word, and I will glue your nostrils shut with chi resin. Try it, peasant, Feng Tai said, smirking. Lin Hai glanced at him calmly. I'm not scared of you. You should be. The smirk vanished. Out there in the dark? No rules. No instructors watching every move. Accidents happen. Lin Hai met his gaze steady. You're right. They do. Something in his voice, quiet, certain, made Feng Tai hesitate. Then the wagon jerked to a halt. Instructor Jian's voice rang out. We've arrived. Listen up. They disembarked at the base of a jagged canyon. A jagged tear shimmered between 2 stones, a swirling distortion in the air. The dungeon gate. Black Hollow Rift, Jian announced. Category, D rank. Terrain, underground caverns, moderate monster presence. He gestured to the gate. 2 groups. 10 students each. You enter, you stay together. Any cowardice or abandonment will result in immediate expulsion. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Instructors will observe from outside. If you die inside, it's your own damn fault. Lin Hai's group was assigned to Squad B, along with Min Shui and Feng Tai. Lucky me, Feng Tai muttered, cracking his knuckles. They formed up, each student clutching a standard-issue weapon. Iron sabers, short spears, or chi-treated gauntlets. Lin Hai chose a pair of iron knuckles, weighted but simple, and wrapped his hands. As they stepped toward the gate, Jian's voice rose again. Remember, what you earn in the dungeon is yours. Beast cores, fragments, rare drops. But so are the injuries. Go in weak, come out broken. Or don't come out at all. One by one, Squad B stepped into the gate. When Lin Hai passed through, he felt his body stretch, then snap into place like a rubber band. Cold air rushed over his skin. The dungeon smelled of damp earth and iron. They stood inside a twisting cavern lit by glowing moss. Far above, the ceiling arched like the inside of a beast's ribcage. Stay sharp, the lead student whispered. We don't know what's spawning today. Ahead, something growled. Lin Hai took his stance. The system was silent now, but he didn't need it to tell him. This was where the climb began. The dungeon was unnervingly quiet. Every step echoed down the stone corridors of Black Hollow Rift, swallowed quickly by the damp air and dim light. Strange moss clung to the walls in pale blues and greens, casting eerie glows that shimmered against the sharp rock. Lin Hai walked near the center of Squad B, fists clenched inside his weighted iron knuckles. His heartbeat matched his footsteps, steady, deliberate. Despite the shadows creeping along the walls, he felt focused. Every sense was sharp. The system of one was silent, but the flowing iron fist pulsed beneath his skin, humming with potential. Energy stable. Chi flow, 87%. No upgrade point available. Warning, dungeon core fluctuations detected. He didn't know what that last line meant, but it lingered in his mind. Something's wrong with this place, he murmured. Everything's wrong with dungeons, Min Shui whispered beside him. Especially ones that smell like moldy socks and monster spit. Feng Tai snorted from the front. If you're scared of the dark, go home. I'm scared of your breath, actually. Their hushed voices bounced off the walls as they moved deeper. 10 minutes in, the air changed. A low growl echoed from the next chamber, rough and wet, like stone being chewed by metal. Lin Hai paused, hand up instinctively. Even Feng Tai turned serious. Form up, the lead student said. Prepare to engage. The corridor widened into a shallow den. Bones littered the floor, broken, some cracked in half by teeth. Claw marks raked across the far wall. Then they saw it. A feral wolf. It stood taller than a man, its fur patchy and blackened like ash. Pale green light seeped from its eyes, and veins bulged along its legs, pulsing with corrupted chi. Monster identified. Feral wolf, Durank mutated. Health, 100%. Aggression, high. Additional targets detected. Pack number, 3. Pack? Someone said. Too late. 3 more wolves leapt from the side tunnels, snarling as they circled the squad. Chaos erupted. The first wolf charged, jaws snapping around the lead student's shield, knocking him back. 2 others darted in, forcing the formation to split. Min Shui loosed an arrow, direct hit to the side of one, but it kept moving like it didn't feel pain. Spread out, someone shouted. Flank them. Lin Hai ducked under a claw swipe, pivoted, and slammed a fist into the wolf's side. Crunch. It felt like punching stone. His flowing iron fist glowed faintly, energy rushing down his arm as his second strike hammered into the wolf's ribs. The beast yelped, stumbling. Successful strike, target structure damaged. Rib fracture. Flowing iron fist, 91% efficiency. High left. Min Shui shouted. Another wolf lunged. Lin Hai sidestepped and struck low, slamming his knuckles into its front leg. The bone snapped with a sickening pop. The beast tumbled, yelping in fury. But one student wasn't fast enough. Behind them, a wolf pounced onto a girl with twin daggers. She screamed, blades flailing, but the wolf's jaws clamped onto her shoulder, dragging her back. No. Lin Hai moved without thinking. He launched forward, spinning into a mid-air strike. His iron-coated fist smashed into the wolf's skull from above. The impact echoed through the cavern. Crack. The wolf fell dazed. Lin Hai pulled the girl free, dragging her behind a boulder. Blood soaked her robes. You're okay. Stay here. I'll finish this, he said. She blinked at him in shock, barely able to nod. Minor life threat prevented. System sync increased, plus 1%. Technique proficiency increased, flowing iron fist LV. 1 LV. 1.5. Another wolf rushed in, mouth foaming. Lin Hai met it head-on. His first strike hit its throat. Second jaw. Third heart. The creature dropped, twitching, then went still. The final wolf tried to retreat, only to catch Min Shui's arrow between its eyes. Silence returned to the cave. Breathing heavy, blood dripping from scraped knuckles, Lin Hai scanned the fallen. 3 wolves dead. 1 heavily wounded, limping in a corner. 4 students injured, 1 seriously. But no deaths. Not this time. Feng Tai walked over slowly, eyeing Lin Hai. For once, no insult came. He just nodded. Then turned away. After applying salves and bandages, the group huddled near the center of the den. Instructor Jian's voice echoed faintly from a crystal embedded in the wall. You survived the first wave. Not bad. You've got more ahead. Those mutated wolves aren't normal. Stay sharp. If you see black veins or glowing green chi, don't hesitate, kill it fast. You'll exit when the dungeon core recognizes your control. That means you must defeat the next wave. Min Shui muttered, how about we bribe the core instead? Lin Hai chuckled softly, wiping blood from his wrist. Despite the tension, his hands didn't shake. He felt clearer now, sharper. Like the fight had peeled something open in him. No system point yet, but something had changed. Stat adjustment. Body +1. Speed +1. Energy +2. You are evolving. He stood slowly. The wolves hadn't been ordinary monsters. And he doubted the next encounter would be any easier. But he was ready. The deeper they went, the warmer it became. Not heat from fire, heat from chi, thick and choking. It clung to Lin Hai's skin, stuck in his lungs like wet smoke. The moss along the walls dimmed, shifting from green to faint red, casting the corridor in a blood-like glow. They had reached the dungeon's heart. Ahead stood a cavern chamber, circular and massive. In the center rose a black obelisk, cracked and pulsing faintly. Roots of crystallized chi webbed out from its base, spreading across the floor like veins. The dungeon core, Min Shui whispered. It looked sick, twisted. Around it, fragments of bone and broken beast shells formed a crude nest. Instructor Jian's voice echoed from the wall crystal again. This is your final test. One elite remains. Clear the core zone and the dungeon will collapse safely. Be prepared. This thing took down a full team last month. Don't underestimate it. The crystal dimmed. Silence returned. Lin Hai stepped forward. Everyone spread out. Keep distance. Min, take the high rock on the left. Feng Tai, he paused. Watch our right flank. Feng Tai raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He moved without complaint. The others fell into formation. Lin Hai exhaled, steadying his stance. Then the monster arrived. It slithered down from the ceiling, a fusion of serpent and panther, scaled in red-black stone, with glowing lines of corrupted energy dancing under its skin. Its eyes were pure white, blind, but it turned toward them with precision. Boss identified. Hollow-scale beast, D+ rank, mutated core guardian. Health, 145%. Mutation trait, chi disruption aura. Special ability detected, spirit shriek, low mind shock. It roared, not just in sound but in spirit. Lin Hai staggered, clutching his temples as pain lanced through his skull. Two students behind him collapsed to their knees, vomiting. The hollow scale launched forward. Scatter! Lin Hai yelled. Feng Tai met the beast head-on, spear driving forward. Sparks flew as the tip scraped harmlessly off its stone hide. It's like hitting a wall, he shouted. Min Shui fired. Her arrow ricocheted. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, watching the lines of chi along the creature's side, like flowing cracks in armor. There, he shouted. Aim for the underbelly, it's where the chi is unstable. The hollow scale lunged at Min Shui's perch. Lin Hai dashed forward, flowing iron fist igniting along his arms. He struck. First hit into the ribs. The chi shimmered. The beast felt that. Second hit, under its shoulder where plates hadn't fully fused. Weak point hit, armor integrity reduced, 8%. Technique sync increased. The hollow scale twisted, tail slamming into Lin Hai and flinging him across the cavern. He crashed against stone, coughing blood. But he stood again. A glint caught his eye, a student at the core. Wait, what are you doing? It was a boy named Ren, quiet until now. He was gripping a glowing shard lodged into the obelisk base, a dungeon core fragment. I need this, Ren stammered. My family, my clan, if I return without something they'll cast me out. Put it down. Lin Hai barked. That fragment stabilizes the dungeon. If you pull it now. Too late. The shard ripped free. The core screamed. The ground shook as veins of light along the chamber floor cracked wide open. The hollow scale shrieked, body swelling, eyes glowing brighter. Warning, mutation level increased. Health restored to 100%. Second form activated. The beast grew larger, plates shifting, tail splitting into two. We're dead, someone whispered. Lin Hai forced himself upright. No, he muttered. We're not. The system chimed. Unique trigger met. Led team to survive against mutated boss in core collapse event. Upgrade point earned. 1. System action available, choose upgrade. He grit his teeth. Blood dripped from his arm. Everyone was looking at him. If I don't use it now, we all die. System, enhanced technique. Enhancing, flowing iron fist LV. 2. New effect unlocked. Chi penetration, bypass minor armor. Bonus, shockwave on third hit combo. Power surged. His body felt electric, every nerve alive, every breath sharp. He moved. Step. Pivot. Strike. The hollow scale turned too late. Lin Hai struck 3 times in rapid succession. First 2 to stagger, the third to shatter. Crack. Chi erupted from his fist like a miniature explosion. The beast roared as its side caved inward. Min Shui fired again. Her arrow struck true, this time penetrating. Feng Tai launched in with a final spiraling thrust. The hollow scale convulsed, then crumbled into black stone. Silence. The core pulsed once, then calmed. Dungeon clear, core stabilized. Exit gate activated, collapse prevented. Participants eligible for loot distribution. Bonus reward? Delivered to system inventory. They stood in the stillness. No one spoke for a long moment. Then someone clapped. Slowly. They turned. Above the dungeon exit, far above, standing on a high ledge where no one should have been, a figure in a gray mask and black robe stood watching. They didn't move. Didn't speak. Then vanished into mist. Back outside, the class emerged into sunlight. Lin Hai's robes were torn, his knuckles bloodied, but he walked tall. Instructor Jian gave a low whistle. Didn't expect survivors. Much less victory. He glanced at Lin Hai. You led them? Lin Hai just nodded, still catching his breath. Not bad. Peasant. There was no insult in his tone. Just respect. That night, in the quiet of his room, Lin Hai sat by the window, Kuro curled on his shoulder, silent, watching the moon. He opened the system. Status panel, Lin Hai. Realm, Chi Seed Realm, Stage 2 of 9. Body, 11. Mind, 12. Energy, 14. Speed, 10. Luck, 1. Techniques. Flowing Iron Fist, LV. 2. Chi Penetration. Inventory. Low Chi Pill X1. Dungeon Fragment, unidentified? Tier. And one message blinking at the bottom. You are being watched. Lin Hai closed the screen, breath steady. He had stepped into the world of warriors. And there was no turning back. 2 days had passed since the dungeon trial. The wounds had mostly healed, on the body at least. But Lin Hai still felt the sting of the hollow-scale beast's roar in his bones, like a memory trying to become a scar. He sat in the academy's rear garden, a quiet corner behind the training tower where the stone paths gave way to soft grass and sun-warmed benches. Birds sang nearby. Wind rustled the trees. But his eyes weren't on nature. They were on the shard in his hand. It pulsed faintly, red and gold veins running through a black crystal body, no larger than a peach pit. The dungeon fragment was supposed to be inert. That's what Instructor Jian had said. But Lin Hai had kept this one hidden. He hadn't told the guild. Or the instructors. Not even Minshue. Because when he held it, he heard things. Not voices. Not words. Just presence. Listening. Kuro sat on the grass nearby, tail twitching. His sleek fur bristled as the fragment glowed. Still don't like it? Lin Hai asked quietly. Kuro growled low in his throat. Same, Lin Hai muttered. System alert, unstable energy detected. Source, dungeon fragment, tier? Trace energy signature, residual entity chi. Status, memory locked, integrity, 7%. Memory? Lin Hai frowned. It's alive? Unknown. Fragment may contain encoded battle consciousness or sealed inheritance. Interaction risk, moderate. Caution, further exposure may trigger synchronization. He stared at the shard. Something about that last word, synchronization, chilled him. Before he could decide whether to put it away, the world tilted. The garden faded. Light dissolved into dark. He was standing somewhere else. A field of broken stone. Ruins stretched to the sky, black spires cracked and slanted, like ribs piercing the heavens. Fires burned in the distance and the air tasted like ash and metal. At the center stood a massive, bleeding obelisk. It screamed without sound. And kneeling before it were humans, hundreds, faces bowed, their bodies trembling under a sky that writhed like water. Above them something vast moved. It had no face, no name, just weight, presence, watching. One became many. Many betrayed one. And so the fragments scattered. The voice did not speak, it burned into his skull. Lin Hai staggered. The vision shattered. He gasped, falling back into the grass, breath coming in shallow bursts. Kuro was instantly beside him, hissing at the shard. System alert, synchronization rejected. Memory echo level, 1. Passive trait acquired, echo sense. Description. You now faintly perceive corrupted chi in your environment. Stronger echoes may induce visions. Upgrade point not earned. Lin Hai sat up slowly, sweat running down his neck. What was that place? Kuro didn't answer, but the fur on his back hadn't settled. Something about the fragment was tied to the monsters. To the world before the dungeon existed. And now it was inside his pocket, whispering. That night, Lin Hai tried to sleep. He couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, the face of the masked figure from the canyon surfaced. The stone obelisk. The kneeling humans. And one phrase, etched behind his eyes like a brand. The fragments remember. He didn't know what it meant. But he had a feeling, it wasn't going to let him forget. By morning, the sky over Eastwind Academy had shifted from pale blue to an uncertain gray. Rain threatened the horizon, though none fell yet. The air was heavier than usual, thick like the world was holding its breath. Lin Hai moved quietly through the training yard, passing students still wiping sleep from their eyes. He hadn't told anyone about the vision or the fragment's voice. Not yet. Not when something bigger had just shaken the academy. It started with whispers. One student hadn't shown up for morning drills. Then another was missing from the third-year roster. By noon, 2 names were posted on the academy absence board, a rare and ominous thing. Eastwind didn't tolerate truancy. No student had ever missed a day without official notice. Infirmary didn't take them. Their dorms are untouched, Min Shui whispered, glancing around as she and Lin Hai waited in line for sparring rotation. You think they ran? Not likely, Lin Hai said. Not with how locked down the gates are. They say someone saw a shadow near the north training yard last night. Tall figure, cloak, no face. Lin Hai stiffened. She caught his reaction. What? I think I saw them too. In the dungeon. Watching. Her eyebrows lifted. Wait. Are you saying this masked creep followed us out of a dungeon gate? I don't know. Great, she muttered, not joking for once. Love that for us. They stepped onto the practice mats as Instructor Jian barked out names. Saber drills. Pairs of 2. Let's see who can actually swing a blade without chopping their own foot off. Lin Hai took a plain iron saber from the rack. Felt wrong. Heavy in a way that didn't fit him. But he gave it a try, facing off with Min Shui, who wielded a training staff with a bit too much glee. Try not to lose a finger, she warned. Same to you, he said, adjusting his grip. They exchanged a dozen blows. Min Shui was fast and precise, spinning the staff with finesse. Lin Hai blocked, countered, swung. But nothing felt right. The blade moved slower than his instincts. His footwork stumbled trying to compensate. His strikes lacked the connection he felt when using fists. After 5 minutes he lowered the saber. I'm switching back, he muttered. She raised a brow. Giving up already? It's not my weapon. She nodded slowly. You always did fight like a cornered badger. He gave a tired smile. As the class rotated, Lin Hai returned the saber and picked up a set of reinforced gauntlets instead. Heavy, padded with chi-threaded leather, fitted with knuckle plates. His hands settled into them naturally. He exhaled. Now this felt right. Later that day, the students were gathered in the central training hall. Head instructor Yen, bald, broad, and scarred, stood at the podium, voice sharp as iron. The midterm trial is set. Every combat stream student will be assigned a solo dungeon gate, one personalized to your realm and performance. The room buzzed with energy. Those who succeed may advance ranks, earn reward artifacts, or gain entry into external sect trials. Those who fail, he let the pause stretch, may retake the exam next year. Groans erupted. Your assignments will be handed out tomorrow morning. Prepare accordingly. Pill requests are limited. Weapon loans are 1 per student. A second instructor stepped forward, handing out documents with crimson seals. Min Shui squinted at hers. You're kidding? Forest-type dungeon again? What's wrong with that? Lin Hai asked. Everything. Trees. Bugs. Snakes. Trees. Mostly the trees. Lin Hai opened his assignment scroll. Simple parchment. Gold trim. Then his eyes narrowed. Black Vein Cavern, he read aloud. Solo clearance. Estimated duration, 3 to 6 hours. Mutation risk, moderate. Reward tier, variable. Min Shui whistled low. That's not beginner level. I know. And yet, something about the name sounded familiar. Not just familiar, wrong. That evening, Lin Hai sat alone in the weapon yard, fists wrapped, practicing movements. Flowing iron fist felt stronger than ever, cleaner, faster. His body had started moving before his mind gave the order. Strike, elbow, step, slam. Each movement bled into the next. The system remained quiet. But Kuro, now resting near the edge of the sparring ring, suddenly lifted his head. He growled. Lin Hai paused, scanning the shadows. Nothing there. Only wind brushing the training flags, stirring dust from the stones. But he couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was watching him again. That same pressure from the dungeon. Heavy, silent, waiting. Back in his dorm room, Lin Hai checked his fragment again. It was cold, dormant. But his system blinked once. Fragment echo stable, no new memory triggers. Note, caution advised during solo dungeon trial. Environmental anomaly risk increased. Why is everything a risk with you? He muttered. Kuro blinked lazily from the bed. The cat beast's ears twitched once. Then he curled up again. Sleep didn't come easily that night. And when it did, it came with shadows. The next morning began with the scent of rain on stone. A light drizzle kissed the flagstones of Eastwind Academy as students filtered into the indoor training hall, where reinforced walls and chi-forged flooring allowed safe technique practice. Lin Hai arrived early, determined to sharpen every edge before the solo dungeon trial. Kuro curled beside the open window overlooking the courtyard, tail twitching lazily. Instructor Jian's voice thundered across the hall. Today you'll each take a turn at the chi resonance orb. It tests the purity, flow, and pressure of your internal energy. Controlling your chi isn't just about strength, it's about stability. If you can't keep your flow steady, a real technique will rip your insides apart. A large glowing sphere sat atop a carved pedestal at the center of the hall. It shimmered like frosted glass, rotating slowly, threads of pale blue light curling inside it. Each student would place a hand on it and direct a stream of chi into the core. The orb would pulse in response, bright and strong for those with control, dull or chaotic for those who lacked discipline. Lin Hai stepped into line, heart steady. He'd practiced control, trained flow, refined every movement down to breath and muscle. But his fragment was still in his pocket. When his turn came, Lin Hai stepped forward and placed his palm on the surface. The orb felt cold. Not unpleasant, just empty. He closed his eyes, directing a slow stream of chi forward. The light pulsed, soft but smooth. Controlled. Then something pulsed back. His fragment flared. A second wave of chi, not his own, rushed up his arm. Foreign, sharp, laced with something wrong. The orb convulsed. A high-pitched whine filled the room as the sphere flared red, its rotation accelerating. Sparks danced across the surface as unstable energy crackled outward in a burst. Boom. The pedestal cracked. Lin Hai was thrown back, skidding several feet before rolling to a stop. Gasps filled the room. Instructor Jian was already at his side, kneeling. "Are you injured?" Lin Hai coughed, his vision spinning. "No. I think I'm okay." Jian's eyes narrowed. "What did you channel into the orb?" I don't know. It was normal at first. Then something else pushed through me." Jian rose, turning to the damaged orb. Its light had dimmed, the glass now cracked through the center. "That wasn't normal. That was corrupted chi." He turned to Lin Hai. "I've seen that kind of disruption before, in mutated beasts, or dungeons that bleed into the mortal world." The room was silent. Every eye was on Lin Hai. After drills, Instructor Jian approached Lin Hai alone near the armory racks. "You're holding something back," he said, voice low. "Your control is too clean to misfire like that unless there's interference." "I didn't mean to. I'm not asking for excuses." Jian's gaze pierced through him. "I don't know what you've touched. But if it threatens this academy, I will find out." He turned and walked away, leaving Lin Hai with a heavy weight of suspicion. That night, Lin Hai sat in his dorm, staring at the fragment. System analysis complete. Status, dormant. Interference risk, reduced. Residual chi signature. Inert, echo level stable. Whatever it had done earlier was gone now. And yet something felt off. Even Kuro refused to sleep near it, hissing every time it pulsed with light too faint for the eye to see. He tucked it away again beneath a loose floor tile. Just in case. Hours later, well past midnight, the door creaked open. Lin Hai's eyes snapped open instantly. He hadn't locked it, but it was supposed to auto-seal at night. Only instructors or emergency healers should have had access. Footsteps. Slow. Soft. Someone was inside. Kuro, asleep at the foot of the bed, lifted his head and hissed. Lin Hai slid silently from the sheets, grabbing his knuckle guards from beneath the pillow. His feet touched the ground without a sound. The figure stood in the doorway, tall, cloaked, their face hidden behind a hood made of shifting shadows. No metal. No chi presence. Just cold. It moved forward. Not walking, gliding. Lin Hai struck first. He lunged forward, a perfect flowing iron fist combo, aimed straight at the figure's chest. Impact. The body shuddered, but it was like hitting fog. The figure swirled, twisting unnaturally around the strike, reforming on the other side. Its hand came up, long clawed, dripping with black chi. Kuro leapt between them, fangs flashing. The claw swiped, and missed. Kuro's attack struck true, his shadow-infused form biting through the intruder's shoulder. The figure hissed, stumbling back. Lin Hai pressed in, shifting his stance, remembering the weak points he'd studied. Knees, joints, neck. Another hit, this time a chi-infused elbow strike, landed at the base of the figure's neck. The creature screamed, high and unnatural, and burst into dark mist. Gone. The room was silent again. Kuro landed on the floor, eyes glowing faintly. Lin Hai's heart was hammering. He rushed to the hidden tile and checked the fragment. Still there. Untouched. Status alert, external interference repelled. Reward, chi thread +1. Passive skill unlocked, instinctive guard. Once per day automatically react to unseen threats. May act independently of user's conscious mind. He sat down hard, breathing shallow. What had that thing been? Not a student. Not an instructor. It hadn't even felt fully real. As dawn approached, Lin Hai finally allowed himself to sleep. But now he knew something for certain. Whatever power the fragment carried, someone, or something, was trying to take it from him. And they weren't going to stop. Morning sunlight filtered through the academy windows, but it did little to warm Lin Hai's thoughts. He sat on the edge of the infirmary bed, shirt torn, a shallow cut across his shoulder still bleeding sluggishly from the intruder's claw. He'd managed to clean it with a minor salve, but the chi behind the wound burned strangely, as if it resisted healing. "Stop moving," a soft voice said behind him, "or I'll have to bind you to the bed like a loose chicken." Lin Hai blinked. A girl in violet robes moved around him with practiced hands, her long black hair tied back in a simple braid. A thin herbal scent clung to her robes, chi-soaked lavender, used to calm nerves and purify minor poisons. "You're Ruelan," Lin Hai said. "And you're the student who overcharged the resonance orb yesterday, nearly blew it apart, and came here without reporting who clawed you in your sleep," she replied, not looking up. "You've been briefed. I'm in the pill division, but my family funds the Academy's spiritual injury research wing. Let's just say I hear things I'm not supposed to." She pressed a warm, glowing hand to his shoulder. The burning faded slightly. "This claw mark," she murmured, "isn't beast-based." "I know." She gave him a long look, her eyes sharp despite her calm tone. "You fought something last night, didn't you?" Lin Hai hesitated. "I didn't fight it. I survived it." "Was it a student?" "No." "Cultivator?" "Not exactly." Silence. She placed a silver charm against the wound, a crescent moon inlaid with a tiny jade core. The charm crackled, reacting violently. Ruelan cursed and tossed it away. The jade turned black within seconds. "Corrupted chi signature confirmed," she muttered. "And deep enough that my normal threads won't hold for long." "I figured." She finally stepped back. "What did you bring out of the dungeon?" Lin Hai paused. She waited. "I don't know exactly," he admitted. "But it's not just a fragment. It reacts to everything, dungeons, chi fields, even people." "Can I see it?" "No." She didn't flinch. "All right." That surprised him. "You're not going to push?" Ruelan shook her head, moving to clean her tools. "Secrets are currency, especially here. But I'd be careful if I were you. There's movement in the academy." "What kind of movement?" "Strange injuries. Students collapsing during meditation. Lab rooms being sealed off with no announcement. Energy residue they can't trace. And not just in the combat stream. My instructor found a tunnel beneath the eastern wall that wasn't supposed to exist." Her voice dropped lower. "There's something in the walls, Lin Hai. Something old." He said nothing, because he already knew. The fragment had shown him things. Ruins. Worshippers. Faceless giants. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a small, sealed pill vial, the one Ruelan had handed him earlier. The symbol etched into the cork wasn't Academy standard. A moon sigil. "I didn't notice this earlier," he said. "Your family uses this?" Ruelan nodded. "It's ours. Lan family seal." He opened the vial and downed the chi recovery pill. Heat rushed through his limbs, not violent like pills from the outer markets. This was calm, centering. His vision sharpened slightly. Chi recovery, 12%. Status stabilized. System alert. Energy balance optimal for meditation. Suggestion: memory echo may deepen if user focuses under moon-aligned purification chi. Warning: visions may destabilize emotional state. Proceed with caution. "Can I borrow your training alcove?" he asked. Ruelan raised a brow. "You're meditating now? If I don't try, I'll spend the rest of the day wondering what it's hiding." She gestured to the corner room. "Don't blow the ceiling off. It's an antique." The meditation alcove was circular, carved into the rear wall of the infirmary like a hollowed stone egg. Chi-inscribed bricks glowed faintly, and calming incense wafted through vents in the ceiling. Lin Hai sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and summoned the fragment into his hand. It pulsed faintly, warm, waiting. He breathed deeply, channeling chi through his spine, allowing his thoughts to clear. The world melted. This time the vision came quickly. A shattered temple. Black fire burning on broken altars. Columns of stone carved with eyes. Dozens, hundreds, watching. And at the center, a cloaked figure stood in prayer. Its face shifted. Morphed. Never the same shape twice. Lin Hai approached. As he neared, the figure turned. And he saw himself. "You hold what they tried to bury. You hear what they sealed. You will be marked." The world warped. Chains slithered from the altar and wrapped around his limbs. Not metal, light, but they burned all the same. Behind the figure, thousands of others stood. Wearing masks. Empty-eyed. All chanting the same name. Whispering eyes. Lin Hai screamed, and snapped back to reality. He stumbled from the alcove, drenched in sweat, heart thundering. Ruelan caught him by the arm before he could fall. "What happened?" "They have a name," he gasped. "The ones behind this. The ones in the academy." She stared at him. "What name?" "Whispering eyes." Her face went pale. "Where did you hear that?" "I saw it," he said. "In the vision. It wasn't just memory, it was living. I was in their temple. They're not just in the dungeons. They're here." Ruelan looked toward the window, toward the training towers beyond. Then she whispered, almost to herself. "My uncle said that name once, before he disappeared." That night, Lin Hai sat in his dorm with Kuro curled in his lap. The fragment was tucked away again, hidden under layers of cloth and bone warding. But the mark was already there. He rolled up his sleeve. On the inside of his forearm, a faint shimmer burned beneath his skin. A sigil only visible when exposed to moonlight. Not physical. Not removable. And shaped like an open eye. The mark did not fade with sleep. When Lin Hai woke the next morning, moonlight had long vanished, but the faint burn on his forearm still lingered, like a coal beneath the skin. Not painful but present. Watching. System alert, unregistered entity signature detected. Condition, subdermal mark, sigil class, level 1. Type, passive binding. Source, unknown, fragment resonance suggestion. Cult signature, whispering eyes. Status, contained. Temporary action, suppression barrier initiated. Warning, prolonged exposure will eventually override system safeguards. Time to break, approximate, 21 days. 21 days. 3 weeks before the mark grew beyond the system's ability to contain it. 3 weeks before, what? He didn't want to know. He met Min Shui in the dining hall, trying to act normal. The tables were half full with students hunched over steaming bowls of rice porridge and reheated buns. The usual noise, the shouts, the jokes, the complaints, was muted. The disappearance of the students had shaken everyone. So had the rumors of the cracked resonance orb. Min Shui slid into the bench across from him, eyeing him closely. You look like you haven't slept. I didn't, Lin Hai admitted, keeping his sleeves down. I was going to say something dumb and cheerful, but now I'm worried. He smiled faintly. Save it for after the trial. I'll need it then. She reached into her satchel and tossed him a pill wrapped in cloth. Qi concentration booster. Black lotus seed base. Don't waste it. Where'd you get this? Jade root sect market runner. Don't ask what I traded for it. He pocketed it. Thanks. Just don't die. No promises. As soon as breakfast ended, the scroll arrived. A messenger from the instructors entered the dining hall with a bundle of crimson-sealed parchment. He called names one by one. Min Shui, Whisper Grove Hollow. Wood Affinity Dungeon. She grinned and nudged Lin Hai. Trees again. Joy. Lin Hai, Black Vein Cavern. The moment the name echoed through the hall, silence fell. Students glanced up from their meals. Some whispered. Others looked away. The messenger added, solo clearance only. Departure in 1 hour. No one said it out loud, but Lin Hai heard the message between the lines. That dungeon is cursed. Back in his dorm he prepared. Iron knuckles, polished and reinforced. Gauntlet wraps. Basic rations. 3 low-tier chi recovery pills. 1 mid-tier booster from Min Shui. And the fragment. He stared at it for a long time before tucking it inside a layered cloth pouch, hidden under his robes, sealed in a satchel lined with anti-echo tags he'd begged off a guild vendor weeks ago. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. Kuro climbed into his satchel, curling into a tight ball. You're sure you want to come? Kuro blinked once. Didn't think so. Before he left, he stopped by Rue Lan's lab room. The door was closed, a moon-shaped charm dangling from the handle. It glowed faintly when he touched it. Inside, a small note had been pinned to the wall with a spirit needle. Asterisk, be careful. Whispers aren't always lies. They'll offer you power, but it comes wearing your face. Aro. Asterisk. He folded it and slipped it into his belt. At the outer gate, Instructor Jian stood with arms folded, waiting beside the shimmering dungeon rift. On time, he grunted. Good. You don't look surprised. I figured you'd come even if you weren't ready, but you look different. Lin Hai raised a brow. Stronger? No, Jian said, narrowing his eyes. Heavier. Like something settled on you. He stepped closer. If you've picked up something cursed, now's your last chance to drop it. I can't, Lin Hai said honestly. It's not that simple anymore. Jian studied him for a moment. Then handed him a jade talisman carved with the Eastwind crest. Break this if the core goes unstable. We'll try to pull you out. Try. No guarantees. Lin Hai took it with a nod. He stepped toward the rift. It shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting a warped version of himself. One where the eyes looked older, the face sharper, the burden heavier. He breathed in once, steady and clean. Then walked through. The world shifted instantly. Gone was the gray sky, the scent of morning rain. Instead, darkness. The dungeon air was thick and wet. The floor slick with algae and bones. The walls pulsed with veins of black or that glowed faintly red, like a heartbeat. Ahead, stairs descended into a narrow corridor that curved like a tunnel carved by something alive. A single whisper echoed faintly through the cavern. Not from behind him. Not from above. But from inside his own mind. You came. He reached for his knuckles. Kuro hissed softly in the satchel. Solo dungeon activated, Black Vein Cavern. Realm classification, D+. Core status, corrupted, stabilizing. Environmental hazard, spiritual drain. Estimated completion time, 4 hours. Optional objective, locate echo seal. Reward tier, variable. Bonus? Fragment interaction detected. Lin Hai stood in the shadows of the gate, watching the darkness curl around him. This wasn't a normal trial. This was a test of more than strength. A test of will. Of control. Of identity. Status stable. Upgrade points, 0. You are watched. You are marked. You are not alone. The first thing Lin Hai noticed was the silence. Not the stillness of a quiet forest or the calm before battle, but a suffocating, living silence. As if the dungeon itself listened. As if each breath he took echoed louder than it should. His boots slid slightly on the damp stone floor as he stepped forward. The walls pulsed with crimson lines, slow and irregular, like a dying heartbeat. It reminded him of the fragment, the same twisted glow, the same wrong rhythm. The dungeon corridor narrowed, forcing him to duck under a cluster of sharp black roots jutting from the ceiling. They hummed faintly with residual chi. Spiritual drain detected, passive chi loss. 0.3% per minute. Environmental condition, mild corruption. Current status, stable. Lin Hai clenched his fists tighter. So just walking drains me. Kuro shifted in the satchel, growling low. The system was silent. He moved slowly down the curving path, senses open. He didn't speak, didn't think too loud. The fragment in his satchel felt heavier than before, and something deep in his chest whispered caution with every step. After 10 minutes, the corridor widened into a cavern chamber. He froze at the entrance. Bones. Hundreds of them, strewn in spirals across the floor, skulls cracked clean in half, ribs shattered like splintered wood, arms curled in the same twisted angle as if they'd all died reaching for something just out of reach. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, and atop it, a mirror. Oval, rimmed in tarnished silver, the glass inside was cracked. Black ooze dripped from its frame like blood from a wound. As Lin Hai stepped closer, the temperature dropped. A low sound echoed from the mirror. Breathing. His own reflection moved before he did. It raised a hand first, then smiled. His smile didn't. Echo entity detected, mirror type. Classification, manifested ego, low rank. Threat, moderate. Warning, do not allow sustained visual contact. Risk, mental invasion. Lin Hai backed up immediately. But it was too late. The mirror pulsed, and the reflection stepped out. It looked exactly like him. Same robes. Same build. Same face. But the eyes were hollow. Like someone had taken the spark of will and filled it with shadow. The echo Lin Hai moved with perfect technique, stepping into a flowing iron fist stance identical to his own. Lin Hai cursed and pulled his knuckle guards tight. Figures you'd copy my best move. The echo didn't reply. It struck. Fast. Lin Hai barely parried in time, the impact jarring through his arm. The creature knew his timing, his rhythm. It was him, but without hesitation. Without doubt. He dodged a sweeping strike, ducked under a mirrored elbow jab and countered with a punch to the ribs. It connected, but the echo didn't flinch. No pain. It spun low, tripping him. He rolled, barely avoiding a stomp that cracked the stone where his head had been. I'm not you, he growled, regaining his footing. I'm better. The system flickered alive. Unique encounter, self-echo, first time. Opportunity, insight trial, survive to completion. Bonus reward, +1 upgrade point plus passive skill. He had to endure. Not defeat. Survive. Lin Hai shifted his style. Instead of striking first, he baited, letting the echo move aggressively, then parried, using its own momentum to create distance. His heart pounded, but his mind calmed. Strike. Block. Twist. Step. Time blurred. The echo grew faster. Angrier. And then, its form began to distort. Its face cracked. Its arms split at the elbow, dripping with black smoke. It shrieked, half human, half something else. Not perfect, huh? Lin Hai said, chest heaving. Figures. He ducked the next blow and slammed both fists into its chest with full force. Chi flared. Boom. The echo shattered like glass. The mirror cracked fully, its surface going dark. Insight trial completed. Manifested ego resisted. Upgrade point earned. 1. Passive skill acquired. Battle reflection. LV. 1. Description. After fighting an enemy for 30 seconds, learn a portion of their technique rhythm. System tip. To grow stronger, you must know what you fear becoming. Lin Hai fell to one knee, sweating, breath ragged. But he was alive. And stronger than before. As he rose, the stone beneath the mirror shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a folded scrap of parchment, sealed with red wax. He broke it open. Inside were just 5 words. The mark has awakened you. Kuro hissed again. Lin Hai stood in the gloom, the black roots pulsing above. He was deep inside a corrupted dungeon. Alone. Washed. Marked. And far from finished. The path behind the mirror chamber twisted into a narrow tunnel barely tall enough for Lin Hai to walk upright. The air was colder here and the chi drain intensified. Spiritual drain. Increased, 0.6% per minute. Warning, extended exposure may weaken combat performance. Every few minutes, the walls pulsed with a low hum, as if something ancient breathed behind the stone. Kuro stirred inside the satchel, ears alert. "You feel it too, huh?" Lin Hai murmured. They weren't alone. The tunnel opened suddenly into a wide, circular chamber, carved, not natural. The walls bore etched spirals and faintly glowing runes. At the center sat a black stone altar, half buried in rubble. Crimson roots coiled tightly around its base like tendrils holding it down. Hovering just above it was a rune stone, roughly palm-sized, shaped like an eye split down the middle. It rotated slowly in the air, dripping faint trails of shadow as it turned. Dungeon anomaly detected. Echo seal. Classification: inherited rune, bound. Origin: unknown cultic artifact. Effect: grants unique trait based on bearer's psyche. Status: sealed, guarded. Risk: high. Reward: high. Action options: interact, claim. Destroy, purge corruption. Retreat. System note: this seal does not originate from your system. Synchronization is unstable. Lin Hai stepped closer, his eyes drawn to the rune. It pulsed faintly as he approached, casting ghostly light across the altar. A whisper brushed the edge of his mind. "You've seen what they hid. Take this, and see more." He reached out. A shadow moved. The guardian arrived without sound. One moment the chamber was empty. The next it stood between Lin Hai and the altar. The Echo Beast. It was tall, humanoid in form, but its body was made of rippling, half-formed memories. One moment, it wore the face of Instructor Jian. The next Manhwa. Then Lin Hai himself. Eyes flickered across its arms, its back, its chest, hundreds of them blinking in chaotic rhythm. Its mouth was sewn shut. Echo Beast, rank C, unstable. Manifestation: memory-bound shadow. Traits: silent pursuit, illusion shift, memory feed. Goal: prevent seal from being touched. Weakness: core anchor hidden inside left arm. Lin Hai stepped into his stance. The Echo Beast didn't roar or speak. It moved, fast like a blur of warped images. Lin Hai barely ducked under its first swipe. It passed him like smoke, then reformed, striking from the other side. He countered with flowing iron fist, but it was like hitting water. The beast shimmered, then split into 3 copies, each wearing a different face: his, Minxue's, and Rue Lan's. Echo Beast skill: familiar guilt, activated. Combat difficulty increased by 2 tiers. Emotional synchronization required to resist illusion damage. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. The Rue Lan copy circled behind him. The Minxue copy lunged first. He blocked it, but seeing her face twisted and blank-eyed hurt more than expected. "You're not them," he growled. He focused. Let the system guide his breathing. Let his instincts quiet the panic. Then he did what the Echo wouldn't expect. He closed his eyes. Let go of fear. Of guilt. Of anger. Let his body move without vision. He heard Kuro hiss. Felt the movement shift. Step. Strike. Pivot. Sweep. He connected with one of the illusions. The image flickered and shattered. Only one remained. Now it showed only his face, no more tricks. The final beast lunged. This time Lin Hai caught its arm, twisted, and drove his elbow straight into its shoulder joint. With his other hand he struck the left arm, where the system had revealed its anchor. His chi flared. Crack. The beast shrieked, mouth still sewn shut, as its arm shattered like porcelain. Then it dissolved. Gone. Silence returned. The altar pulsed. Seal guard defeated. Echo seal, available for interaction. Options: claim. Destroy. Leave. The fragment in his satchel began to thrum wildly. Kuro hissed, his fur standing on end. Warning: Echo seal and fragment synchronization at 72%. If you claim this seal, it will change you. If you destroy it, a path will close forever. Lin Hai stepped forward. He looked down at his hands. He wasn't weak anymore. Not defenseless. But he wasn't unbreakable either. He had 1 upgrade point. He could strengthen his stats. Or push deeper into flowing iron fist. But this was something else. Something born of shadows and choice. He reached forward. Touched the seal. Echo seal claimed, synchronization in progress. Trait gained, spectral sense. Description: you now perceive echoes of strong emotions and lingering intentions left behind by others. Fear leaves heat. Guilt leaves shadows. Rage leaves trails. See evolvable. Side effect: fragment sync increased 81%. Mark reaction: stabilized temporarily. Lin Hai reeled back, eyes wide. The chamber spun, then sharpened. He felt the room differently now. The altar no longer pulsed randomly. It wept fear. The ground held a memory of violence. The stone beneath his feet remembered pain. Everything had a trace. Kuro stared at him with eyes narrowed. He didn't meow. He watched. Lin Hai took a long, slow breath. He had claimed something he didn't understand. And he wasn't sure yet whether that meant victory, or a deeper kind of curse. The echo of the seal still pulsed beneath Lin Hai's skin as he walked deeper into the dungeon. But now, he saw the world differently. The cavern walls were no longer just damp stone. They shimmered faintly with colors that didn't belong, emotion traces, like painted fog hanging in the air. Where someone had panicked, a glow of red-orange flickering like a fire about to die. Where someone had fallen, a heavy black smear pooled low to the ground, unmoving. Where someone had fought and survived, bright white sparks flickering and fractured, barely holding together. Spectral sense, active. Interpretation level, 1. Aura traces detected, 12, recent, within 7 days. Closest memory imprint, 15 meters, emotional tag. Terror, despair, silence. Kuro hissed softly, low in his throat. I see it, Lin Hai murmured. Up ahead, the tunnel curved left, but the emotional traces veered right, through a thin crack in the wall that wasn't marked on his map crystal. He paused. Optional path detected, hidden memory corridor. Difficulty, unknown. Objective, discover the source of lingering echoes. Note, caution. Fragment synchronization will intensify in this region. Lin Hai stood there for a long moment, torn. He'd already claimed one cursed prize. Already let the seal touch his core. But if these echoes were what he feared, then students hadn't just failed their trials. Some hadn't left at all. He stepped into the crack. The passage was narrow and sharp-edged. Black moss clung to the ceiling like rot. The chi here was thinner, emptier, like it had already been drained. After 20 paces he found the first mark. A sword, half buried in the dirt, its blade snapped clean. He knelt, brushing it off. The hilt bore the Eastwind crest. Someone from the academy, he murmured. Kuro growled. Farther in, the air changed. The walls became smoother, more deliberate, carved into rough geometric patterns, spirals, eye symbols, and rows of teeth-like ridges. The kind of symbols that didn't just look wrong but felt wrong. They throbbed with residual emotion. Spectral surge detected, source within 10 meters. Emotional trace, shamed hunger, obedience. Lin Hai's stomach turned. He stepped into a chamber lined with cracked lanterns and bloodstains burned into the floor. And at the far wall, chained by shadow-twisted roots, was a person. No, not anymore. The figure wore Eastwind Academy robes, but they were blackened and fused to their skin. The body was thin, warped, its limbs elongated unnaturally. Eyes glowing faint green. Veins bulging with dark chi. Its head twitched once, then lifted. The voice was still human, barely. You came late. Corrupted disciple, failed trial convert. Filiation, whispering eyes, low initiate, bound. Combat class, saber, shadow vein variant. Threat level, moderate to high, mental interference present. The creature raised a broken saber, its edges dripping with venom like chi. I failed, but they saved me, it rasped. You'll fail too. They're already watching you. Lin Hai took a slow breath. So you really were students? Now I'm more. It lunged. The first strike came fast, far faster than the thing's twisted limbs should have allowed. Lin Hai barely dodged, rolling low as the corrupted saber cleaved into the wall. He came up under its guard, fists flashing. 1, 2, 3. He struck the chest, then the side, felt bone crack, but it didn't slow. The disciple thing hissed, its mouth splitting wider than it should have, eyes glowing hotter. Shadow vein, chi corruption skill activated. Pain curse, each strike you land damages you in return. Lin Hai reeled back. His ribs ached, not from the blow but from the backlash. His last strike had rebounded chi into his body. Cheap trick, he muttered. He wouldn't win by brute force. Then he remembered. Battle reflection, passive. After 30 seconds, sync with enemy rhythm. Progress, 82%. Lin Hai calmed his breathing, shifting into a counter stance. Let it attack. Let it reveal itself. The next strike came in a blur of afterimages. He stepped between them, catching the rhythm, and hit back with exact timing. Chi flowed perfectly. Crack. The disciple staggered. Lin Hai twisted low, grabbing the corrupted saber's hilt, and snapped it in two. The creature shrieked. Synchronization complete, rhythm locked. Bonus, flowing iron fist plus 10% effectiveness versus saber-type combatants. He launched forward. Not with anger, but precision. He struck the heart, once. The creature dropped. And this time it didn't rise. The chamber fell silent. The roots around the body withered. The corrupted robes burned away to ash. All that remained was a jade pendant, Eastwind's insignia engraved on the surface, now cracked. Lin Hai picked it up gently. He didn't know the student's name, but they had once walked the same path. Now only this remained. Spectral sense, memory imprint recovered. I wasn't strong enough, but if someone finds this, tell them we didn't leave. Bonus, upgrade point earned. Fragment sync, plus 4%. Kuro leapt to his shoulder, quiet and tense. Lin Hai didn't speak as he left the chamber. He walked in silence, past the spirals and teeth, back into the winding tunnel. He didn't look back. The tunnel ended at a fork. To the left, a wide, structured path lit by flickering violet lanterns. Its walls were carved with hexagonal patterns, a core chamber gate, unmistakably artificial. System runes hovered faintly around it, indicating the presence of a dungeon boss. To the right, a jagged break in the wall more like a wound than a passage. Black roots crawled along its edges like fingers trying to keep something inside. The stone was scarred, the ground burned. And yet, that was where the fragment pulsed most violently. System notification. Standard dungeon core, path left. Status: boss room locked, requires core crystal activation. Reward: dungeon clearance token plus exit. Unstable echo path, path right. Status: ritual residue detected. Risk: high. Objective: unknown. Synchronization spike detected. Warning: whispering eyes energy signature active. Kuro leapt from Lin Hai's shoulder and landed between the two paths. He hissed, at the right path. Lin Hai took a breath. This isn't just a dungeon anymore, he muttered. He didn't know why this place had a secondary ritual chamber. Dungeons weren't supposed to have altars. They weren't supposed to speak. But ever since the fragment had awakened, the lines between beast and cult, system and corruption, had started to bend. Maybe this was a trap. Maybe this was exactly where he was supposed to go. He turned right. The tunnel narrowed, forcing Lin Hai to lower his head and brush aside roots thick with dark sap. With every step, the system flickered, its data slowing, lagging as if the environment resisted classification. Environmental control interference detected. Spiritual signature overlap. Dungeon core, 46%. Unknown entity, 54%. Even the dungeon was losing control of itself. The passage opened into a chamber unlike anything he'd seen. There were no monsters, no corpses, just silence and something worse. At the center stood a half-collapsed stone altar, glowing faintly with red runes shaped like eyes. Around it sat 4 empty robes, Eastwind Academy issue but twisted, altered. Symbols of the Academy overwritten with spirals, slashes and teeth. The altar was cracked. A blade lay embedded in its center, black steel, curved, humming faintly with pulsing chi. Not corrupted. Not clean. Balanced on the edge of both. Artifact detected, obsidian fang. Weapon class, saber adaptive. Passive effect, echo pulse, channels residual memory in slashes. Warning, item has accepted cultic chi. System interference possible. Lin Hai approached slowly. Fragment reacting, sync at 89%. They left it here, for you? His hand hovered over the hilt. Then someone spoke. You really shouldn't be here. He spun. A figure stepped out of the shadows on the far side of the altar. She was young, his age maybe younger. Pale skin. Eyes dull, unfocused. Her robe was torn at the sleeves, and her voice sounded hollow, as if something else was speaking through her. Entity detected, initiate of whispering eyes. Name, Mayan. Status, incomplete conversion. Mental state, fragmented. Hostile, unknown. I told them no, she said softly. But they marked me anyway. They said, if I left I would dissolve. Lin Hai stepped forward carefully. You're still fighting it. She looked up. Her eyes shimmered faintly. Maybe. Or maybe this is all that's left of me. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small black crystal, like a fragment of his own. This is a voice. It whispers that you're one of us now. I'm not. But you touched the seal. I fought it. But you didn't reject it, she said. You accepted the vision. The fragment. The sense. Lin Hai hesitated. Because she wasn't wrong. And that terrified him more than any monster. The altar behind her flared. The robes on the ground stood up. No bodies. Just robes filled with something unseen. 4 of them, floating, arms raised, mouths moving beneath invisible faces. Ritual echo initiated, auto defense mechanism. Combat encounter, 4x echo robes. Traits, illusion casting, binding chant, memory drain. Objective, survive or destroy anchor, obsidian fang. Mayan didn't move. Run if you want, she said. Or take the blade. What happens if I do? You'll hear them louder. Lin Hai looked at the robes, already chanting, shadows swirling around their hems. Kuro leapt onto the altar and crouched beside the saber. A message blinked. Choice point reached. Interact with obsidian fang? Yes. Engage weapon bound by echo chi. Temporary increase in combat power. Fragment sync will increase. No. Engage echo robes with base technique. Higher difficulty. Less exposure risk. The blade hummed again, not calling but waiting. Lin Hai didn't breathe. He reached out. His hand closed around the hilt. Obsidian fang equipped. Chi compatibility, 53%. Combat skill unlocked. Echo cut, LV, 1. A sweeping arc infused with stored emotional chi. Weakens illusion and chant-based enemies. Side effect. Whisper level increased. System barrier holding. Lin Hai stepped forward. And the robes shrieked. The moment Lin Hai gripped obsidian fang, the temperature in the ritual chamber dropped like stone in a well. The saber's hilt pulsed against his palm, not warm, not cold. Just present. A heartbeat of something long buried. The 4 echo robes surged toward him, gliding soundlessly, their sleeves flaring like wings of shadow. Chanting rang out, voices overlapping in a language Lin Hai didn't recognize but felt. Each word pulled at his thoughts, fraying the edge of his mind like fingers tugging loose thread. Combat initiated, Echo Robes X4. Chant Aura. Mind deterioration, slow. Obsidian Fong combat effect activated. Echo Cut LV, 1. Anti-illusion plus weakening strike. Lin Hai didn't hesitate. He stepped into a wide arc, slashing horizontally with the saber. Dark chi surged from the blade's edge, a curved wave of pressure that hit the nearest robe dead on. The illusion tore like paper. The robe dropped to the ground lifeless once more. 1 down. The other 3 shifted. Suddenly he was surrounded, the room spinning with mirrored images of the robes, 20-30 of them chanting at once. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. Spectral sense, active. Locating source, 82%, 93%. There. One to the right pulsed with fear, the real one. He pivoted and lunged, flowing iron fist in his offhand striking just ahead of the saber's follow-through. Crack. Slash. The robe scream was silent, but the illusion collapsed instantly. Battle reflection triggered, echo chant pattern recognized. Plus 10% evasion versus chant-based enemies for 10 minutes. The remaining 2 robes pulled away, drifting higher toward the chamber ceiling. Their sleeves unraveled into long black tendrils, whipping down toward Lin Hai's head and neck. Kuro leapt from the altar, intercepting one tendril with a burst of shadowy energy. The second wrapped around Lin Hai's arm. It burned. Not just skin thoughts. Images flooded his mind. Roilan screaming. Minshue limp and cold. His parents' eyes empty, turned to stone. No. He roared, breaking the grip with a blast of raw chi from his core. The saber pulsed, answering. Upgrade point available, spend now. Upgrade Echo Cut. Improve stat, mind, body, energy. Evolve passive skill. He made the decision on instinct. Upgrade Echo Cut. Echo Cut LV, 2. Effect enhanced. Increased range. Disrupts chant energy and silences echo constructs for 5 seconds. Side effect. Increased sync with Obsidian Fong. Fragment sync, 93%. He leapt toward the final 2 robes. The blade moved like liquid thought. 1 slash. 2. 3. Shadow was torn away. Silence crashed over the chamber. All 4 robes fell. For a moment, Lin Hai stood motionless, breath ragged, saber humming faintly. Then Mei En stepped forward from the shadows. You could have destroyed the blade, she said. I considered it. And chose power instead. Lin Hai didn't answer. She studied him for a moment. Then reached into her robe and pulled out a carved token, round, bone-white, etched with a spiral and a slit pupil in the center. Occult insignia. I was supposed to offer this to you, she said. If you passed the test. If you used the blade. If you saw the echoes. Why? Because you're already marked, she whispered. They knew you'd choose to listen. That you'd understand the power waiting beneath the lie of balance. I'm not one of you, he said. Not yet. But the eye doesn't need loyalty. Only potential. She dropped the token. Shattered. Then she turned and walked into the shadows, vanishing between the roots. Gone. A low rumble filled the chamber. The altar cracked in half. The walls pulsed. Final core chamber unlocked, boss gate active. Return to central path. Dungeon exit available upon core stabilization. Lin Hai took one last look at the chamber. Then turned back through the tunnel. The boss room was quiet. At its center stood a crimson vein golem, half-formed and bound to the core. It rose from the floor with a groan, barely active. He didn't even need to use the saber. His flowing iron fist, enhanced by battle rhythm and reflex, took it down in under a minute. Dungeon core stabilized. Exit portal formed. Reward tier, B. Bonus acquired. Obsidian Fong bound, growth cap unlocked. Echo cut, LV, 2. Spectral sense. Quest chain unlocked. Eyes beneath the world. As Lin Hai stepped through the gate, his body tingled. System rebalancing his chi, healing minor injuries, restoring stability. But one thing didn't fade. The sigil on his forearm. It now glowed faintly red, pulsing once every few seconds. Mark status. Stage 2 initiated. System note. Interference growing. Next sync spike expected in 5 days. But it wasn't just a warning this time. It came with a message. Not in his system. Not in his mind. But deep in his soul. The eye is open. And Lin Hai knew. He'd been noticed. The dungeon gate rippled once, then tore open like a wound in the air. Lin Hai stepped out into the gray afternoon light, his boots scraping across the stone as the rift sealed behind him with a snap and a gust of cold air. Silence greeted him. No cheers. No instructors. Just a single recorder crystal on a floating platform nearby, blinking faintly as it recorded his emergence. A solo return. The first in nearly 3 months from Black Vein Cavern. Students who had gathered nearby, likely waiting for their own assignments or to spectate dungeon clearances, stared as he walked past. He was bloodstained but upright, wounded but standing. And his eyes, they were different now. One whisper reached his ears. Wasn't that gate supposed to be cursed? Another, no one's made it out alive since the last 5-man team. What did he do in there? Kuro perched on his shoulder, tail lashing. From the academy tower, Lin Hai felt it before he saw it, watching eyes. Not just gossiping students. Higher. Hidden. On a distant rooftop, a figure stood still, completely cloaked in black. A mask of polished gray reflected the sky. Just like in the first dungeon. The same figure. No one else noticed it. And the moment Lin Hai's eyes locked with the mask, it vanished. Not stepped back. Not turned. Gone. He was halfway to the main campus when a voice barked from behind. Lin Hai. Halt. Instructor Jian. He stood in the middle of the walkway, arms folded, expression unreadable. You're not going to debrief? Jian asked. I thought I'd clean up first. You can bleed later, Jian said, stepping closer. Right now, I want answers. Lin Hai sighed inwardly. Follow me. The evaluation chamber was buried beneath the central tower. It smelled of chalk and incense, its walls lined with wards and dampening circles. Students rarely came here unless they were being considered for elite advancement or interrogation. Stand in the center, Jian ordered, walking to the outer ring. Lin Hai obeyed. A circular platform beneath him lit up. Symbols flickered beneath his boots, tracking chi flow, pressure, circulation. System disruption detected. Status panel concealed. Suppression field, Tier 3, adjusting sync to passive mode. Lin Hai kept his breathing steady. The system dimmed, fading to a whisper at the edge of his awareness. A green orb hovered beside the platform. Jian narrowed his eyes, watching the data stream. You advanced 1 full stage, he muttered. Somewhat, Lin Hai replied carefully. And your core pressure reads as split, Jian said. Not unbalanced, split. Like you formed an auxiliary channel without fusing it. I can't explain that. Jian stepped forward. Did you consume anything irregular? Touch an unstable core? Pick up an unknown technique? I picked up a saber. From where? A hidden chamber. Deep in the dungeon. Jian's eyes flickered. And you used it? Lin Hai nodded. The silence between them grew. Show me your forearm, Jian said at last. Lin Hai froze. Why? Jian's gaze didn't waver. Because I've seen that glow under your sleeve. And because 20 years ago, I watched a boy stand where you're standing now, with the same glow. Heart thudding, Lin Hai slowly unwrapped the cloth around his forearm. The sigil gleamed beneath the warding lights, no longer faint. The eye-shaped mark had deepened, its outline sharp and red, pulsing every few seconds like a heartbeat. Jian stared for a long time. Then stepped back, arms crossed. I had a student named Lian Zhou, he said. Quiet. Average. Nothing special. He entered a dungeon with a team. Came back alone. He had that same mark on his arm. What happened to him? He disappeared 3 weeks later. No warning. No trace. Jian turned away, walking to the wall and placing a hand on a spirit panel. A flame ignited inside, casting the room in orange light. No one believed me when I said he was taken, Jian continued. That something got into his mind and started growing. He started talking in his sleep, writing in languages no one could read. Then one night he walked out of his dorm, left his robe on the bench, never came back. He looked at Lin Hai. I don't know what's touched you, but it's here. Now, inside Eastwind. I'm not him, Lin Hai said quietly. I didn't say you were, but I am telling you this. Jian stepped close. If I see you break, if I see even a flicker of something that doesn't belong, I will put you down myself. The silence was absolute. Lin Hai nodded slowly. Understood. Jian stepped back, jaw clenched. You're dismissed. But this isn't over. As Lin Hai left the chamber, the platform faded behind him. He tightened the wrap around his forearm, heart heavy. The sigil still pulsed. The blade at his side felt heavier with each step. And he knew beyond any doubt. He wasn't just marked by the eye. He was being measured, tested, watched. Instructor Jian didn't summon Lin Hai. He didn't need to. The very next day, Jian was waiting for him after morning drills, leaning against a courtyard pillar, arms folded, watching Lin Hai the way a swordsmith might watch a blade fresh from the fire, waiting to see if it would hold or shatter. Walk with me, Jian said simply. No threat, no bark. But Lin Hai obeyed without hesitation. They moved through the quieter parts of Eastwind Academy, where stone lanterns flickered in alcoves and the air smelled faintly of incense and wet pine. Few students came here. Fewer still were invited. I know you're not telling me everything, Jian said, not looking at him. I've trained long enough to know when a student is lying. I didn't lie. You withheld. Yes. Jian stopped beside a small koi pond and gazed down into the water. The orange and white fish below glided in silence, unbothered by marks or monsters or secrets. He reached into his robe and pulled out an old talisman, faded parchment torn at the edges. The ink had bled in places, but Lin Hai could still make out the symbol drawn at its center. An eye. Not glowing. Not active. But familiar. Lian Zhou wore this, Jian said. He left it behind the night he vanished. I didn't know what it meant then. And now? I think it means we're not fighting what we think we're fighting. Jian looked at Lin Hai. This cult, these dungeons, this isn't about beast cores or corrupted chi anymore. Lin Hai stayed silent. I've started seeing signs across the city, Jian continued. Merchants who never blink. Children reciting names no one taught them. A guard who walked into a wall for 30 minutes without noticing. You think they've already infiltrated the city? I know they have. And if I know, Jian's voice dropped. Then so does the military. That caught Lin Hai's attention. Wait, the military knows. They know enough, Jian said grimly. Enough to fear what happens when the eye opens fully. Enough to track those who bear the mark. And if they think you're losing control. He let the sentence hang. They'll kill me, Lin Hai finished. No, Jian turned. They'll erase you. The koi swam in slow circles below them. Jian put the talisman away. Tell me this, Lin Hai, do you still want to be a cultivator? Or do you just want to survive what's happening to you? The question hit harder than expected. Lin Hai didn't answer right away. He thought of his parents breaking themselves to buy him pills. Of Min Shui laughing through every training day. Of Rui Lan, sneaking him into restricted files with nothing but stubborn curiosity. He thought of the dungeon. Of the echo seal. Of himself in the mirror. I want to fight, he said finally. Not because I want to kill. But because I don't want to be claimed. Not by the mark. Not by fear. Not by them. Jian nodded once. It was not praise. Not encouragement. It was a man recognizing a decision. And the cost that came with it. As they turned back toward the courtyard, Jian stopped him one last time. If you feel it changing you, he said, if you wake up one day and the things in your dreams feel more real than the ones you love, tell me. Before it's too late. I will, Lin Hai said. But deep down he wasn't sure if he meant it. Because if he did change, would he even still be himself enough to know? Late at night, Eastwind Academy's outer halls fell into stillness. The lanterns lining the walkways dimmed to soft embers. Wind stirred the flags above the rooftops. And in the shadows between the dorm towers and the pill division, two cloaked figures moved silently across the stone. Rui Lan unlocked the service gate to the Lan family archive wing, her breath visible in the cold air. We have 10 minutes before the patrol orb sweeps back. Lin Hai followed her inside. Remind me again, he whispered, how exactly you're allowed in here? She gave him a crooked smile. Technically I'm not. But my uncle still thinks I'm researching rare spiritual poisons. So we're safe unless the barrier screams. The archive was built like a vault, thick stone walls, heavy shelves lined with scrolls, talismans, and bound ledgers that hummed with suppressed spiritual energy. The entire chamber smelled of old ink and dried sage. Start there, Rui Lan said, pointing to a black lacquered cabinet. Marked cases. Dungeon survivors. People with recorded post-trial anomalies. Lin Hai opened the drawer. Hundreds of thin metal cards slid into view, each engraved with a name, trial designation, and status. He flipped through them quickly. Most of these are expired, he muttered. Failed students. Missing or dead. That's the point, Rui Lan said softly. No one survives this kind of mark for long. He paused as one name caught his eye. Inmate, trial, hollow spiral ruins, status, vanished. Mark classification, untraceable sigil, type 3. Recorded traits, emotional-based chi mutation, reflective illusions. Observation terminated, day 12 postmark. It was her. The girl from the ritual chamber. She had once been a student here. Rui Lan cursed under her breath. They scrubbed her from the registry. She's not on the current rolls. She was, Lin Hai said. And she still wore part of the academy uniform in the dungeon. That means someone here sent her into that trial. Knowing. She opened a second drawer. The ones they called veil-touched, those are rarer. Family-linked cases. Bloodline awakenings after contact with echo-tier anomalies. Lin Hai's heart beat faster. Family? They recorded any student with sudden affinity shifts, emotion-based powers, or fragment resonance. Most died. A few disappeared. Rui Lan's hand froze as she pulled one card free. She held it out slowly. Lin Hai took it. Lin Qin, trial, glass maw core, status, civilian reclassification. Affinity awakening, unknown, core level chi pulse recorded. Mark, present, sigil, I variant. Notes, rejected academy track. Relocated to civilian district. Flagged, veil touched, class 2. Lin Hai stared at the card. Then again. And again. His father. The name was right. The age. Even the grainy photo, 15 years old, same jawline, same eyes, just more tired. Your father was a student here, Ruelan whispered. And he was marked. Lin Hai felt cold all the way down to his spine. He never said anything. He just told me he tried the trials once and failed. He didn't fail, she said. They reclassified him. Sent him out before something else could happen. What is veil touched supposed to mean? Ruelan hesitated, then turned and pulled a third card from a separate section. Internal Terminology Index, restricted use only, veil touch. An individual exposed to echo-tier spiritual contamination typically exhibits unstable emotional traits, spiritual bleed-through and memory trace anomalies. Potentially valuable for infiltration countermeasures or eye-based ritualism. Risk, progressive loss of identity. Lin Hai's hands shook. He put the cards down. Why wouldn't he tell me? He asked. Why hide it? Why pretend we were just normal? Because if the military knew what he was, Ruelan said gently, they'd monitor your whole family. Maybe worse. The archive room felt colder than before. Kuro, sitting silently near the door, let out a low growl. Ruelan looked toward the shelves. There's more here. Files from old investigations, bloodline records, the gate echo list. No, Lin Hai said. We've seen enough for tonight. She turned to him. Are you okay? No. But he smiled faintly. That just means I'm still me. Back in his dorm room, Lin Hai lit a single candle and stared at the wall. His father had survived this once. Survived the mark, the eye, the whispers, and walked away. But Lin Hai wasn't sure he could. Because every time he closed his eyes now, he heard things moving in the quiet. And they knew his name. The first dream came that night. But it didn't feel like a dream. It began with silence. Then breath. Lin Hai stood in an ancient hall carved of obsidian and bone. Candles lined the walls, hundreds each with a flame that didn't flicker, didn't move, didn't live. Their light was colorless. He walked, barefoot, his robe dragging behind him. Not his uniform. Not his own clothes. This one was darker. Heavier. Lined with red stitching. And at its chest, the symbol. The eye. You've walked far. The voice came from everywhere. And nowhere. Lin Hai didn't answer. Because he wasn't the one speaking. He was watching, from inside his own body. His hands moved without thought. They raised. At the center of the hall, atop a spiral of chained bones, a woman knelt, blindfolded, robes soaked in ash and oil. Let her see, said the voice. His hands moved. A blade appeared in them, black, curved, crackling faintly. Obsidian fong. He knelt and pressed the blade to her forehead. Light pulsed, red then white then gone. She collapsed forward. No blood. But something in her was hollowed out. Lin Hai awoke with a gasp, heart pounding, sweat soaking his sheets. He blinked rapidly, trying to force the image away. But it stayed. That wasn't a nightmare. It was a memory. And not his. System alert, foreign dream signature detected. Category, echo level vision, forced induction. Containment status, unstable. Sigil corruption spike, plus 4%. Current threshold, 48%. Time until stage 3 manifestation, 5 days. He sat up, breath shallow. Kuro was nowhere to be seen. Not under the bed. Not on the windowsill. Not in the room. His usual presence, silent, shadowy, anchoring, was just gone. A part of Lin Hai didn't blame him. The next day he found small traces left behind. A few flakes of black ash on the edge of his pillow. A faint scent, damp stone and burnt incense. He touched the pillow and flinched. A pulse of energy rippled up his arm. For a second he heard chanting again. He dropped it immediately. Over the following days the dreams continued. He stopped writing them down. There was no point. Every time he was someone else. Wearing robes. Giving orders. Accepting kneeling cultists. Reciting verses in languages he shouldn't have understood. But now he did. Every time he woke, the eye on his arm burned a little brighter. One night he dreamed of the academy. But not as it was now. No students. No light. Just empty halls filled with chains. The instructors wore masks. Jian stood at the gate holding a blade. Blood ran down his face and he whispered, "You should have told me." When Lin Hai turned to flee he passed a mirror. And the reflection looked exactly like the masked cultist from the first dungeon. Same robe. Same stance. Same voice. The eye is open. And your voice has joined the chorus. He woke with blood on his lower lip. Bitten during the dream. He sat up, staring at the candlelight flickering on the walls. A timer in the system blinked steadily at the corner of his vision. Sigil stage 3 countdown, 4 days. Later that evening Ruelan passed him in the hallway. She paused. "You haven't been sleeping." He didn't deny it. "You're seeing things now, aren't you?" she asked quietly. "Dreaming things. Things that don't feel like they belong to you." He looked at her and for a moment she understood, truly understood, without him needing to say a word. Ruelan stepped closer. "Then hold on to one thing," she said. One memory that's only yours. A moment. A voice. A reason. She tapped his forehead lightly. If the eye ever tries to take you, fight it with that. Lin Hai nodded, though he didn't speak. Because the truth was, he didn't know what that one thing would be. Not yet. That night, Kuro returned. Silently. Slowly. He climbed onto Lin Hai's bed, curled at the corner, and stared without blinking. Lin Hai looked down at the faintly glowing sigil on his forearm. And for the first time he whispered, not a system command, not a technique. Just a question. Who am I becoming? No answer came. Only silence. And the echo of a dream. Lin Hai opened his locker after evening drills to find a note. Unsealed. Folded once. He scanned it quickly. No name. No crest. Only 7 handwritten words, drawn in black ink. We have watched. You have passed. There was no signature. No threat. But the pulse on his forearm surged the moment he touched the paper. Kuro let out a low growl from the bench behind him. The system flickered softly in his vision. Sigil reaction detected. Mental influence, passive. Suggested action, ignore, do not respond. But something told Lin Hai it wouldn't matter. They weren't asking. They were already waiting. He slipped away from the dorms after midnight. The message didn't give a time. Or a place. But he knew where to go. The Academy's south garden, a narrow courtyard filled with willow trees and half-buried prayer stones, was always empty at night. Too quiet. Too forgotten. It was a place meant for whispers. The moment Lin Hai stepped through the archway, the wind died. A figure stood beneath one of the trees, waiting in stillness. Tall. Robed in gray. Matte. Not the same as before. This one bore no insignia, no spiral. Just a flat face of bone-white stone, featureless except for a faint symbol carved at the center. An open eye. Lin Hai didn't flinch. The figure tilted its head. You're not afraid, it said. The voice was soft. Yeah. Come. I've seen worse. You've seen echoes. Shadows. Reflections. But not yet truth. Lin Hai crossed his arms. You're from the whispering eyes. The figure stepped forward. No. I am of the eye. We don't belong to it. We become it. What do you want? To give you what no one else has. Silence. Then. A choice. The figure reached into its sleeve and pulled out a coin, metallic, dark gray, etched on both sides. One side bore the eye. The other a mirror. The coin was warm. Lin Hai didn't move to take it. You're not trying to kill me, he said. We never kill the marked, the figure replied. Only offer. The eye does not enslave. It reveals. All things. All lies. Even the ones you keep from yourself. You expect me to join you? I expect nothing. You are not a soldier. You are not a puppet. You are what the mark made you chosen. The coin hovered in the air between them. Take it and see. Lin Hai hesitated. He knew it was dangerous. He knew it would pull something open. But something in him wanted to understand. To see the full picture. He reached out and touched the coin with his fingers. The world tilted. The sky blinked. And for a heartbeat, Lin Hai stood not in the garden, but on a stone platform surrounded by endless black. Behind him, robed figures knelt. In front of him, a mirror as tall as the sky. And in the mirror, he wore the mask. He saw himself looking back, expressionless, silent. And then he spoke. The eye does not choose the weak. You are not here by mistake. You are not marked to be owned. You are marked to become. The mirror shattered. Lin Hai staggered back, eyes wide. The figure was already gone. Only the coin remained on the ground. He picked it up slowly. The metal was cold now. No weight. No whisper. System alert. Foreign symbol registered. Coin of reflection. Status, inert for now. Corruption spike, +1%. Sigil threshold, 49%. Remaining days until stage 3. Back in his room, Lin Hai sat in silence. Kuro didn't curl near him. Didn't purr. Only stared. The coin rested on the desk beside the candle. And the mark on Lin Hai's arm pulsed softly, once, twice. As if acknowledging the moment. The system message came just after dawn. System alert, sigil stage 3 incoming. Synchronization level, 91%. Estimated time until critical threshold, 72 hours. Suppression barrier, failing. Risk, cognitive interference, personality drift, mental contamination. Suggested action, seek containment. Warning, no action will result in irreversible exposure. Lin Hai stood in the dorm courtyard, eyes on the sky. 3 days. That was all the time he had left. Not until death. Not even madness. Until change. 3 days, Ruelan said, pacing in tight circles around the edge of the old pill lab. She had dragged Lin Hai into the closed facility the moment he told her. I need to seal it, she muttered. I can seal it. There's a method, volatile, but it works. It isolates the mark, burns the nerve threads around the chi channels, and forces it into dormancy. What's the success rate? 37%. And the failure? She didn't answer. He smiled faintly. That bad? You'd lose your connection to your core, she said softly. Permanently. No more cultivation. No more chi flow. Not even body tempering. Lin Hai stared at the faded tiles of the lab floor. She stood across from him. Frustrated. Afraid. Determined. I know you think you can control this, Lin Hai. But there's a point where willpower isn't enough. This mark doesn't want balance. It doesn't stop. You've seen it. He didn't speak for a moment. Then, would you still talk to me if I wore the mask? I'd break your legs before you took it off, she said, eyes burning. But yes. Instructor Jian came that night. No invitation. No warning. Just appeared outside Lin Hai's dorm after evening lockout, arms folded, coat caught in the wind. You need to leave the campus, he said. Lin Hai stepped outside. What? There's a place. A holding sanctuary. A veil bunker under the city. A prison. A safeguard. I'm not going. Jian's eyes narrowed. You think you'll survive what's coming without killing someone? He asked. Without hurting someone you care about? No. Then why not let us help you? Because you're trying to keep me out of the fire, Lin Hai said. And I think the only way to survive this is to walk through it. Jian stared at him for a long time, then shook his head. You're braver than I was. Or more foolish. He handed Lin Hai a small talisman, etched with the academy seal and reinforced with a thread of Jian's personal chi. If the voices get too loud, he said, burn this. I'll find you. No matter where you are. And then he left. The next day the reflections changed. Mirrors, windows, even puddles. Wherever Lin Hai looked, he caught glimpses of eyes staring back. Sometimes open, sometimes blinking, always vanishing when he turned. Kuro hissed at the glass in the mess hall. Knocked over a teacup staring at his own reflection. The whispers hadn't spoken yet. But they were there. Sigil synchronization, 94%. Side effect, emotional anchors weakening. System note, memories may begin to blur. Recommended, choose an anchor. An anchor? Lin Hai asked aloud, sitting in the corner of the library's second level. The system replied in a flicker of text only he could see. A memory. A person. A principle. Hold it tightly. Or risk forgetting who you were. He closed his eyes. He tried to picture his mother's smile. The sting of Min Shue's teasing. The day his father gave him his first training gloves, so worn they tore during drills. He held that image like a lifeline. Ruelan found him later that evening, hunched over a training dummy, fists bleeding from repetitive strikes. She didn't ask questions. She just rapped his knuckles in silence. You're not going to let anyone in once this starts, are you? She asked. I already did, he said. And look what it got me. She pressed the final rap into place. You're still Lin Hai. I don't know what that means anymore. She stood slowly. Then figure it out. Because in 3 days, no one else can do it for you. That night, Lin Hai stood in front of his mirror. He rolled up his sleeve. The sigil was no longer pulsing. It was glowing. A low, steady red like a buried ember waiting for air. Sigil status, stage 2.9. Threshold approaching. 48 hours remain. He looked into the mirror. No whispers. No visions. Just a boy with too many questions and a choice running out of time. And somewhere, deep in the stillness of his spirit, the eye was waiting. It happened during a routine sparring drill. Clear skies. Mid-morning sun. Instructor Jian watching from the far end of the courtyard. Lin Hai stood across from a third-year student named Wu Sen, a water affinity cultivator known for defensive technique and precise footwork. They had sparred before. Always friendly. No real rivalry. Just training. But Lin Hai felt off. His heartbeat was fast. Too fast. Sigil sync, 95%. Alert, emotional regulation compromised. Status, instability escalating. Suggested action, withdraw from training. He ignored it. Not here. Not now. He could control it. He had to. Begin, the assistant instructor called out. Wu Sen struck first, probing jabs with a short spear, water wrapped like silver thread. Light. Clean. Lin Hai countered smoothly, shifting with flowing iron footwork, deflecting strikes with minimal force. He didn't even need to think about it anymore. But then, a pulse. Hot. Sure. The mark on his arm surged. For a second, everything slowed. He could see Wu Sen's chi flow. The tension in his shoulder. The slight tilt of his heel before a pivot. He moved. Not just fast, perfectly. Flowing iron fist plus echo cut. The impact came like thunder. Crack. Wu Sen flew across the courtyard, slammed into the practice pillar and crumpled to the stone. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Silence fell. A dozen students rushed forward. 2 healers sprinted from the aid tower. Jian barked orders. The assistant instructor shouted for everyone to clear the field. Lin Hai stood frozen in place. He hadn't meant to hit that hard. Hadn't meant to aim for the rib. But the mark had driven him. He felt it. A second later it was gone. He'll recover, Jian said an hour later. Cracked ribs. Mild spiritual trauma. Could have been worse. Lin Hai sat alone in the instructor's side chamber, hands cuffed in light forged chi bands, temporary restraints meant to prevent aura outbursts. He wasn't ready, Lin Hai whispered. Neither were you, Jian said, his voice calm but sharp. That strike wasn't yours. It was the mark's. I didn't mean. Intent doesn't matter when someone's unconscious. Jian walked to the wall, pulled down a set of parchment sheets and held one up. This is a containment request. For me? Yes. The school wants to detain me? They want to sedate you. Isolate you. Study you. Lin Hai's breath caught. Will you let them? Jian didn't answer right away. But his silence was loud enough. That night, under a cloak in the moon, Lin Hai ran. He fled through the supply tunnels beneath the East Barracks, cutting through unused maintenance shafts, slipping past inactive barrier wards using a glyph Ruelan gave him 2 weeks ago, just in case. He didn't know where to go. He only knew he couldn't stay. And then he felt it. A whisper. Not from the eye. From below. A tug, not of danger but resonance. Familiar. Guiding. He followed it. It led to a sealed gate hidden behind an abandoned well beneath the old prayer grounds. The lock was ancient, rusted, tied with a single red talisman. Words were scratched into the wood, barely visible. For the ones who see. The moment Lin Hai touched the door, the talisman dissolved. Inside was dust. Silence. Old stone and older shadows. The chamber was small, no more than a meditation hall carved into the rock. Circular. Hollow. The floor was painted with a faded sigil. Not the eye but a balanced symbol. A pair of curved shapes spiraling around a single line. At the center sat a raised stone slab. And on it a book. He picked it up. The cover was cracked leather, bound with silver thread. A name was carved into the front in old script. Zhen Liao, last of the marked teachers. Lin Hai opened it. The handwriting inside was clean. Sure. Precise. The first page. If you are reading this, then you are carrying what I once carried. Let me teach you what I learned too late. He read through the night. And with every line, the weight of the mark didn't grow heavier. It grew clearer. The candle burned low in the underlevel sanctuary. Lin Hai sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, Zhen Liao's journal resting on his lap. The script inside flowed like ink poured from discipline. Balanced, clear, deliberate. Each line held weight. The mark is not a chain, it is a reflection. It doesn't give you new power. It reveals what is already inside you. The ones who fall are not corrupted by the eye, they are swallowed by their own hunger. Lin Hai closed the journal slowly. For the first time he truly understood. The eye didn't dominate. It invited. System note, emotional stability returning. Suggestion, begin focus ritual. Object, fragment. Object, coin of reflection. Warning, mind space traversal is unregulated. Outcome unpredictable. Progress toward stage 3 sync, 98%. Time remaining, 27 hours. Kuro stirred in the shadows, tail twitching. His eyes glowed faintly, uncertain but not afraid. Lin Hai took a breath. He placed obsidian fang across his knees, set the fragment in front of him, and balanced the coin on his palm. He whispered one word. Show me. The world shattered like glass. He stood in a vast chamber made of cracked mirrors. Each one reflected a version of him. Some older. Some younger. Some wearing different armor, carrying different blades. Some wore the mask. Some bled from the eyes. And in the center stood a single figure. Lin Hai stepped forward. The figure turned. It was him. Almost. The robes were darker, torn at the edges. The eyes glowed faint red rimmed with black veins. The mark on the forearm blazed like fire. He wore no mask. Because he didn't need to hide. Hello, the reflection said, smiling faintly. Finally ready to talk to yourself? Lin Hai didn't reply. You've seen what we could be, the other Lin Hai continued. Stronger. Faster. Unbound. The eye doesn't control us. It unlocks us. You're not me, Lin Hai said. I'm what you could be, the voice replied. What you've already started becoming. Mental duel initiated, mirror construct versus host. Domain, internal spirit hall. Stakes, alignment shift, core integrity, identity stabilization. System tip, remember your anchor. Lin Hai stepped into stance. Flowing iron fist. Echo cut ready in his right. The construct didn't mirror him, it wielded something else. Fragment blade, twin-edged, pulsing with unstable emotion. The duel began. The first clash was explosive. Lin Hai launched a jab to test range, blocked instantly. A high spin kick was countered mid-air with a sweep of the fragment blade that shattered the stone beneath them. The reflection didn't fight better. It fought harder. Faster. More reckless. More willing to bleed for a strike. You hesitate, the other Lin Hai shouted. That's why you'll break. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. He shifted back using spectral sense, reading the emotional heat of his opponent's rage and arrogance. He ducked low, dropped into a reverse sweep and caught the reflection off balance. What? He struck clean, sending the construct staggering. Battle reflection active, pattern assimilation 70%. But it recovered quickly. You think control makes you strong? It hissed. It weakens you. You're afraid of what you could be if you stopped caring. I'm not afraid of power, Lin Hai said. I'm afraid of becoming you. Another charge. They clashed again, chi ringing through the air like bells cracking. Strike, strike, counter, block. Lin Hai began to feel the rhythm, every move built from emotion. Every strike an expression of something held back. The reflection pressed in, now laughing. You don't have a real reason to fight. No purpose. No vow. Lin Hai's foot slid. His breath caught. The memory twisted. He saw his mother coughing in the kitchen. His father's hands raw from lifting crates. Pills on the table. Empty wrappers. Their tired smiles. And he remembered. I fight so they don't have to, Lin Hai said. I fight so I can walk home and still be me. I fight because this power doesn't define me, I define it. The air pulsed. Anchor established, core memory stabilized. Battle flow surging. He charged. One fist caught the reflection in the ribs. A second slammed into its chest. Then echo cut, straight across the mirror's core. Crack. The construct shattered into red light. Gone. Lin Hai dropped to one knee, breath ragged. The mirror chamber faded. The light returned. Internal trial complete. Status, core alignment stable. Trait acquired, echo resilience. When faced with illusion or identity threat, Lin Hai's self will now resist intrusion with increased stability. Synchronization with I, paused. Fragment reaction, calm. Remaining time to threshold, 17 hours. He opened his eyes. The chamber was still. Kuro curled up beside him again. And for the first time in days, the mark no longer ached. It began at midnight. No alarm. No pain. Just a soundless pulse that echoed from deep within Lin Hai's bones. He stood in the underlevel sanctuary, alone, awake, the coin resting in one hand and the fragment vibrating faintly in the other. Then the mark lit up. A flash of red light burned across his forearm and everything vanished. He awoke in darkness. Weightless. Floating in an endless expanse of black and gray clouds, no sky, no floor. No system interface. Only a voice. His voice. Lin Hai. You've reached the gate. Welcome to the threshold. Warning, you are now within a sealed psychic domain. Designation, threshold trial. Origin, sigil, stage 3. Status, trial of alignment. Outcome determines. Core identity stability. Sigil permanence. Ability to evolve without corruption. Trial 1, false betrayal. The world twisted. Suddenly he was standing in the Eastwind Academy courtyard, full of students. Ruelan stood beside him. Kuro watched from the wall. Then, screaming. Ruelan turned, eyes wide in horror. Instructor Jian's dead, someone shouted. Lin Hai killed him. He looked down. Blood on his hands. Obsidian fang in his grip. He stepped back, but Ruelan backed away faster. I trusted you, she whispered. We all did. No, this isn't real. The world rippled. A mirror cracked in the air above him. Trial 1 completed. Result, success. Reflection broken. Mental interference resisted. I know my hands, Lin Hai said to the nothing around him. I know my will. Trial 2, emotional flood. The ground fell away. He plunged into water. No breath. No surface. Inside the depths, images rushed toward him. Too fast, too sharp. His father begging someone in a military robe to leave his family alone. His mother weeping quietly into a sink filled with pill bottles. A vision of Kuro limp and bleeding in the ruins of Eastwind. Ruelan burning. Jin screaming his name with his throat cut. The pressure mounted. His chest burned. A voice whispered, let go. Drown. It's easier. No, he growled. I remember what's real. He clutched a single thread of memory. A boy. Small. Scared. Trying to punch a tree until his knuckles bled. His father knelt beside him and said, you don't get strong alone. But you don't get your kind of strong by waiting for permission either. He broke the surface. And gasped. Trial 2 completed. Result. Pass. Anchor memory reaffirmed. Emotional resilience increased. Trial 3 the choice. He stood at a table. Across from him sat the masked cultist, the one from the garden. Only now they removed the mask. It was Lin Hai. But older. Stronger. Come. With red eyes that did not blink. You've seen the truth, said the older version. You've survived it. There's no shame in accepting it. On the table rested a new coin. This one bore 2 eyes. One open. One closed. Take it, the other Lin Hai said. Become what you're meant to be. The eye does not devour. It liberates. And what do I become? Free. Beyond fear. Beyond guilt. Beyond failure. Lin Hai reached toward the coin. Stopped. I don't want to be beyond those things, he said. I want to feel them. Carry them. Control them. That's weakness. No. That's who I am. The coin cracked. Light surged. And the version of him across the table shattered like porcelain. The world spun. The eye closed. Threshold trial completed. Alignment chosen. Identity self-directed. Result, sigil stabilized. Permanent trait gained. Threshold core, tier 1. Your mind and spirit now house a spiritual anchor. Outside forces must now break this core to alter your alignment. Bonus ability unlocked. Mindfire Pulse 1x/day. Description. Release a blast of psychic chi that disables illusions, possession, or spirit channel effects in a 10-meter radius. Lin Hai awoke on the floor of the sanctuary. His breathing was slow. Controlled. Kuro sat beside him again. The fragment pulsed, not violently but in rhythm with his heartbeat. And the sigil on his arm wasn't just glowing now. It had changed. A red eye now sat inside a silver circle. Stable. Etched into his skin like a brand, but no longer pulsing with hunger. Sigil status, stable, self-aligned. Corruption, paused. Next threshold event, unknown. He stood up slowly, body aching, but intact. He had faced the eye. He hadn't submitted. And somehow he had shaped it. The dawn sky hung heavy with mist. Eastwind Academy lay quiet, too early for training, too late for curfew. A pale breeze stirred the flags above the towers, and the first light of morning filtered through the trees like memory through fog. Beneath it all, a hatch creaked open from the garden ruins behind the prayer tower. Lin Hai climbed out. Dust-streaked. Eyes red-rimmed. Breathing steady. He carried nothing but the fragment, the obsidian fang on his back, and a new scar across the palm of his right hand, cut during the third trial. The sigil on his forearm no longer glowed wildly. It sat beneath his skin like an answered question. Stable. Claimed. Not erased but his. Instructor Jian waited at the edge of the garden. Not surprised. Just still. 3 days, he said quietly. You vanished for 3 days. Lin Hai stopped a few paces away. I made it count. You crossed the line. I had to. Jian's eyes dropped to the sigil. He didn't speak for a long time. Finally, do you know what it means? That mark. I know what it doesn't mean, Lin Hai said. It doesn't mean I'm yours. Or theirs. Jian studied him jaw tight. Then slowly nodded. You're walking a thin edge, Lin Hai. You fall either way and the academy will turn on you. Then I won't fall. See that you don't. Jian turned and walked away. But he left something behind on the stone path. A small pouch. Lin Hai opened it. Inside were 2 pills, refined grade chi forged. Expensive. And a short note, scrawled in rough brush strokes. For when you choose to get stronger. Jian. Lin Hai stood in the courtyard alone. He didn't go back to his dorm. Instead he waited. And not long after Ruelan arrived, hair unbraided, still half-dressed from sleep, a bag of herbs slung over one shoulder. She didn't say anything. She just looked at him. He looked back. I'm still me, he said. She nodded once. I can see that. She stepped forward and lightly tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Next time bring backup. He smiled faintly. Next time I won't need it. She arched an eyebrow. Confidence. Dangerous in men with cursed marks. I prefer to call it balance. They sat together in the courtyard for a long time. Not speaking. Just breathing the same morning air, listening to the sounds of birds returning to the branches above. Somewhere deeper in the academy the day was beginning. But for Lin Hai it had already changed. System status, stable. Current alignment, self-directed. Sigil integrity, locked. Trait, threshold core, active. Skill, echo cut, LV2. Passive, battle reflection. New status effect, quiet resolve. You are no longer running. You are waiting for the moment to strike. The eye still watches, but now you watch back. Lin Hai stood as the first bell rang from the east tower. He looked up at the academy, quiet but alive. The eye hadn't broken him. And he hadn't sealed it away. He had claimed the line between fear and fury, and made it his own. Lin Hai returned to Eastwind like a ghost re-entering his own story. No announcement. No ceremony. Just quiet stares as he walked through the training yard. Students stopped mid-swing. Conversations dropped. He caught fragments. Is that him? 3 days underground. Did you hear what happened to Wu Xin? He's not even cuffed. Lin Hai kept walking. He wasn't angry. He wasn't ashamed. He simply was, and that, more than anything, made them wary. By midday the academy air had changed. During lecture, the senior instructor of spirit theory paused mid-sentence when Lin Hai stepped into the class. Not out of fear. Out of calculation. Every move Lin Hai made, every breath, was being measured. He took his usual seat near the window. Kuro curled at his feet, tail wrapped tightly around his body like a coiled shadow. Ruelan arrived late, dropped into the seat beside him and whispered without looking. You're officially more famous than the Swordmaster's granddaughter. Is that good? Only if you like being followed. He glanced toward the balcony. A shadow moved. A figure stood beyond the glass, dressed in muted green-gray robes. Military cut. Polished insignia. A calm, almost sterile stance. They vanished a moment later. System alert, external cultivation field detected. Classification, suppression tune chi field. Source, unknown. Affiliation match, silent banner, military surveillance division. After class, Jian didn't speak to him. But his gaze lingered longer than it should have. And he wasn't alone. Lin Hai passed two unfamiliar students near the inner courtyard. Older. Too calm. Their uniforms bore slight adjustments. Tighter cuffs, reinforced collars, no insignias. Not academy trained. He nodded as he passed. They didn't return it. But one of them tapped a jade slip the moment Lin Hai moved on. That evening, Ruelan cornered him behind the apothecary tower. You've got new shadows, she said. And I don't mean the creepy cult kind. Military? Worse, she muttered. Silent banner. I dug through my uncle's records. Lin Hai leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. Tell me. They're the ones the Empire sends when something can't be publicly acknowledged. Plagues, dark spirit infestations, rogue echo mutations. And me. They're not here to understand you, Lin Hai. They're here to decide what box to put you in. If none fits, they bury the box, he finished. She handed him a sealed scroll. That's from Instructor Jian. Slipped it under my door, said to give it to you directly. He broke the seal and unrolled it. Be careful. They aren't here to see if you're dangerous. They're here to confirm it. J. That night, Lin Hai walked alone through the Eastern meditation path, usually empty after curfew. But not tonight. A man stood in the middle of the stone bridge watching the koi pond below. He turned as Lin Hai approached. Average height. Late 30s. Silver-threaded hair. Mirror-polished eyes that didn't blink. No weapon visible. But Lin Hai felt it. Authority. You're Lin Hai, the man said. You're not part of the academy. The man smiled faintly. Correct. System ping, identity confirmed. Name Yuhan. Rank, commander. Affiliation, silent banner, echo containment unit. I'm not here to detain you, you said. Or threaten you. Then why are you here? To observe. To learn. And to offer possibilities. Lin Hai didn't move. You stabilized your sigil, you continued. First in 21 years. I didn't do it for you. Of course not. You tilted his head. But you did it. And now the eye is looking through you. Others will be drawn to it. People. Power. Conflict. Lin Hai clenched his fist. What do you want from me? You stepped forward. Nothing yet. Then handed him a polished jade slip. When you're ready to stop walking alone, you said, open that. It contains the name of a cultist currently embedded in Eastwind. He turned, walking away without another word. His final sentence was almost lost to the wind. The eyes game is centuries old. The only way to beat it is to play it back. Lin Hai stared at the slip. Didn't open it. Not yet. He looked down at his hand, where the sigil rested quietly under his skin. And for the first time in days, it was quiet, but not still. Lin Hai sat alone on the edge of the roof above the academy library, the moonlight casting pale reflections on the tiles beneath him. He turned the jade slip in his fingers for the 100th time. It was smooth, sealed with the tri-line etching of the silent banner, 3 cuts across an empty circle. Meant to symbolize containment. Clean, controlled. Cold. When you're ready to stop walking alone, you had said. Lin Hai wasn't ready. But he opened it anyway. The seal dissolved with a shimmer of chi. Words appeared written in tight black script. Target of interest, Shan Yu. Role, Assistant Spiritual Cultivation Instructor. Status, Suspected High-Level Whispering Eyes Infiltrator. Direct sightings, none. Behavioral flags, Emotionless state shifts, inconsistent spirit pressure signature, deviation from public record. Lin Hai stared at the name. Shan Yu. He knew that name. Everyone at Eastwind did. Instructor Shan was soft-spoken, middle-aged, always wore gloves during spirit training. Known for his knowledge of memory-based chi and emotional threading techniques. Lin Hai had taken 2 seminars with him. He was boring. The kind of man who handed out recovery pills to overworked students. Not the kind of man you expected to be a cultist. And that made it worse. Because that's exactly how you'd hide someone like him. System warning, sigil tension detected. Triggered, high-stress recognition pattern. Status, stable. Reaction, passive awareness only. Lin Hai breathed out through his teeth and closed the slip. He didn't trust you. But the eye didn't lie about danger. And the name on that slip, it triggered something inside him. Not fear. Not anger. Just the feeling that the game had moved forward again. He met Ruelan near the apothecary garden just before dawn. She had a bruise on her shoulder and bandages around her fingers, minor burn damage from a failed pill compression test. Nothing serious. But it made her look tired. Human. He told her everything. The jade slip. The name. Commander Yu's offer. Her reaction was instant. Shanyu, she said, eyes wide. That's impossible. He healed my spirit thread fracture last semester. He helped people. That's what they do. No, she said. You don't know that yet. You've seen monsters. You've fought them. But this is a man. What if Yu's just testing you? Seeing if you'll bite. I don't think he needs to test me. You don't know he's right. I don't need proof to be careful. She stepped back, folding her arms. And what happens when this becomes all you see, Lin Hai? What happens when every shadow is a cultist? Every smile a threat? He hesitated. Then I'll deal with it. She stared at him. Not angry. Not scared. Just sad. Don't become something you'd have fought last month. Later that morning, Lin Hai was summoned to a restricted pavilion near the North Ridge, a military clearance area built into the cliffs overlooking Eastwind's outer wall. Inside, Yuhan waited, standing beside a long black table covered in sealed scrolls and scentless incense. This is a quiet place, Yu said, gesturing for Lin Hai to sit. Even the wind doesn't carry here. Let's skip the poetry, Lin Hai said. You want me to spy on a teacher? No. I want you to observe. And confirm. You've seen the eye's effects. You've felt its presence. You're attuned. Which means I'm useful to you. It means you're valuable to everyone, you corrected. But that also makes you vulnerable. I'm offering balance. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. And the price. You reached under the table and placed a folded talisman onto the surface. System ping, artifact identified. Item, sigil drift barrier. Function, slow secondary mark spread in early stage exposure. Target affinity lock, Ruelan. Lin Hai's pulse jumped. What did you do to her? Nothing, you said calmly. But she was marked, partially. Low-level residue during your last shared trial. Left unchecked, it will evolve. This talisman keeps it dormant. Then give it to her. I'm offering it to you. You folded his hands. Help me confirm the cultist. Deliver the results personally. I'll give you this. And your friend keeps her soul. Lin Hai stood, fists clenched. You could have led with the threat. This isn't a threat, you said. It's a choice. You stabilized your mark. That makes you dangerous to the eye, and useful to us. Lin Hai picked up the talisman. It was light. Too light for something that could protect someone. Or control them. You're doing the right thing, you said. I'm not doing this for you, Lin Hai replied. Of course not. Back in his dorm, Lin Hai placed the talisman on the desk beside the fragment. Neither glowed. But both felt like they were watching each other. And he sat in the center, quiet, no longer wondering if he was hunted. Now he knew. Everyone wanted a piece of him. The eye, the academy, the banner. And maybe, just maybe, one of them had already taken it. According to this, Ruelan whispered, holding the tablet up to catch the lantern light, Instructor Shan joined Eastwind 11 years ago. Lin Hai frowned. That's impossible. I found a student testimonial quoting him from 14 years ago. They stood in the pill archive wing again, quiet, cold, the stone walls covered in stacked scroll racks. Ruelan's fingers moved quickly across the wooden slate, cross-referencing class assignments and instructor records. Look at this, she muttered, scrolling down. Shan Yu's spiritual signature was recorded for chi pressure tests every year, until 3 years ago. Then it stopped. Why? No one knows. Official reason? Stability achieved. Recertification waived. Lin Hai leaned over her shoulder. That's not just lazy paperwork. That's a gap. A void. A gate. He looked at her. She nodded grimly. There's a recording chamber under the instructor barracks. It's supposed to be sealed. Rumor says it belonged to an elder cultivator who cracked during a Veil incursion. The academy built over it. Lin Hai didn't hesitate. Show me the way. They reached the old chamber after midnight, weaving through back corridors and maintenance lifts. It was behind a locked gate, ruined with silence wards, forgotten under layers of dust and moss. Ruelan broke the final talisman with a carefully brewed acid seal. The stone door shifted inward, slow and groaning. The air inside smelled like ash and incense long since burned out. The walls bore spirals. Shallow. Precise. Carved with fingertip patience. At the center of the room was a circle. Not a training seal. Not a meditation field. A ritual array. Etched in blood-colored resin. Not complete. But close. System alert, cultic residue detected. Structure. Whispering Eyes Ritual Gate, Type 1, unfinished. Purpose, sigil transference. Risk, moderate. Status, inactive. Secondary trigger node, hidden. Kuro hissed beside Lin Hai. Something watched them from the walls. Then the guardian moved. It wasn't human. It wasn't beast. It was folded memory, a shape made of stitched-together shadows, roughly humanoid, with too many joints and a face stretched like silk across bone. Eyes covered its chest and arms. All blinking. All watching. Echo construct, guardian tier. Spirit type, memory warden. Combat level, intermediate. Immunities, illusion, fear-based disruption. Weakness, anchor core within sigil ring. It didn't roar. It simply advanced. Fast. Lin Hai stepped forward, drawing obsidian fang. Ruelan began charging a suppression charm, but the creature turned and lashed out. The strike landed across her shoulder, flinging her back, crashing her into the wall. She hit hard and didn't rise. Lin Hai's vision blurred red. He stepped between the creature and her body. You shouldn't have touched her. He activated Mind Fire Pulse. Skill activated, Mind Fire Pulse. Effect, 10-meter psychic disruption burst. Status, Echo construct stunned 5 seconds. The air exploded with invisible pressure. The guardian shrieked silently, shadows peeling back, limbs distorting, eyes bleeding light. Lin Hai didn't wait. He stepped into flowing iron fist, enhanced by battle rhythm, and struck its chest. Once, twice, 3 times. Obsidian fang followed, carving through memory-warped flesh. He drove it through the sigil core. The entire construct rippled and shattered like burning parchment. Silence fell. He rushed to Ruelan. She was awake, gasping, clutching her arm. Just bruised, she muttered through gritted teeth. Hit like a falling building. He helped her sit up. She looked past him. To the ritual circle. To the floor. Lin Hai, she said slowly. Look. He turned and saw it. A second sigil, smaller, carved into the inner ring. Almost hidden. His breath caught. It was identical to his own. System scan, sigil match, 94%. Status, dormant. Ownership, unknown. Residue age, 7 days. 7 days. Someone else had been here. And the sigil hadn't just been etched. It had been left. Ruelan stood, swaying slightly, and stared at the ring. This wasn't meant for you. No, Lin Hai said. It was meant for someone else. Kuro hissed again, eyes fixed on the sigil. Lin Hai crouched beside it, hand hovering over the mark. He didn't touch it. Didn't need to. Because the energy in the air, the pressure, it recognized him. Not as intruder, but as predecessor. The wind outside the infirmary tower was cold and quiet. Ruelan sat on the edge of the medical bed, her robe pulled half off her shoulder, exposing the bandage where the echo construct had struck. Her skin shimmered faintly beneath it, not glowing but not natural either. Lin Hai stood nearby, arms crossed, jaw tight. Does it hurt? He asked. She shook her head. No, just tingles, like static. Only when I meditate. Chi thread interference? Maybe. She looked at him. Or maybe it's something else. Neither said the word. They didn't need to. That night, Lin Hai meditated alone in the underlevel sanctuary, obsidian fang resting across his knees. The fragment pulsed beside him. The system flickered once. Status update, sigil, stable. Alert, external signature detected. Match rating, 42%. Type, dormant veil reaction. Subject Ruelan. Stage 0. Lin Hai opened his eyes slowly. The fragment beside him stopped pulsing. It wasn't angry. It was waiting. Ruelan's spirit threads began fluttering during her morning cultivation. The instructors called it energy echo. Jian called it chi drift. But Lin Hai knew better. It wasn't the threads. It was the eye. It had touched her. Just once. And that was enough. You need to let me test you, he said 2 days later, standing in her family's private garden outside the pill wing. Absolutely not, Ruelan said. If the mark's in you, then I'll burn it out myself. Don't be stupid. I'm not being stupid, she snapped. I'm being me. And the me I am doesn't let a curse define my worth. He stepped forward. And what if it starts whispering? Then you'll stop me, she said. Isn't that what you promised? He hesitated, then nodded. But deep down he hated it. Because this wasn't about willpower anymore. This was about proximity. And the eye was learning. That night, Lin Hai lit 3 incense sticks and sat on the sanctuary floor. He activated the coin of reflection. And the world shifted. He stood in a space of spirals, black sand, white sky, 1,000 floating mirrors turning slowly above his head. One of them spun toward him. And inside he saw it. Eastwind Academy. Students walking, training, laughing. But in the reflection, 7 of them glowed faint red around the chest. Faint. Like smoldering embers. Ruelan was one. But she wasn't alone. Others too. One of them he recognized. Manhwa, his old friend. The one who used to spar with him every morning before class. The one who hadn't spoken to him since the dungeon trial. The one who had laughed and said, "You're not cursed, you're just unlucky." In the mirror she turned toward him. And her eyes were solid black. Vision ended. Fragment reaction. Defensive. Warning, secondary mark network detected. Status, pre-awakening. Comment. You are no longer the only one the eye watches. You may not be the only one it speaks to. He stood at the edge of the courtyard the next morning as Min Shui passed with her usual group. She didn't look at him, didn't speak, but the moment she passed, he felt it. A pressure, faint and fleeting, but identical to what he had once felt, in himself. That evening Ruelan found him sharpening obsidian fang beside the sanctuary pond. She didn't ask if he'd seen something. She just sat beside him, eyes on the water. Someone else is marked, he said softly. I figured, she said. They sat in silence for a while. Then she looked at him, voice quiet. Is this what we're doing now? Hunting friends? No, he said. But I won't let them fall if I can stop it. And if they already have? Lin Hai stared at the blade in his hand. Then at his reflection in the pond. If the eye used me to spread. He let the thought die there. Status updated, external sigils detected. 3. Status, dormant. Action recommended, observation. Note, one sigil resonates with your own fragment. The door to the hidden chamber groaned open once more. Dust clung to the spirals carved into the walls. The half-finished ritual ring sat in silence, still faintly resonating with unseen power. Lin Hai stepped inside alone. Obsidian fang at his back. Kuro padding silently beside him. No Ruelan this time. She hadn't asked to come. He hadn't asked her to. He knelt beside the second sigil, the one not meant for him, and placed the fragment gently in the center. The stone beneath it responded instantly. Red lines lit beneath the surface, spreading like cracks in glass. The entire circle hummed. System alert, vision tether detected. Construct type, sigil echo link. Initiating partial synchronization. Warning, psychological risk level, high. Proceed? Yes. The world rippled. And Lin Hai dropped into darkness. He stood in a dim chamber. Stone walls. Black banners hanging with eye-shaped insignias. Incense coiled in the air like smoke from a corpse pyre. 2 figures stood in the center. One cloaked in brown, their back turned. The other, a mask. No eye. No mouth. Just smooth bone-white surface. A faceless one. Their voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere. The boy stabilized his mark. The cloaked figure bowed slightly. Exactly as you said he would. He's stronger than the last one. Because he didn't resist. The faceless one tilted its head. No. Because he refused to submit. It made him clearer. It carved him sharper. They moved to a raised basin filled with still, black water. The surface rippled. Lin Hai's face appeared in it. He is the first anchor. He carries the gate, the cloaked figure whispered. Not yet, said the faceless one. But soon. Others will follow his line. And when enough eyes open around him. Their fingers traced the water. We will walk through. The vision twisted again. Lin Hai stood in the courtyard. Ruelan sat on the edge of a bench, her hands glowing faintly with unstable chi. Min Shui stood nearby, alone, watching. Then the world shifted once more. And he saw himself. Older. Stronger. Wearing the mask. Standing atop a staircase, 7 marked students kneeling behind him. Tether complete. External anchor confirmed. Network status, active. Result, the eye is not spreading to destroy. It is building. Through you. Lin Hai staggered out of the vision. The chamber was still glowing faintly. Kuro hissed at the sigil ring, its edges now cracked as if resisting its own collapse. Lin Hai didn't speak. He stared at the fragment in his hand. Then at his own reflection in the curved blade of obsidian fang. And he asked the one question the system couldn't answer. Was I ever meant to resist? Later that night, Jian found him seated alone on the outer garden wall, gaze fixed on the stars. You're quiet, Jian said. I heard something, Lin Hai replied. Voices. Intent. Jian said nothing for a while. Then sat beside him. Intent can be killed, he said finally. But only if you recognize it early. They don't want me to fall, Lin Hai whispered. They want me to stand. So others can gather beneath me. Then you'll have to choose, Jian said. Whether you build something real, or let them use you to build something wrong. As dawn crept over the hills, Lin Hai finally stood. The sigil on his arm was still. The fragment silent. But now he knew why. The eye wasn't watching him anymore. It was waiting. For the rest of the world to catch up. The academy bells didn't ring for Jintao that morning. The second-year student had been scheduled for a chi circulation refinement drill at sunrise. Instead, his courtyard dorm was found with the door slightly open, his robes neatly folded on the bed, and his identity jade cracked in half beside his pillow. System ping, residue detected. Echo signature present. Sigil type, Class 1, spontaneous manifestation. Time since detonation, 6 hours. Status, host missing. The silent banner arrived by noon. 3 officers. No questions. Just scans. By dusk, Jintao's name had been removed from the student bulletin roster. Lin Hai stood by the outer balcony of the spirit training wing, arms crossed, watching the wind pull gently at the flame-shaped prayer flags. Behind him, students trained. But fewer than usual. People were beginning to avoid each other. Small silences grew where groups used to talk. And the tension, spiritual, emotional, hung thick in the air like fog before lightning. Jian joined him, carrying a sealed folder marked with a red X. His mark matched yours, Jian said. Less stable. But nearly identical. Lin Hai didn't look away from the sky. That makes 3. 4, Jian corrected. There was another surge last night. In the meditation halls. Who? We don't know yet. They covered their tracks better than Tao did. And Minshua. Jian was quiet for a moment. Then handed him a slip of parchment. It showed a surge pattern, curved and spiraling, similar to the pulse signature Lin Hai's mark had given off during his first stabilization. Her spirit pressure's changing, Jian said. You're not the only one who's starting to draw in echoes. She hasn't fallen, Lin Hai said quietly. Maybe not. Jian looked at him. But she's not standing still either. That night, Lin Hai sat in the underlevel sanctuary, surrounded by the faint scratch of ink and the flickering glow of candles. 7 circles had been etched into the floor during his last vision, each identical, spaced evenly in a ring. 3 of them now shimmered faintly. His own. Jin Tao's. A third, unknown. He didn't touch them. He just sat in the middle, breathing, trying to feel which way the world was shifting. Ruelan entered quietly, dressed in her training robe, hair tied back, a white bandage still wrapped around her arm from the construct attack. She didn't speak. She just sat across from him and looked down at the glowing rings. I dreamed of the circle last night, she said. Only, I wasn't in it. I was watching it. Watching me. Not you. Something else. She looked up. It was behind you. Tall. Silent. Its hand on your shoulder. He didn't react. Because he'd seen it too. System update, sigil sympathy detected. Subject Ruelan. Synchronization spike, 12%. Stage, pre-echo. Recommendation, emotional restraint or isolation. Note, sympathy thresholds increase in bonded subjects. I think I'm changing too, Ruelan said, voice soft. I don't hear whispers. But I can feel when you're scared. I can feel it when your mark moves. He looked at her. Do you want to pull away? She held his gaze. No. I want to know how to stand here without breaking. He nodded once. Then slid one of the loose training crystals across the floor toward her. She caught it. And smiled. The next morning, Lin Hai stood outside the Eastern Training Pavilion where Min Shui practiced. He watched as she struck through her drills. Clean. Powerful. Efficient. But her chi was sharper than it had ever been. Her footwork tighter. Her strikes resonated slightly too much with the air. He stepped into her space after her final strike. She turned, brow lifted. Didn't expect you to come down from the mountain, she said with a smirk. Didn't think you'd still be hiding behind drills, he answered. Not hiding, she said. Sharpening. Her eyes gleamed. He studied her closely. You felt it, haven't you? She didn't deny it. I don't know what it is, she said. But I felt awake for the first time in months. You're marked. She tilted her head. And you're not dead. Min, this thing isn't a gift. But it is a door, isn't it? She asked quietly. You walked through it. Why shouldn't I? He took a step closer. Because not everyone comes back. Maybe I don't want to come back. They locked eyes. Her aura flared for a moment, just a flicker, but Lin Hai felt the pull. She wasn't being twisted. She was choosing. Later that night she was gone. Her dorm room was empty. A spiral was burned into the wall. This time in black. The message came at dusk. Delivered by Spirit Dove. Untraceable. Unmarked. Lin Hai unfurled the thin parchment and read the 2 words written in sharp, clean script. Come see. It wasn't signed. But it didn't need to be. He recognized the handwriting. Minshua. By the time Lin Hai reached the outskirts of Eastwind's sacred boundary line, the mist was already curling up from the cliffs. Kuro stalked beside him, silent and alert. His claws barely made a sound on the worn stone path. Ruelan wanted to come. He told her no. This wasn't about curiosity. This was a reckoning. The ritual gate had appeared in the ruins of an old spiritual orchard, long abandoned after the war. It stood now like a wound in the world, carved spirals in the dirt, 7 stone markers pushed into the ground at deliberate angles. And standing at the center, Minshua. She wasn't alone. On her left, Jin Tao, eyes dull, mark glowing faintly beneath the collar of his robes. On her right, a figure Lin Hai didn't recognize, slim, masked, with a strange ripple in their chi signature that suggested illusion or unstable identity. Minshua saw him and smiled. I knew you'd come, she said. Her voice was the same. But there was something colder beneath it now. System alert, sigil synchronization detected. Source, Minshua, 74%. Jin Tao, 91%. Third entity, unknown mark type. Ritual status, activating. Purpose, Gate-piercing, trial class. Lin Hai stepped forward, hand resting on obsidian fong. You don't have to go through with this. I already did, Manhwa said. I just wanted you to see it. Why? Because we're not cursed, Lin Hai. We're chosen. You don't believe that, don't I? Her eyes shimmered. You stabilized. You walked the line. I watched you. We all did. And if you could survive it, then why can't we master it? Jin Tao stepped forward, silent, eyes glowing red for a flicker of a second before fading. He doesn't talk anymore, Manhwa said. The eye took his voice, but it gave him focus. The masked figure didn't move. Who's that? Lin Hai asked. Someone who lost everything, Manhwa said, and found purpose in the voice beneath the voice. She turned slightly, gesturing to the gate. This isn't rebellion. It's evolution. You don't understand what the eye is building. I understand enough, she said. It doesn't want destruction. It wants order. You think you're a resistance? You're just the first brick. Then let me tear down the foundation. At that moment, figures burst from the surrounding trees. Silent banner operatives, 5 of them, robes gray, eyes glowing faintly with surveillance scripts, weapons drawn. By military command, you are to stand down, one shouted. Manhwa's smile didn't break. I was hoping they'd show. Ritual triggered. Partial gate opened, echo storm incoming. Combat zone established. Lin Hai, status, synced. Objective, prevent stabilization or fragment retrieval. Lin Hai didn't wait. He surged forward, flowing iron fist active, mind-focused, obsidian fong pulsing at his side. Jin Tao met him mid-charge. No hesitation. Just force. Their fists collided, Lin Hai's clean form versus Jin Tao's brute precision, now augmented by sigil enhancement. The shockwave sent both sliding back. Kuro blurred past Lin Hai and leapt toward the masked figure. His claws met a ripple of illusion and scattered the projection. The real body landed several meters away, still hidden. Lin Hai turned to Manhwa. She raised a hand. A spiral of chi burst outward, knocking 2 banner operatives into the trees. Warning, spiral core resonance detected. Type, pre-stabilization pulse. Risk, emotional imprint. You're losing yourself. Lin Hai shouted. Manhwa stepped into his space. I'm finding my truth. They clashed. Her strikes were faster than before. Cleaner. Sharper. But Lin Hai had something else. Battle reflection. He read her moves. He struck through her weakness. Obsidian Fong caught her shoulder and burned the spiral clean off her arm. She screamed, not in pain but in rage. You could have joined us, she hissed. You were never meant to follow. I'm not following the eye, Lin Hai said. I'm walking ahead of it. The masked figure lunged toward the ritual gate with a sigil fragment in hand. But Ruelan arrived. She had come anyway. She hurled a charm seal with perfect aim, exploding into a binding net of white flame. The figure collapsed to the ground, shrieking in 2 voices. Capture successful, fragment stabilized. Identity, obscured. Gender, unknown. Status, in stasis. Manhwa saw the collapse, faltered, then turned and ran through the half-open gate. It shimmered and sealed behind her. Silence fell over the clearing. 2 operatives down. 1 figure restrained. 1 fragment retrieved. And 1 marked gone, fully through the eye's doorway. Lin Hai stood alone at the gate's edge. He looked down at the smoldering ground where the spiral had been, and saw a message scorched into the earth. The second eye has passed. The gate was gone by morning. Vanished without a trace. The spiral burned into the ground had faded as if washed by rain. Even the stones that once marked the corners of the ritual had cracked cleanly down the center. But the energy still lingered, like a scream held in the air just below hearing. And 1 student, Manhwa, was now officially declared missing. No body. No trace. No pursuit. Inside the inner council chamber of Eastwind Academy, Instructor Jian stood before 3 representatives of the Silent Banner. Yuhan as always was calm. You allowed a marked student to disappear under your watch, said one officer. She was not detained because she hadn't committed a crime, Jian replied. She has now, you said. This is still an academy. You stepped forward, slow and deliberate. It stopped being just an academy when your student, Lin Hai, walked out of Black Vein Cavern alive. At the same time, Lin Hai sat cross-legged in the underlevel sanctuary. 2 faintly glowing shards floated in front of him, fragments retrieved from Jin Tao and the masked figure now in stasis. The spirals inside them pulsed with low resonance. System sync, multi-sigil fragment detected. Processing echo signature. Fragment 1, stabilized, can be integrated. Fragment 2, unstable, emotionally charged. Origin match, unknown female host. Status, memory locked. He focused on the first one. It floated to his palm and dissolved into his skin. New trait gained, echo drift. Description. Lin Hai can now tune his spiritual perception to trace other partially awakened sigils nearby. Range, 200 meters. Accuracy, high. Side effect, minor emotional sync with marked individuals. He exhaled slowly. Then turned to the second fragment, but didn't absorb it. Not yet. Something about it was heavy, like it remembered pain, and wanted to share it. That evening Ruelan came to him. Her robes were wrinkled, her face drawn. I saw Min Shui in my dream, she said. Lin Hai tensed. What did she say? She didn't say anything. Ruelan paused. She looked right at me, and the dream felt like it wasn't mine. He reached out. Her chi threads trembled faintly beneath the surface of her skin. Not corrupted, but interlinked. Alert, emotional bond detected. Subject Ruelan. Thread link, dual sync, unintentional. Status, active. Emotional fluctuation, 3.2. Recommended action, meditation or controlled separation. I'm not afraid of it, she whispered. But I don't know what it wants. Neither do I, Lin Hai said. But I think, the eye wants circles. It doesn't want one wielder. It wants a ring. She met his gaze. You think we're part of that? I think we already are. Later that night, Lin Hai fell into a light trance beside the sanctuary pool. The fragments pulsed softly beside him. He felt a tug, not from the mark, but from beneath it. And in that moment he was pulled into a constructed dream. He stood at the center of a great amphitheater. Stone. Thus. Silence. 7 thrones circled the arena. 6 were empty. One held a seated figure, robed in black and silver, face shadowed, hands resting on their knees. Not a faceless one. Not a cultist. Someone older. Stranger. They spoke in Lin Hai's voice, but older, deeper, slower. You cannot stop the eyes. You can only decide which one will be yours. Another spiral flared in the air above the thrones. The image of Min Shui, now wearing robes stitched with red thread and silver eyes, appeared for a moment, then faded. A second image began forming. And this time, it looked like Ruelan. System alert, dream construct breached. Awakening initiated. Warning, emotional bond threshold nearing critical. Lin Hai jolted awake, breath ragged. Ruelan sat across from him, eyes wide, her palm pressed against the floor. They had both dreamed it. Together. That morning, the floor of the sanctuary was different. Someone, or something, had carved 7 spirals in a new pattern. 3 were now glowing. 1 pulsed faint red. The others were waiting. The academy was changing. Not loud. Not sudden. But undeniable. Where once there were communal drills, now there were splintered groups. Some students whispered about the echo scars. Others used the term spiraled. A few had taken to wearing black sashes, knotted at the shoulder like Lin Hai's mark, whether they were chosen or not. Instructor Jian tried to keep discipline. But Lin Hai could feel it. Not fear. Not curiosity. Direction. The eye had begun to offer it. And students were starting to choose sides. You've become something between a symbol and a threat, Jian said, pacing the meditation chamber beside Lin Hai. To half the academy, you're proof that the mark can be tamed. To the other half. I'm proof it can't be stopped, Lin Hai finished. Jian stopped in front of him. Don't underestimate that second half. Fear builds faster than loyalty. At the same time, Ruelan sat in the vault beneath the East Tower, turning through an old leather-bound manual dusted with seal ash and preservation ink. She'd found it hidden behind a crumbling wall, sealed in a locked drawer beneath one of Zhen Liao's abandoned meditation stones. The cover bore no title. Just a carved spiral, and a line beneath it. For the 7th who stands. Inside were pages of hand-drawn diagrams. Stances. Breath techniques. Emotion-triggered chi channeling. But what caught her breath was a passage halfway through. A mark cannot be rejected. Only redirected. If one becomes the eye, then they must choose the lens through which the world is seen. She closed the book, eyes wide. They had been thinking of the mark as a parasite. But it might be a mirror. Later that night, Ruelan handed the book to Lin Hai in the sanctuary. He turned the pages slowly. This was written by someone like me, he said. Someone who lived, she replied. And died, he added. Fighting alone, she finished. System sync, manual detected. Zhen Liao's doctrine. Unlocking advanced techniques. Resonant step, temporarily align movement with a bonded echo bearer, allowing reactive defense. Dual fragment sync. Activate 2 stabilized fragments in harmony. Increase memory imprint resonance. Echo sight, LV.1C briefly through another mark's perspective while link is active. Caution, dual fragment sync increases tether strength to marked circle. Emotional fallout possible. Lin Hai breathed in, closed the book, and said softly, I want to learn it all. Ruelan looked at him. You don't have to lead this. No, he said standing. But I do have to stand. So they know it can be done. The next day, another marked student approached him during combat drills. Her name was He Lifan, a short, intense third year with copper-brown hair and lightning affinity. She'd never spoken to Lin Hai before. But she walked up to him, looked him straight in the eye and said, "I've seen the circle. I dreamed it before you did." He blinked. "You're marked." She rolled up her sleeve. The spiral was incomplete, but it pulsed softly beneath her skin. "I've resisted it for months," she said. "But after seeing what you did with Manhwa, I think I know what it wants. Then fight it." "I don't want to fight it." She stepped closer. "I want to use it." "And if it uses you?" She smirked. "Then I make sure it gets something worth borrowing." That evening, Lin Hai meditated with two fragments active, Jin Tao's, and the unnamed one from the mass student. They pulsed in harmony, but at different rhythms. Dual fragment sync, active. Memory link, partial. Vision construct, engaged. He saw a battlefield. Broken banners. 7 marked figures. He stood among them, older, battle-scarred, eyes glowing faintly. In his hands was a blade that burned with echo light. The others weren't faceless. They were Lan, Eastwind, Jin Tao, Manhwa, and 3 he had yet to meet. But they stood behind him. Not as cultists. Not as enemies. As his circle. And on the horizon, 100 spiral-eyed masks stared back. System comet, choice defines echo. The eye watches all. But you choose where it looks. Fragment integration, 2 of 7. Circle status, forming. The academy was changing. Not loud. Not sudden. But undeniable. Where once there were communal drills, now there were splintered groups. Some students whispered about the echo scars. Others used the term spiraled. A few had taken to wearing black sashes, knotted at the shoulder like Lin Hai's mark, whether they were chosen or not. Instructor Jian tried to keep discipline. But Lin Hai could feel it. Not fear. Not curiosity. Direction. The eye had begun to offer it. And students were starting to choose sides. "You've become something between a symbol and a threat," Jian said, pacing the meditation chamber beside Lin Hai. "To half the academy, you're proof that the mark can be tamed. To the other half, I'm proof it can't be stopped," Lin Hai finished. Jian stopped in front of him. "Don't underestimate that second half. Fear builds faster than loyalty." At the same time, Lan sat in the vault beneath the East Tower, turning through an old leather-bound manual dusted with seal ash and preservation ink. She'd found it hidden behind a crumbling wall, sealed in a locked drawer beneath one of Zhen Liao's abandoned meditation stones. The cover bore no title. Just a carved spiral, and a line beneath it. "For the 7th who stands." Inside were pages of hand-drawn diagrams. Stances. Breath techniques. Emotion-triggered chi channeling. But what caught her breath was a passage halfway through. A mark cannot be rejected. Only redirected. If one becomes the eye, then they must choose the lens through which the world is seen. She closed the book, eyes wide. They had been thinking of the mark as a parasite. But it might be a mirror. Later that night, Lan handed the book to Lin Hai in the sanctuary. He turned the pages slowly. "This was written by someone like me," he said. "Someone who lived," she replied. "And died," he added. "Fighting alone," she finished. "System sync, manual detected, Zhen Liao's doctrine. Unlocking advanced techniques. Resonant step, temporarily align movement with a bonded echo bearer, allowing reactive defense. Dual fragment sync, activate 2 stabilized fragments in harmony. Increase memory imprint resonance. Echo sight, LV.1C briefly through another mark's perspective while link is active. Caution, dual fragment sync increases tether strength to marked circle. Emotional fallout possible." Lin Hai breathed in, closed the book, and said softly, "I want to learn it all." Lan looked at him. "You don't have to lead this." "No," he said, standing. "But I do have to stand. So they know it can be done." The next day, another marked student approached him during combat drills. Her name was Lifan, a short, intense 3rd year with copper-brown hair and lightning affinity. She'd never spoken to Lin Hai before. But she walked up to him, looked him straight in the eye and said, "I've seen the circle. I dreamed it before you did." He blinked. "You're marked." She rolled up her sleeve. The spiral was incomplete, but it pulsed softly beneath her skin. "I've resisted it for months," she said. "But after seeing what you did with Manhwa, I think I know what it wants. Then fight it." "I don't want to fight it." She stepped closer. "I want to use it." "And if it uses you?" She smirked. "Then I make sure it gets something worth borrowing." That evening, Lin Hai meditated with 2 fragments active, Jin Tao's, and the unnamed one from the mass student. They pulsed in harmony, but at different rhythms. Dual fragment sync, active. Memory link, partial. Vision construct, engaged. He saw a battlefield. Broken banners. 7 marked figures. He stood among them, older, battle-scarred, eyes glowing faintly. In his hands was a blade that burned with echo light. The others weren't faceless. They were Lan, Eastwind, Jin Tao, Manhwa, and 3 he had yet to meet. But they stood behind him. Not as cultists. Not as enemies. As his circle. And on the horizon, 100 spiral-eyed masks stared back. System comment, choice defines echo. The eye watches all, but you choose where it looks. Fragment integration, 2 of 7. Circle status, forming. The sanctuary was still. A quiet stillness, not peace but preparation. 7 spirals circled Lin Hai where he sat in deep trance. 2 of them glowed softly with the warmth of partial fragments, Jean Tao's and the unnamed sigil. 1 shimmered faint red. That one was his. The others waited. Kuro lay curled nearby, unusually restless, his tail twitching against the edge of the nearest spiral. Ruelan sat across from Lin Hai, her eyes closed, matching her breathing to his. Their chi patterns pulsed in near synchronization now. Sometimes she said she could feel him flinch before his face moved. System status, synced. Current fragment integration, 2 of 7. Emotional bond tether, active, dual channel. Activating echo state, deep vision trance. Lin Hai opened his eyes. The sanctuary was gone. He stood in a great hollowed stone chamber beneath a bleeding sky. Giant spiral carvings surrounded him, each rotating slowly, not on stone but through thought. And on the far end of the hall, a throne. Not carved, grown. Veins of black stone pulsed with echo light. A figure sat upon it. Robed in white bone threads, face covered by a mask of perfect smoothness. No eye, no mouth, only stillness. And when it spoke, it didn't use sound. You are awake. That is progress. You are not complete. That is design. You are not in control. That is function. Lin Hai stood firm. You're one of them. No, I am beneath them. We are the dream of the eye. You are its harbinger. The mask tilted. A spiral of light opened behind the throne, revealing 6 gates, barely formed, flickering, unstable, empty. A 7 stood behind Lin Hai. Active. Stable. Red. When all are open, the eye will walk. Your circle is the key. Your survival was not resistance. It was invitation. Lead them. Or we will. Suddenly the air shook. The vision distorted. Another presence had entered the trance. Ruelan. She wasn't supposed to be able to follow, but the bond between them overrode protocol. She gasped beside Lin Hai, eyes wide, seeing the spirals, the throne, the mask. And the mask turned toward her. Ah, the mirror. She is not a gate. But she is a lock. Ruelan's voice trembled. You don't get to choose for us. The faceless one rose from the throne. Spirals cracked open across the sky. Choice is an illusion unless seen clearly. You see him. You hold him. That is why he listens to you. Lin Hai stepped between them. No. I listen because I've seen what silence leads to. The faceless one paused. And for a moment, it bowed. Then speak. Loudly. System update, trance complete. Trait gained, echo resonance, tier 1. You can now initiate shared dream space contact with up to 2 bonded sigil bearers. Resonant memory triggers increased. Vision fragment stored, the 7 gates. They awoke together, gasping, sweat beading at their brows. Ruelan's hand clutched his wrist. I saw them, she said. The other gates. They're real, Lin Hai said. And they're waiting. They both looked down at the sanctuary floor. The 4th spiral had begun to glow. And it wasn't hers. Later that night, Lin Hai returned to the upper courtyard alone. The moon cast silver lines across the stone paths. And there, leaning casually against the wall, arms folded, stood a figure in Eastwind robes. Too familiar. Too calm. Instructor Shanyu. Alive. Still smiling. I heard you've been dreaming more, he said. Careful with that. Dreams are doors. Lin Hai's hand drifted toward Obsidian Fong. Shanyu just laughed. I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to say, well done. Why? Because you've gathered 4, he said. His eyes pulsed faintly, too faint to be natural. And we only need 7. The moonlight shimmered over the sanctuary courtyard, painting everything in silver silence. Lin Hai stood alone, surrounded by stone and spirals. Beneath him, the 4th spiral burned, alive, pulsing with a deep red glow that hadn't been there yesterday. It wasn't Ruelan's. It wasn't his either. But it called to him. That was all the spiral ever needed to do. The symbol at his feet spun slowly, a ring of broken flame shifting like it had breath. He didn't need the system prompt. He didn't need a guide. He knew what it meant. Another spiral had awakened, and the world beyond it was waiting. He turned when he heard soft footsteps behind him. Ruelan, arms wrapped tightly around herself, walked toward him under the half-light. You're leaving. It wasn't a question. Lin Hai nodded. It's the only way. She came to stand beside him, eyes on the spiral, then on the barely formed gate beginning to flicker open behind it. A distortion in the air. A ripple in the world's skin. Her voice dropped. You said we'd go through the next one together. I know. Then why? Lin Hai closed his eyes for a moment. Because this one feels different. Violent. Not just power, it's pain. If our tether reacts wrong, it could tear you apart. You said it yourself. Echo state can't stabilize through layered rift entry. Silence. Ruelan didn't argue. That was how he knew she agreed. I could still follow, she said, softer now. Maybe a minute behind. Maybe a day. Lin Hai turned to her. And if you don't come back? She didn't answer. She didn't have to. They stood like that for a long moment. Two warriors who had trained together since they could walk. Who had fought in sync so tightly, their pulses echoed. And now one step was too far. Lin Hai reached out. She took his hand. He let the silence stretch. Then came the voice he hadn't expected. Touching. Really? Shan Yu stood near the courtyard's edge, arms crossed, his long coat fluttering slightly in the rift winds. Lin Hai hadn't even sensed his arrival. I thought you left, Lin Hai said. Did, Shan Yu replied. But you know how it is. Sometimes the past echoes louder than the present. He looked at the spiral, then at Lin Hai. Karethval, huh? That's not a place you visit. It's a place you survive. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. You've been? Shan Yu's smile didn't reach his eyes. Parts of me. The wind shifted. The spiral gate flared brighter, its circular edge stretching into full form. The air hummed like a blade being drawn across stone. System notice, spiral gate, activated. Destination, rift layer, Karethval. Harbinger class confirmed, entry permitted. Kuro padded to Lin Hai's side, fur flickering with shadowlight. The beast didn't growl. Didn't move. But its eyes locked on the gate with a silent tension Lin Hai felt in his own bones. He turned back to Ruelan. If I don't return, he said, voice steady, burn the gate. Burn everything behind it. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. But she held his hand tighter for a moment longer. Then let go. Lin Hai stepped into the spiral. The world broke open. The fall wasn't fast. It was slow, like drowning upward. Lin Hai floated through a tunnel of shifting color, reds that turned to smoke, grays that bled into screams. The spiral gate had taken him whole, and now the world around him pulsed like it was remembering something he hadn't lived. Fragments spun past him. A shattered teacup. A wooden mask. Ruelan's hand. His own blood. He tried to reach out and his fingers passed through them like light. System transition. Memory fall initiated. Warning. Exposure to foreign echo memories may cause hallucination, dissonance, or identity fracture. Harbinger class. Compatible. Sync ratio. 62%. Lin Hai grinned. 62? Come on. I'm worth at least 70. The tunnel laughed at him. Or maybe that was the rift. Then it stopped. He landed hard, boots crunching against black sand that looked like ash and smelled like iron. The impact echoed, but not with sound, with feeling. Like the world had just registered his presence. The air was thick. Heavy. Every breath dragged a little, as if the wind was made of old sighs and regrets. Lin Hai stood slowly, brushing grit from his coat. Welcome to Karethval. The sky above him was wrong. Not empty but fractured, split into floating shards that hovered like jagged mirrors. They reflected different skies. One was burning. One was storming. One showed Ruelan asleep under the moon. He tore his eyes away. Kuro emerged from the shimmer behind him, rolling once in the sand before standing, tail flicking. The shadow beast looked groggy but intact. Still with me? Lin Hai asked. Kuro gave a low rumble. It wasn't a growl. More like a very annoyed purr. Same, Lin Hai muttered, taking a step forward. Immediately, the ground shifted beneath him, like stepping on a floating memory. It wobbled, then stabilized. System alert. Echo realm, Karethval. Terrain type. Memory sand/stability, 41%. Chi flow penalty, -30%. Combat tip. Echo infusion recommended for all techniques. Great, Lin Hai said. So I've got low traction, limited energy, and an unstable reality field. Just like training under Elder Fong. Movement ahead. He didn't draw Obsidian Fong right away. Not until he saw the shape, crouched low, skittering sideways on too many limbs, bone-masked face twitching in short jerks. Its skin shimmered like half-formed thought. Its claws left faint trails of memory in the air. Echo Beast identified. Rank 1, Howler. Behavior, aggressive pack hunter. Cognitive pattern, fragmented. Lin Hai smiled. Well, hello, ugly. The Howler leapt. Fast, but not fast enough. Lin Hai sidestepped with practiced ease, letting his coat billow just as the claws swiped through empty space. The moment its weight carried it past, he turned on his heel and kicked off the black sand, drawing his blade in one smooth arc. Obsidian Fong shimmered with faint red, reacting to the echo density. Let's test this infusion trick. He channeled the feeling of falling, the adrenaline, the thrill of the drop, into the blade. The weapon screamed as it cut. Not audibly, but the air flinched. A memory ripple burst outward from the edge, and the Howler staggered mid-turn, disoriented. Memory edge, huh? Lin Hai said, amused. I could get used to this. The Howler didn't get a second chance. He lunged again, but Lin Hai rolled beneath the claw swipe and came up in a smooth spin, blade flashing once, twice, clean, curved slashes that glowed red for a heartbeat. The echo beast collapsed. It didn't bleed. It leaked. Wisps of memory spilled from the corpse, ghost-like, curling in the air, forming a shape. A pair of hands. Small. Reaching up. A scream. A name. Resonant fragment acquired. Whispering fear. Fragment memory. Don't leave me, mama. Partial sync. 8%. The fragment hovered, then slowly drifted toward Lin Hai's chest. He hesitated. Am I supposed to? The moment he thought it, the fragment sank into him like smoke into water. The chill hit instantly. A burst of emotion not his own. Fear, abandonment, helplessness. It passed in seconds, but it felt like hours. Kuro growled softly. Yeah, Lin Hai muttered. Not a fan of that part. Still, a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. But I like the rest. He turned his gaze to the shifting horizon. A broken landscape waited. Floating ruins. Cracked towers of bone. The wind carried faint whispers. Something was watching. Something bigger. Lin Hai sheathed obsidian fang slowly. All right, Kareth Vol, he said, lifting his chin. Let's play. The wind shifted. Lin Hai paused, blade halfway to his back. His senses twitched, not from sight or sound but rhythm. The kind you only felt on the battlefield. He turned. The black sand behind him was rippling. Not natural. Not wind. Movement. Kuro growled low, ears back, body tense. Then they came. 3 more howlers burst from the ground, silent and fast, their bone masks catching the flicker of fractured sky. All right. Round 2, Lin Hai said, smiling. He stepped sideways and dropped low as the first howler lunged. Its claws slashed through empty air, and Lin Hai spun with momentum, carving upward with a rising arc of red. The blade shimmered with echo-infused memory. A visual shockwave burst from the cut. The beast was launched mid-leap, spinning through the air before crashing into a rock spire that disintegrated on impact. Direct echo impact, plus 12 resonant flow. The second one didn't wait. It darted in from the right, limbs twitching unnaturally fast. Lin Hai ducked under its strike, grinned and stomped once, just enough to kick up a thin spray of black sand. In that instant he moved. One flash step forward, twisting through the gap between its claws, blade dragging a spiral through the air behind him. The spiral ignited. He finished the motion with a full-bodied slash. Red flame. Curved motion. Whispers echoing off the edge of the weapon. Technique triggered. Spiral arc. Variant I. Effect. AoE echo pulse / momentum bonus applied. Status. Efficient execution. Style rank. B+. The howler disintegrated mid-screech, leaving nothing but dust and a flickering shadow mist that quickly dissolved into the wind. Lin Hai adjusted his stance, exhaled, and let his blade rest against his shoulder. Much better, he said. The system's catching up to me. Kuro snarled suddenly. The third howler had leapt high, its claws wide, aiming for Lin Hai's blind spot. But it never reached him. Kuro's shadow expanded mid-growl, forming jagged spikes that launched upward like black lightning. The beast was impaled in 3 places before it could screech. Kuro trait unlocked. Shadow Guard, rank F+. Effect. Deploys instinctive defense barrier against aerial threats. Cooldown 20 seconds. Lin Hai blinked. When were you holding that back? Kuro looked smug. For a wolf made of darkness, that was impressive. The battlefield went still. Ash drifted through the air like slow snow. The faint memory mist from the fallen howlers glowed faintly around them, drifting like fireflies. Lin Hai raised his blade. It pulsed red. Memory fragments absorbed. 3. Current echo sync, 18%. Emotion vector. Elevated. Battle euphoria detected. Temporary trait activated. Flow state. He laughed quietly. Flow state? Now we're talking. His heart beat steady. Not calm, alive. Every move had rhythm. Every echo had color. The battlefield had become a dance floor and the system was the music. Far beyond the ruins, something shifted. He felt it before he saw it. A vibration in the air. A pressure behind his eyes. Like a gaze but deeper. Something wasn't just watching. Was measuring. Lin Hai turned toward the direction of the pressure. A ridge of shattered stone curved upward in the distance. Too far for normal eyes, but his training let him pick up a flicker of movement. A figure. Wrapped in dark cloth. Watching silently. Unknown entity detected. ID. Unregistered. Behavior. Passive/observational. Echo pressure. Low but layered. Not beast class. Not human class. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. You watching my form or waiting for me to mess up? No answer, of course. The figure didn't move. Didn't flinch. Just remained still as shadow. Creepy, he muttered. But at least buy me dinner first. He sheathed obsidian fang with a flourish. System text pinged again. Combat engagement. Complete. Flow state will fade in 120 seconds unless re-engaged. Echo feedback efficiency boosted during duration. Suggested objective. Seek fragment field, spiral trace active. He felt it then. The faint thrum under his skin. A spiral calling in the far distance, through ruined towers and whispering wind. The fourth gate. Still sleeping. Still hidden. But awake enough to know he was here. Lin Hai smiled. All right. Let's keep dancing. The fireflies of memory faded as Lin Hai pushed forward through the black dunes, Kuro padding silently at his side. The pressure from that distant watcher was gone now. Faded like a thought slipping between dreams. But the system trail remained, bright pulses in his peripheral vision guiding him toward a jagged ridge of collapsed stone. The path twisted through leaning towers made of fused bone and steel. Cracked pillars held up nothing, and broken walkways hung mid-air as if they hadn't realized gravity was still a thing. Kareth Val didn't build its ruins to last. It let them die, screaming. Lin Hai ducked beneath a slanted archway covered in spiral markings. His hand traced them lightly. They weren't just carvings. They were instructions. Structure identified. Harbinger Echo Outpost, Type 5. Status, abandoned/degraded. Memory storage integrity, 21%. Warning, hostile presence detected. Kuro's ears twitched. Lin Hai didn't ask what he sensed. The air had gone too still. Even the whispering wind had stopped. He slowed his steps, fingers resting lightly on obsidian Fang's hilt. Then the sound came. Not a growl. Not a footstep. A scratch. On stone. Behind him. He spun and slashed without hesitation, blade meeting resistance mid-air. Something invisible shrieked as it rippled into view. A rank 2 echo beast. Long-limbed, thin as smoke but fast. Claws sharp enough to cut shadow. Its form flickered like broken glass between realities. Echo class identified. Stalker variant, rank 2. Cognitive trait, ambush specialist/environmental sync, 64%. Behavior, aggressive intelligent. Lin Hai grinned. Finally. Something with teeth. The creature lunged again, this time low. Lin Hai kicked off a tilted slab of stone, flipping backward into the air. The beast followed, claws slicing upward in an arc. Mid-spin, Lin Hai pulled memory from the howlers he'd just fought. Fear, speed, sound. He focused that into his swing. Let's turn that fear around. Memory edge triggered, whispering fear. Effect, mental feedback burst/range 4 meters. The air exploded in a silent pulse. The beast twitched, frozen mid-attack, its mind staggered by the echo of its own hunting instincts turned against it. Lin Hai landed in a crouch and slid forward under its arm, his blade dragging a glowing spiral across the floor as he moved. Spiral arc. The line erupted, tearing upward in a vertical wave of red and white light. The stalker howled as its body split open, not with gore but with fractured thoughts. Images poured out of it like light through broken glass. Screams. A face. A memory that didn't belong. The beast crumbled to dust. Resonant fragment acquired, hunter's silence. Effect. Increases stealth detection and reflex timing during flow state. Echo sync, 23%. Kuro padded beside the pile of fading memory, nose twitching. Lin Hai took a breath and looked ahead. Through a shattered window frame he saw it. The outpost's core. What remained of it anyway? A circular dais surrounded by jagged spires of black metal. At the center stood an obelisk humming softly with light. Not pure energy, echo light. The kind that remembered. He stepped closer. His system flared with recognition. Memory node detected. Spiral field terminal, Class B. Data corruption level, high. Recovered segment available, play fragment? Yes, Lin Hai whispered. The world shimmered. A vision flickered to life, transparent and blue, projected from the obelisk. A woman stood there, armored in fractured sigil plate. Her spiral was burned into her back like a brand. Blood dripped from her jaw. I sealed it, she said, voice shaking. We lost 3. I don't care. The gate stays closed. She turned. Looked directly at Lin Hai. Through him. If anyone finds this, don't open the 4th spiral. Not until the lock has chosen. Not until she's ready. The vision cut out. The obelisk sparked once, then died. Lin Hai stepped back, eyes narrowing. The lock, he muttered. Who's she? The wind howled suddenly. But not from outside. From deeper within the ruins. New system text scrolled, brighter than before. Spiral trace strengthened, 4th gate proximity increased. Estimated distance, 3.4 kilometers, echo stability, declining. Warning, spiral beacon detected, entity awakening. Lin Hai smiled. Looks like the fun's just getting started. He turned toward the rising storm and began to run. The sky darkened. Not from clouds. From thought. Lin Hai skidded to a stop at the edge of a jagged ridge. Wind howled through the canyon below, not in gusts but in fragmented voices. Last screams. Whispers. Some sounded like Ruelan. Some sounded like him. He squinted into the gloom. There. A shape, tall and crooked, standing still among broken statues. It didn't move, but it was waiting. Echo presence detected, Tormentor class, rank 3, type, mind warp predator. Threat level, severe. Behavior, reality distortion, memory injection, echo parasitism. Kuro growled low and crouched beside him. The beast stood twice Lin Hai's height, cloaked in translucent plates like fractured crystal. Its body shimmered with impossible angles. No eyes, no mouth, just a skull-shaped mask with a spiral carved into its forehead. The moment Lin Hai stepped forward, the world warped. The sand beneath his boots turned to wood. The sky flashed white. He was no longer in Karethval. He stood in the training courtyard of the Eastern Sanctuary. Ruelan faced him, blade drawn. She lunged. Lin Hai barely blocked in time. Steel rang against steel. His system pinged real damage. This wasn't just illusion. The memory was feeding into the rift itself. He leapt back. "No," he said. "You're not her." The Ruelan copy tilted her head. "Then why does your hand shake?" He looked down. It was true. His grip had faltered. His hand trembled. The memory wasn't fake, it was his. The fear of losing her. The shame of being left behind. The doubts he thought he buried. The tormentor stepped closer, flickering at the edge of vision. Lin Hai breathed deep and slammed the hilt of his blade into his own chest. Just enough pain to break the illusion. Reality snapped like glass. The canyon returned. The creature roared. The real one. It charged. Its movement wasn't fast, it was wrong. Glitching through the air like frames cut out of a reel. It closed the distance in 2 flickers and raised a blade-like limb that shimmered with mental static. Lin Hai blocked, and the impact rattled his spine. Not because of strength, because of memory. He saw Ruelan again, but not the courtyard. The day they met. Her voice. "You're slower than you look." Lin Hai clenched his jaw. "You want to use my own past against me?" The beast struck again. Each swing dragged hallucination behind it. Training halls. Blood. Voices. Teachers. Death. Each time Lin Hai fought not just to block but to remember. To choose his own thoughts. Kuro leapt in, slamming into the creature's flank, shadow jaws sinking deep into crystal armor. The beast screeched and flung Kuro aside. "Kuro." Impact registered. Minor damage. Lin Hai stepped in. Flow state still active. Pulse tight. Eyes locked. He let go of the fear. Let go of the noise. He thought of the spiral. Of Ruelan's hand on his wrist. Of the voice that had said, "Then speak." Loudly. And he did. Enough. He gripped the blade tighter. Focused all memory, the emotion, the pain, the clarity, into a single command. System threshold reached, echo resonance advancing. Echo resonance, tier 2, unlocked. New ability, memory edge, solidify a single emotion into combat form. Charges per day, 1. Status effect, emotional lock activated, clarity boost, 60 seconds. Lin Hai's next strike wasn't fast. It was absolute. Obsidian Fang burned red. No deeper. Spiral crimson. As he swung, the air cracked. The blade drew not light but moments. A spiral of Ruelan's laugh, of Kuro's growl, of Shan Yu's smirk, all spinning along the arc. The slash landed. The tormentor howled, its mask fracturing down the middle. The crystal plates burst in a blast of memory shards. It staggered, dropped to one knee, then shattered completely into dust. Silence. Real silence. No screams. No illusions. Just the wind. Enemy defeated. Rank 3 Tormentor class. Resonant fragment gained. Spiral lock remnant. Echo sync 31%. Trait stabilized. Echo resonance, tier 2. Memory edge, available. Lin Hai lowered the blade. Kuro limped back to his side, tail flicking once. "You alright?" Lin Hai asked. Kuro snorted. Nodded. Then sat. Lin Hai looked at his hand. The spiral on his palm was glowing faintly again. But this time, it pulsed in rhythm with something else. A heartbeat. He turned toward the east. The 4th gate was stirring. And whatever was inside it wasn't asleep anymore. Lin Hai knelt beside the broken remains of the tormentor, breath steady, eyes focused. The dust hadn't vanished yet. It hovered like ash suspended in time, swirling in soft arcs around the jagged crater where his blade had ended the fight. Not just dust. Fragments. Thoughts. The system confirmed it as the final notification scrolled before him. Resonant fragment acquired. Spiral lock remnant. Memory type. Defensive sacrificial / origin. Unknown harbinger. Weapon sync potential. 71%. Eligible for fusion. The blade in his hand, obsidian fang, vibrated softly. A low rhythmic hum. Not mechanical. Musical. Kuro approached from the side, limping slightly but already healing. He sat beside Lin Hai, tail thumping twice against the sand before going still. "Think she's ready?" Lin Hai asked, brushing his thumb along the blade's spine. The answer came not in words but sensation. The spiral on his palm flared, and the edge of the sword gleamed. Red glow. Whisper light. Like it remembered what it had just done and what it had become. Spiral sync. Begin echo weapon evolution. Confirm fusion. Obsidian Fong plus spiral lock remnant. Memory essence required. Fear, duty, survival. Echo sync. 31%. Eligible. Lin Hai exhaled. Confirm. The world held its breath. Then the blade cracked. Not like it was breaking. Like it was shedding something. Obsidian Fong split down the middle, spiral patterns blooming along its surface like fire traced through veins. The edge split, twisted, then reformed with a long, elegant curve. Echo light etched itself into the steel. Characters that weren't just language. They were emotions. A promise. Lin Hai stood. And his new blade came with him. Echo weapon forged. Spiral blade. Fong of the forgotten voice. Echo class I. Passive ability. Voice echo. Light swings emit residual memory pulse. Active technique. Voice Fong. Project a memory / tied to most recent absorbed fragment. Cooldown 3 minutes. The name pulsed through his thoughts like a forgotten song suddenly remembered. Fong of the forgotten voice. Even Kuro tilted his head, staring at the weapon as if seeing something beyond it. Lin Hai tested the grip. Light. Faster than before. When he swung it, it didn't whistle. It spoke. A short echo pulsed out with each arc, a whisper that felt like words he almost recognized. The voice of someone gone. Someone who had fought and failed but never truly disappeared. He slashed once across the sand, triggering the new ability. Voice Fong. The blade shimmered, then released a pulse in a long, curved wave. Not just force but color. Red-tinged light carved across the landscape, slamming into a boulder 50 meters out. The boulder didn't break. Forgot it was whole. And it crumbled into spiraling sand. Voice Fong used memory fragment effect. Whispering fear. Result. Structural disruption / range effect. 4 echo units. Lin Hai grinned. Oh yeah, I like this one. The wind shifted again. This time not with threat but with purpose. The spiral on his palm began to glow. Brighter. Rhythmic. Matching his heartbeat. It was no longer random. It was calling him now. System alert. Spiral trace lock. Synced. Estimated distance to 4th gate core. 2.1 kilometers. Environmental stability. Declining. Time limit. 40 minutes until echo storm interference. Kuro growled again. This time in warning. The light in the distance shifted. A brief flicker of movement between 2 leaning spires of broken bone. Another watcher? Or something else? Lin Hai didn't wait. He slashed the blade once across his shoulder, letting the pulse echo behind him, then turned east. Toward the pole. Toward the 4th gate. Toward whatever had decided to wake up. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. The spiral's pull grew stronger. Lin Hai moved fast, his footsteps light on the crumbling stone paths that wound between blackened spires. Kuro ran beside him, shadow form stable now, tail flicking with each silent stride. The wind had changed. He could feel it in his chest. The world wasn't just watching anymore. It was waiting. He crossed a narrow bridge of shattered bone, the sky above still broken into mirrored shards. And then he saw it, a ruin shaped like a cathedral, half buried in the sand. Cracks glowed red along its ribs, pulsing with faint spiral light. The 4th gate was close. But someone was already there. Lin Hai dropped into a crouch and held up a hand. Kuro stopped, ears forward. A figure stood at the entrance of the ruin. Small. Human-shaped. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. No beast movement. No distortion trail. Not hostile. But not clear either. He stepped forward slowly. The figure turned. A girl. She wore layered scavenger armor patched with old sigil cloth, pieces of harbinger gear, and bits of cracked beast shell. Her hair was silver gray, braided down her back, and her left eye glowed faintly blue. Not chi glow. Echo glow. Her gaze locked on Lin Hai instantly. No fear. No surprise. Only recognition. You came, she said. Her voice was rough, like someone who hadn't spoken in a long time. Lin Hai kept one hand near his blade. You know me? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she stepped aside and gestured toward the glowing cracks in the cathedral's foundation. I've been waiting here for 7 years. Not for you exactly. But for someone with a pulse who doesn't rot when they speak. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. That's specific. Kuro growled low. The girl tilted her head. You brought a familiar. Interesting. Thought they couldn't survive long out here. He's not just a familiar, Lin Hai said. He's family. She smiled slightly. That'll help. You'll need family before the gate breaks. He stepped closer. I'm Lin Hai. Kayla, she said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Then she turned around and pulled her jacket aside, revealing her back. Lin Hai froze. Right there, burned into her skin, was a spiral mark. But it wasn't glowing like his. It was cracked. Fractured. Like something had tried to force its way through and been sealed in halfway. System notice. Spiral sync detected. Status: incomplete/hostile seal stabilized. Kayla lowered her coat. I'm not a bearer, she said. I'm a lock. Or a failed one. They used me to shut the gate once. My squad didn't make it. Did. Sort of. Lin Hai stared at her, then looked at the ruin behind her. You're saying this cathedral was a gate structure? And they used you to seal it? Kayla nodded. I wasn't supposed to survive it. Spiral containment runs on resonance and sacrifice. Problem is, I didn't resonate the right way. I stayed alive. And whatever's inside the fourth gate, it's not sleeping anymore. It's trying to push through. Lin Hai felt his palm pulse again. The spiral on his hand reacted to her presence. Not in warning. In recognition. Kayla stepped closer, her voice lower now. You felt it too, didn't you? The pull. The heartbeat. The fourth gate is starting to choose again. That's why you're here. And why I'm still breathing. Kuro growled again, louder this time. From behind the cathedral, a deep sound echoed. Like stone breaking. Like breath turning to dust. Kayla didn't flinch. You've got maybe 20 minutes before it opens on its own. If you want to survive it, if you want to control it, you're going to need to go inside and finish what I couldn't. Lin Hai drew the spiral blade. The weapon sang in his hand, echoing softly against the ruin's walls. And if I do? Kayla looked him dead in the eye. Then either you seal it, or it takes you with it. The doors groaned as Lin Hai pushed them open. Black stone scraped across itself, each inch sounding like a scream. Dust drifted in slow coils through the stale air. Spiral glyphs pulsed faintly across the doorway, not lit from within but remembering how to glow. Kayla stepped in beside him, one hand resting near the cracked sigil embedded in her spine. Keep close, she said. If we separate in here, the walls change. Kuro followed silently, shadow form narrowed, body tense. Even he seemed to recognize the weight of this place. The inside of the cathedral was enormous. Broken pews lay scattered across a wide central chamber. Giant ribs of fossilized bone arched overhead, supporting a ceiling that barely held together. Shattered stained glass windows depicted spirals eating their own tails. But it was the silence that pressed hardest. Not peaceful silence. Awaiting silence. Kayla led them to the front of the chamber where a half-buried dais sat surrounded by rusted chains. At the center of it stood a terminal, old Harbinger tech, shaped like a black cube with spiral rings carved into every surface. Lin Hai knelt beside it. The system flickered. Spiral interface detected. Legacy terminal class 3. Status: damaged/partial memory available. Warning: opening sealed memory log may trigger echo resonance event. Continue? Yes, Lin Hai whispered. Kayla turned her back to the dais. Don't move while it plays. If the memory grabs you, let it. Fighting back makes it worse. Lin Hai nodded. The cube flared once and the ruin disappeared. Just like that. The system didn't warn him this time. No safety message. No countdown. Just memory. He stood in the same cathedral, but it was whole. Lit with orange sun through untouched glass. Harbingers moved through the chamber, their sigils glowing at full strength. The air buzzed with chanting. At the center stood a woman. Armor scarred. Spiral branded on her chest. Blood smeared across her mouth. She was smiling through it. A younger Kayla lay on the dais, unconscious. The spiral on her back still raw. A voice rang out. This gate will not open again. The woman raised a hand. 7 others moved with her, forming a ring. Their voices rose, not in words, but harmonized memory. Pure echo chanting. A spiral opened in the air behind them, huge and pulsing. The fourth gate. It writhed. Something behind it howled. And then the memory snapped. Back in the present, Lin Hai fell to one knee, heart racing. Memory sync complete. Recovered echo fragment. Last lock seal. Status: emotional signature logged, system trait influence increased. Sync progress 38%. Kayla looked at him. You saw her, didn't you? Lin Hai nodded. She died sealing it. Kayla touched the wall beside them. She was my commander. She gave everything to keep it closed. I was supposed to be the anchor. But my body wasn't enough. The spiral mark on her back glowed faintly, responding to the terminal's reawakening. Suddenly the system flared red. Warning: spiral pressure surge detected. Entity awakening, containment failing. Time remaining, 09 minutes until echo storm breach. Gate lock failsafe, inactive. Recommended action: engage gate core directly. The ruins shook. Above them the ceiling cracked. Dust poured down in sheets. From deep below the dais, a new sound rose, a heartbeat, but too large, too slow, too wrong. Kayla staggered. It's waking up. Lin Hai stepped to her side, grabbing her arm to keep her steady. The spiral on his palm burned hot. Not just reacting. Calling. Fourth spiral connection, active. Bond candidate detected, condition, dual gate interface. Lin Hai turned toward the center of the dais where the chains began to rise, drawn upward by something unseen. A gate shimmered into view. Incomplete. Red. pulsing like an open wound. He drew his blade. No more waiting. He was going to finish what they started. The chains snapped. Kayla screamed and dropped to her knees as red light poured from her back. The spiral mark flared wild, fractured lines pulsing out across her skin like spreading cracks. The gate above the dais fully formed. It didn't open. It tore. Reality split in a wide vertical arc. No doors, no hinges. Just raw echo force punching through the air like the world had been unzipped from the inside out. A shape emerged. Tall. Armored in spiraled bone and shimmering red memory plates. His limbs were too long. Its face wore a spiral mask with 7 lines drawn across the center. Its voice was nothing but the sound of a deep breath being held too long. Boss identified. Warden of the 4th gate. Class, Echo Construct, Rank 4. Combat Behavior. Aggressive/adaptive/sealbreaker variant. Status, Unbound. Kuro growled, fur bristling, but Lin Hai stepped forward first. The warden raised both arms. The room darkened. Then it struck. The first blow came like thunder. A sweeping backhand of compressed echo force that shattered the cathedral floor. Lin Hai dashed sideways, sliding over cracked stone, cloak fluttering behind him. Voice Fong. He launched a spiral slash from his blade, memory energy screaming as it flew, but the warden caught it midair with one hand and crushed it. Echo shards scattered across the ruin like sparks. Voice Fong, nullified. Enemy trait detected. Memory absorption, temporary. Right, Lin Hai muttered. It learns fast. The warden slammed its foot into the ground. The spiral gate behind it pulsed once, and then tendrils of red memory burst from the floor, whip-like strikes aiming for Lin Hai's throat and limbs. He flipped over one, ducked under another, and slashed through the third with a tight arc. Echo blade arc, precision strike. Damage moderate. The warden staggered. Kuro charged in from the left, shadow form rippling, fangs wide. He latched onto the warden's left arm, dragging it down just enough for Lin Hai to close the gap. Memory edge. The blade surged red then white. Lin Hai struck low, cutting through the warden's leg with a full-body spin. The impact rang through the chamber like a bell struck off-center. Memory edge, direct hit. Effect, structural destabilization triggered. The warden roared. A pulse wave exploded outward, flinging both Lin Hai and Kuro back across the dais. Dust and glass shot into the air. Kayla collapsed completely, unconscious now, the spiral on her back fading in and out like a broken signal. Kayla vital readings, unstable, lock state, 12%. Lin Hai pushed himself up, coughing hard. The warden reformed its leg. Faster this time. It walked forward slowly, deliberately, dragging the spiral pattern of its mask through the air like a blade of its own. Come on, Lin Hai said, lifting his weapon. Round 2. He rushed in. Every movement flowed now. His feet struck where memory told him they should. His blade moved with thoughts he hadn't yet formed. The warden struck down, he stepped left. It turned, he was already behind it. 2 strikes. 3. A feint. A reversal. Then the warden moved like him. It mirrored his strike with a matching one edge to edge. The blades clashed. The air screamed. They pushed apart. Boss phase, 2, behavior update, counter pattern detected. Lin Hai's mind raced. It's not copying. It's learning. He needed something it couldn't replicate. He glanced at Kayla. Still breathing. Still flickering. Then he focused on the emotion. All of it. The pain. The failure. The fire from Ruelan's voice. The laughter in Shan Yu's last words. He channeled it all. Into one final strike. Overcharge confirmed, Echo Surge Limit Test. Technique, Spiral Fong, Memory Lock Override. Warning, Echo Burn Risk, Moderate. Lin Hai raised the blade. The spiral on his palm burned crimson. Spiral Fong. He struck. The blade carved a full spiral through the air, each point of the curve flashing red. Memory poured into the steel. The laughter. The sorrow. The promise. The warden lunged. Too late. The spiral erupted in light. Red fire. White pulse. Sound like thunder inside a collapsing dream. The warden was caught mid-charge. Its mask cracked. Its body split apart, not into pieces but into dust, into voices, into silence. Gone. Boss defeated. Warden of the 4th gate. Echo sync, 51%. Kayla condition, stabilizing, spiral lock, inactive. Gate core, sealed, awaiting harbinger command. Lin Hai lowered the blade. The spiral on his hand stopped pulsing. Kuro returned to his side and let out a slow breath of shadow. The gate faded behind them, sealed once more. For now. Kayla stirred, eyes fluttering open. You did it, she said weakly. Lin Hai nodded. For now, he replied. But deep below, where no system alert could reach, something else shifted. Another spiral turned. And a whisper echoed from nowhere. 4 remain. And 1 watches. Kayla's breathing slowed. The spiral on her back had dimmed to a soft red ember. No longer cracked, no longer screaming. Her pulse was weak but steady. Kuro lay curled beside her, head resting near her shoulder, ears twitching at every faint shift in the wind. Lin Hai sat on the edge of the dais, arms resting on his knees, eyes on the fading gate. It was sealed again. Fully. For now. Above him, the sky of Kareth Val was calm. Too calm. A broken horizon of upside-down suns and hovering memory fragments hung motionless in the distance. Time here didn't move unless you told it to. He checked the system. Spiral lock status. Fourth gate, sealed. Kayla status, stabilizing. Personal echo sync, 51%. Echo trait active. Spiral blade, Fong of the forgotten voice. It was done. Until the spiral decided otherwise. A light ping. Not system. Comms. Lin Hai blinked in surprise as a thin thread of gold etched itself in the air beside him. The sanctuary's long-range relay. Ruelan's voice came through. Lin Hai, are you there? Your signal reappeared. He stood quickly. I'm here. Silence. Then a breath of relief. I felt the spike. Whatever it was, it reached through the gate and into me. For a second I saw stars. Falling stars. Lin Hai turned toward the sky. Not falling, he said quietly. Rising. Ruelan's voice lowered. Another spiral woke up, didn't it? Yeah. Number 5. Kuro stirred. His tail twitched once, then again. His ears flattened. Lin Hai looked down at him. What is it? The wind shifted. Not from the world. From the system. A new spiral pulse surged through his palm. Not slow, not calling. This one demanded. Spiral sync triggered. Region V gate identified. Spiral location. Above, altitude lock. Active. Gate status. Unstable/partially deployed. Opening sequence. Countdown bypassed. Warning, rift stream interlocking complete. Kayla sat up, coughing. That's not normal, she said hoarsely. Spirals don't force open. Not without. The sky cracked. Literally. A ripple passed through the shattered sunfields above, sending slow-motion shockwaves outward like sound in reverse. A rift tore open directly above them, circular, clean-edged, humming with silver-blue energy. Incoming spiral link, 5th gate activation. Imminent. Lin Hai's instinct screamed. He grabbed Kayla and Kuro and moved. Not fast enough. The light dropped like a hammer. A spiral beam surged down, wrapping around all 3 of them in a tight sphere. There was no system question this time. No permission request. Only transport. Only pull. They were lifted from Kareth Val in an instant, like thoughts being pulled from a closing book. They fell. Or flew. Or both. Through silver light. Through air that crackled with command and control. They landed hard. Stone beneath feet. Wind howling above. Lin Hai stood first. The sky was gone. In its place was nothing but cloud and void, dark, endless, shifting. They stood on a floating platform of spiral-forged stone. Around them, pieces of broken architecture hovered mid-air, rotating slowly like constellations without stars. Lightning danced between some of them, not with sound but memory. Kayla sat up and looked around. Oh, she breathed. This place is wrong. Kuro barked once, short, sharp warning. The system flared. You have entered Spiral Region V, Etherfall Reach. Realm status, active. Gravity, directional/terrain stability, variable. Dominant trait, will-based echo shaping. Warning, unbound echo constructs present. Lin Hai drew his blade. The sky around them pulsed once. Then something laughed. And the fight to reach Spiral 5 truly began. The stone beneath Lin Hai's boots trembled. Not from pressure. From thought. Around him, the broken sky boiled with shifting storm clouds and fragmented staircases that led nowhere. Floating towers spun gently in midair, chained by bands of glowing silver light. Kayla stood behind him, eyes scanning upward. This place isn't real, she said. It's built from command. Lin Hai stepped to the edge of the platform. There was no ground. Only a drop into mist and wind, endless in every direction. The spiral gate that had pulled them here was gone now, sealed above like a lid on a deep well. Then the air clicked. Like gears shifting inside a giant, invisible lock. A shadow flickered across the clouds. A shape descended. It looked like a statue at first, humanoid, tall, with smooth stone arms and no face. Runes spiraled across its shoulders like veins of light. It hovered 10 meters above, unmoving. Kuro growled. Kayla stepped back. Not a beast. That's a constructor. It's an architect. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. What's it building? The construct moved. Not with a lunge. With judgment. It raised a hand and the platform beneath them broke into 5 pieces, separating instantly. Lin Hai, Kayla and Kuro dropped. Kayla screamed. Kuro twisted in midair. Lin Hai didn't panic. He focused. System alert. Gravity displacement field active. Realm trait initiated. Etherfall combat protocol. Survival instinct detected. Engaging will-based echo link. New trait acquired. Echo command, tier 0. The wind roared past him as the fragments of the battlefield shifted below. Lin Hai held out his hand and chose a direction. The wind stopped. He stopped. Hovering. Will point lock confirmed. Momentum reset. He grinned. Now we're talking. He launched himself toward the nearest floating shard of stone and landed in a crouch. Above him, the architect raised its arm again. A spear of light formed, made not of energy but compressed memory. It threw. Lin Hai jumped sideways, flipped in midair, and slashed the projectile apart with a tight spiral cut. Red and white light exploded around him as fragments of someone else's memory scattered into the wind. Combat initiated. Architect class Echo Construct. Rank 4. Objective, territorial challenge, pass or be expelled. Pass. Lin Hai muttered. All right. Let's pass. Kayla landed hard on another platform. Kuro followed, leaping from stone to stone like a shadow wolf made of smoke. The architect descended slowly. No words. No aggression. But pressure radiated from it, a test of intent. Lin Hai knelt for half a breath. Then moved. He kicked off the stone and dashed upward through open air, willing his body into the flow of this world's rules. Spiral blade drawn, he focused not on gravity but direction. The construct raised a second arm. A wave of tiles erupted toward him. Lin Hai spun through them, dragging the blade in a helix path. Each strike left a ribbon of red light. One tile shattered. Then another. A third ricocheted and spun toward Kayla. Kuro. Kuro intercepted mid-leap, smashing the tile midair before flipping onto Kayla's platform. Lin Hai reached the architect. He slashed across its chest. The construct held still, no reaction. But the runes on its body dimmed. Strike registered, assessment response. Elevated. Second trial engaged, memory projection field active. The world shimmered. A new layer appeared around them, an image of Lin Hai's sanctuary training field, overlaid atop the floating shards. The architect duplicated. Now there were 3. Each identical. Each holding a version of the spiral blade. Kayla shouted from below. They're using your weapon against you. Lin Hai grinned. Good. He shot forward again, blade out, no hesitation. The real fight had begun. 3 Lin Hai stood before him. All identical. All armed with the spiral blade. But each moved differently. The one on the left spun the blade fast, almost dancing. Flashy. Unpredictable. The one in the center stood tall, controlled, perfect posture. Classic stance. The third slouched slightly. Low guard, eyes narrow. Practical. Efficient. Kayla's voice came from below. They're not just copying you. They're aspects. Lin Hai didn't respond. He didn't need to. The center clone struck first. A clean, perfect dash. The same one he'd used during the spiral trials back in the sanctuary. Lin Hai parried the blow and pivoted right, twisting into a rising arc and catching the clone in the ribs. Steel met steel. No damage. The echo shimmered and reset. The other 2 moved in unison. One from the air, spiral blade overhead. The other low, dragging sparks across the floating platform. Lin Hai moved without thinking, a smooth backflip into freefall, spinning once before commanding the wind to catch him. Will point lock activated, vector adjusted. He landed on a new platform with a sharp echo of boots on stone. The 3 versions followed. The air warped with memory pressure. System alert, trial of intent, echo confrontation mode active. Assessment type, internal conflict resolution. Metric, intent strength/combat clarity. Lin Hai exhaled. So it's not just skill. It's what I mean when I swing. He launched forward, targeting the low-guard clone. Their blades clashed in tight, brutal strikes. The clone dodged like he did when frustrated, sharp and efficient. It moved like he did in real combat, not training. This was the survivor. It dropped low, feinted left, and aimed for his ribs. Lin Hai didn't block. He let the blade graze his coat and pivoted forward, driving his hilt into the clone's chest. Not every fight is about survival, he muttered. Impact registered, intent shift recognized. Survivor form, disrupted. The clone burst into fragments of red light, scattering like ash on wind. One down. The dancer charged next, fast, wild, swinging wide in broad arcs. Each strike sang like wind through glass. Lin Hai parried, but it pressed him hard, moving faster than instinct. He jumped backward, adjusted his stance and tightened his grip. Showmanship, he said under his breath. That's what you are. The clone twirled once and struck with a wide, beautiful arc, exactly like Lin Hai had done when Ruilan was watching. He ducked under the blow and slammed his fist into the clone's jaw, then spun with a rising spiral slash that ended clean across the echo's chest. I don't need to prove anything. The dancer shattered. 2 down. Only the third remained, the one standing tall, formal grip steady. The one who hadn't moved since the start. Lin Hai walked toward him. This one wasn't aggressive. Just present. He stopped 10 paces away. The clone spoke. You think this is clarity? Lin Hai raised his blade. No. But it's close enough. The clone moved. One clean step. One clean slash. Perfect form. Lin Hai blocked. Parried. Clashed again. This fight was quieter. No dancing. No chaos. Just the rhythm of steel meeting steel. Again and again. Until Lin Hai saw it. The clone wasn't attacking to win. It was attacking to teach. Each move was a mirror. A reminder of how he'd been trained. How Shan Yu had drilled perfection into him. How he still fell back on technique when clarity failed. He dropped his guard. The clone struck. And Lin Hai struck back. No technique. Just intent. His blade pulsed red. The spiral flared on his palm. Echo surge triggered. Intent threshold reached. New trait gained. Echo intent tier 1. Effect. Combat resonance increases based on emotional conviction. Damage bonus. Plus 20% when striking with purpose. Their blades collided one last time. Lin Hai's won. The final clone shattered into silent light. Trial of intent complete. Combat clarity confirmed. Etherfall rank advancement. Tier initiate recognized. Spiral gate. 12% synchronization. Kayla landed behind him, breathing hard. Kuro padded to his side. Above, the sky shifted again. Not darker. Not lighter. Just aware. Lin Hai looked up. Spiral Region 5 had accepted his presence. But it hadn't accepted him. Not yet. The air was too still. Kayla looked up first. Something's coming. Kuro growled, crouched low on the fractured platform. His tail didn't move. His ears didn't twitch. Just a single, constant growl. Low warning, absolute. Lin Hai raised his head. The floating ruins above them had shifted. Not naturally. Intentionally. A new construct floated there, half-cloaked in wind and fractured light. Unlike the architect, it had no form, just a shell of armor suspended in an orb of spinning force. Torn banners trailed from its sides, etched with spiral script in reverse. Its mask was blank, featureless. But Lin Hai knew it was looking at him. New echo entity detected. Designation, Windseer, rank 5 construct class. Behavior, high observation/precision assault. Warning, targeting spiral sync signature. The construct didn't descend. It drifted silently, slowly. And as it moved, the platforms began to fall apart again. Separating, rising, dropping in impossible trajectories. The arena was no longer still. It was a storm of floating death. Kayla jumped back to a stable stone bridge. Lin Hai stayed where he was. The Windseer tilted in the air. Then vanished. He barely dodged the first strike. A pressure wave cracked the stone behind him as the Windseer reappeared mid-air, blade extended in a long, precise thrust that carved through the space Lin Hai had just vacated. He kicked off the edge of his fragment and shot upward, twisting mid-air. The spiral blade came around in a full circle swing. The Windseer flickered again behind him now. Another strike. This time Lin Hai blocked, barely. The impact rattled through his wrist. Fast. Too fast. But not unstoppable. He narrowed his eyes. System prompt. Will point lock, engage aerial sync. Yes, the world slowed. Not in time. In intention. The platform still moved. But now Lin Hai could see the paths they wanted to follow. The motion of the battlefield itself was visible. Trails of silver light curving between floating stones. Will point lock established. Etherflow mode engaged. He launched himself from fragment to fragment, each step landing precisely along those glowing arcs. The Windseer followed, striking from above, below, diagonally, in patterns that no organic mind could track. But Lin Hai didn't fight it with instinct. He fought it with intention. He wasn't dodging anymore. He was moving first. Voice Fong. He swung wide as he landed on a rotating platform, sending a spiraling arc of red memory light through the air. The pulse expanded mid-flight, but the Windseer deflected it with a palm strike, the pulse scattering in midair. Voice Fong, ineffective. Target trait, memory neutralization active. Lin Hai clicked his tongue. Of course. You're made to erase memory flow. The Windseer reappeared again, this time overhead, spinning with its arm extended like a blade, descending in a spiral. Lin Hai didn't block. He focused. Emotion. Purpose. Control. Spiral Fong. His blade lit with crimson intent as he slashed upward in a tight vertical spin. The spiral clash broke the air open. A burst of wind knocked Kayla flat against the far wall. Kuro was flung midair but twisted, landing on a narrow beam. The Windseer was knocked backward, its armor cracked at the center. It paused, analyzing, then changed shape. Its mask split down the middle and curved backward, revealing a core of pulsing white light. Not power. Not energy. Thought. A flood of projected memories began spilling into the air around it. Voices. Laughter. Screams. Names. So many names. Kayla shouted, "It's using your own echoes." It scanned them earlier. Lin Hai's eyes widened. The battlefield rippled. He was in the sanctuary. Then the cathedral. Then holding Ruelan's hand. Then alone in the rift. The Windseer's core pulsed again, forcing Lin Hai to relive every moment of the spiral gate resonance. But he didn't look away. He gripped his blade tighter. I know who I am. His spiral flared. Echo intent, Tier 1 activated. Clarity spike detected. Resistance to echo projection. 100%. He dashed through the memory storm and drove his blade straight into the Windseer's core. Red light burst outward. The mask reformed. Crack. Then shattered completely. The Windseer disintegrated into ribbons of light, not violently but quietly, like it had finished watching and finally decided to rest. Combat complete. Rank 5 construct defeated. Etherfall sync, 24%. New trait unlocked. Windstep, Tier 1. Effect. Midair movement shift once per engagement. Lin Hai landed hard, catching his breath. Kayla approached slowly. That was a guardian, she said. Region 5 doesn't just test power. It tests consistency. Kuro barked once and stared up at the sky. It was darker now, but not threatening. Just waiting. Lin Hai looked down at his palm. The 5th spiral was still glowing, and it was far from finished with him. The sky opened above them. Not with light, with structure. A shape loomed in the distance, suspended among storm-wrapped clouds and floating debris. It wasn't just built. It was willed into being. A fortress of stone and memory. Carved spires twisted into the sky, each one circling a glowing spiral core. Bridges of light stretched between floating towers, flickering slightly with every pulse of willpower from the land below. At its center stood a throne of air. Empty. System notice. Spiral region V core detected. Citadel of breath. Constructed echo territory. Gate anchor, locked. Spiral sync, 25%. Entry threshold met. Lin Hai landed on the outer bridge, boots clapping against translucent stone. The structure felt real underfoot, but barely. He reached down and pressed a hand to the floor. It trembled slightly, not from movement but from indecision. Like the citadel itself was unsure if it should stay whole. Kayla landed beside him, breathing hard. This place isn't ancient. It's fresh. Someone's still maintaining it. Kuro's fur stood on end. The doors to the inner ring opened. Not by touch. Not by command. They just opened. A wide chamber stretched beyond, glowing softly with spiral light. Memories drifted through the air in thin, glowing threads, silent whispers unclaimed. And at the far end of the room stood a figure. Human. Tall. Slim. Wrapped in armor that shimmered between states, sometimes steel, sometimes echo light. His spiral mark was visible on his neck. A full, stable 5th gate mark. He turned toward them. His hair was white blonde and his eyes shimmered blue. Come. Cold. Not hostile. But not welcoming. Another one, he said softly. I hoped it would be you. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. You know me? Not yet, the man replied. But I've seen your resonance paths in the air. You're loud. Kayla stepped closer to Lin Hai, her tone guarded. He's synced. Fully. That spiral isn't waking, it's his. New entity detected. Spiral bearer, confirmed. Designation, name unknown. Spiral gate alignment, region V, full control status reached. Threat rating, unmeasured. The man took a step forward. His foot didn't make a sound. The floor formed beneath him as he walked, paving itself into existence with each intention. I'm not here to fight you, he said. Not yet. Lin Hai kept his blade sheathed but his fingers hovered near the hilt. Then what are you here for? The bearer smiled faintly. To see if you're worth keeping alive. The tension cracked. Not from speech. From pressure. The spiral on Lin Hai's palm flared red. A heat bloomed across his arm, not pain but challenge. This place recognized its owner. And that owner didn't want to share. Kayla whispered, this whole citadel, it's breathing. Through him. The bearer stopped at the edge of the central ring and raised one hand. A glowing sigil formed beside him. It shaped itself into a weapon, not a sword but a fan made of spiral light and folded echo lace. He opened it once. The air reacted. Wind surged across the platform, pushing Lin Hai back a step. I am called Solin, the man said. Chosen by the 5th spiral 3 years ago. I built this citadel to keep others out. I'm here because the world is breaking. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed. Then help fix it. Solin's smile sharpened. We don't fix what the eye wants to break. We prepare for it. He closed the fan with a snap. A gust of wind burst outward, harmless but commanding. Next time we speak, you will either kneel or fall. He turned and walked away. And the spiral behind him closed like a lung exhaling. Citadel heart locked, access denied until challenge completed. Kayla stepped forward slowly. Did we just get warned off? Lin Hai stared at the spiral floor where Solin had vanished. No, he said. We just got noticed. The sky cracked again. But this time it wasn't spiral pressure. It was invitation. A ring of air and glowing sigils formed high above the citadel, a dueling platform made of spiraled wind and floating crystal. The kind of structure that only appeared when two spiral bearers agreed to speak the same language. Not with words. With combat. Lin Hai stood at the edge of the lift as it rose, Kayla and Kuro behind him. Solon waited in the center of the platform, fan already unfolded in one hand, spiral light coiling around his wrist like silk. "I thought you said you weren't here to fight," Lin Hai called out. "I'm not," Solon replied, smiling faintly. "This isn't a fight." He raised the fan and the sky pulsed. Spiral challenge, Region V, dual protocol initiated. Combat style, Echo Flow, Midair domain engagement. System locked, external interference disabled. Outcome modifier, respect/territory access granted on survival. Lin Hai stepped into the ring. Kuro growled once but stayed behind. He knew what this was. Not a brawl. A test. A storm of will. The moment Lin Hai's foot crossed the boundary, the arena ignited, not with flame but momentum. The wind spun into tight spirals around them. Runes danced across the edge of the platform, rotating faster and faster until the entire battlefield lifted another 50 meters into the sky. Solon moved first. One step. The fan blurred. Lin Hai dodged left as a blade of compressed air shot past his head, silent, fast and curved. He barely caught its path before another followed, then a third. He landed on the edge of the platform, reversed his stance and slashed upward with his spiral blade. Voice Fong. A red pulse tore through the air, spiraling toward Solon, but before it could reach him, he folded his fan and spun once. A tight arc of air pressure deflected the attack, scattering it into red fireflies. Solon smiled. Emotion. Good. He opened the fan again. Now give it direction. He lunged. This time Solon didn't throw air. He rode it. A burst of wind carried him forward, body horizontal, one hand skimming the ground. He passed Lin Hai in a blur and snapped the fan shut behind him, releasing a burst of vacuum that yanked Lin Hai backward mid-step. Lin Hai caught himself in the air with a pulse of will point energy and flipped. Wind step activated, position reset. He landed with a hard slash to regain ground. Solon turned. You're fast, but still reactive. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. You talk too much. He surged forward. Their blades clashed, fan against sword, light against memory. Each strike sent ripples through the arena. Not sound but presence. Lin Hai began adapting. Reading the way Solon thought, not just how he moved. He feinted left, drew out a slice, then dropped low and swept his leg, catching Solon's weight mid-transition. Solon floated upward, countering by launching a gust under his feet. But Lin Hai followed. He kicked off a summon stone and leapt, spinning into a rising spiral Fong. Solon blocked with both arms, his fan folding down to act like a shield. The blow landed. Art. Both were thrown back, spiraling through the sky, momentum colliding in slow arcs. Strike registered, echo pressure equalized. Dual sync, 47%. Solon wiped blood from his lip. Then laughed. Good. His spiral mark burned brighter. The wind around the arena began to rise. This is the difference between power and purpose, Lin Hai. You have power. But do you know where to send it? Lin Hai took a breath. He remembered Ruelan's voice. Kayla's words. The fight against the warden. He remembered why he was here. He raised his blade again, calm now. I send it forward. He dashed. Solon matched him. They met at the center. Spiral blade and spiral fan collided, releasing a pulse of energy that shook the citadel far below. Spiral clash registered equilibrium. Combat result, duel resolved, no victor. Respect threshold met, gate access granted. The arena faded around them like breath on glass. Solon stepped back and sheathed his fan. You're not ready, he said quietly. But you're close. Lin Hai lowered his blade. Then let's see how close I can get. Solon turned away, wind carrying him down to the inner citadel. Follow if you want answers. But be ready. Ready for what? Solon's voice echoed as he vanished. For the spiral that doesn't want to be opened. The doors didn't open. They dissolved. Lin Hai stepped through what had once been stone and found himself walking into air, heavy, silver-tinted, humming with spiral pressure. Kayla and Kuro followed close behind. Even Kuro walked slower now, ears flat, tail low. Ahead of them stood the true heart of the citadel. No stairs. No throne. No altar. Just a floating sphere of spiral energy, 15 meters wide, suspended in the air, wrapped in rings of scripture that shimmered between languages. The sphere pulsed once. Lin Hai felt it in his teeth. Spiral core detected. Region V, status. Rejection mode active. Bearer link, none. Memory type, sealed conscious fragment, class unknown. Warning, spiral entity presence confirmed. Kayla looked up, eyes wide. This one's never accepted a bearer, she whispered. Not since it first opened. Lin Hai stepped closer, ignoring the pressure building behind his eyes. Then why is it still active? Kuro snarled low. The air snapped. A voice echoed, not spoken, not sound. Not you. Not now. Not again. Lin Hai's vision blurred. For a moment the citadel was gone. He stood in a storm. Endless sky above. Spiral rings below. The world turned sideways. A presence hovered before him. No face. No shape. Only a feeling, weight, thought, intent. He couldn't breathe. Then the pressure lightened. Words formed directly inside his mind. You are not Solon. You are not the first. You are not enough. Lin Hai dropped to one knee. His spiral blade shook in his grip. The spiral on his palm flickered erratically as if trying to dim itself. System alert. Echo resistance compromised. Thought injection detected. Initiating mental anchor stabilization. Kayla's voice reached him faintly. Lin Hai, don't fight it with will. Anchor to something real. He focused. Not on power. Not on rage. On memory. On Ruelan's voice calling his name. On Shan Yu smirking in the mist. On Kuro's growl and Kayla's cracked smile. On the first time the spiral lit up under his hand. The pressure cracked. He stood again. The sphere flared red then pulled back slightly. Echo surge balanced. Thought injection blocked. Spiral sync 31%. Then the voice came again. You broke the fourth. You carry the voices of the sealed. You are interesting. Something moved inside the core. Not a beast. Not a person. A memory made solid. A cloaked figure formed slowly from the center of the spiral. Blurry, unfinished, wearing 7 spiral marks down its spine. Kayla gasped. The locked one. Lin Hai didn't flinch. What are you? The figure's head tilted slightly. We are what remains of the first bearer. Locked here because we refused. Now we wait, for someone who will not beg for the spiral. The system pinged. Optional challenge detected. Engage memory of the locked one. Type, thought form trial, full body sync required. Status, dangerous/unstable. Kayla touched Lin Hai's arm. You don't have to do this. He stared at the figure forming in front of him, taller now, more defined. Pieces of old armor etched with spiral script. A mask of broken glass covering its face. Kuro growled once then sat. Waiting. Lin Hai stepped forward. I'm not begging. He drew his blade. I'm earning it. The air turned cold. The spiral pulsed once. And the locked one raised its hand. The moment Lin Hai stepped forward, the spiral swallowed him. No sound. No pain. No motion. Just fall. Into memory. He hit the ground hard, boots skidding on stone. When he looked up, he stood in the sanctuary courtyard. The one from years ago. The air was warm. Quiet. Too quiet. Then the system pulsed. Trial initiated. Spiral core projection. Memory arena engaged. Opponent, locked one. Type, fragmented original. Echo resonance active, full sync enabled. Kuro and Kayla were gone. This place belonged to the spiral. And it was using his life as the battlefield. The courtyard shifted. He turned and saw her. Ruelan. But younger. Not the woman he trained beside now, a flicker of her as she had been on the first day they met. She looked at him with distant eyes. Then her voice hit. You'll always be behind. You hesitate when it counts. Lin Hai stepped back. No. The image blurred. Shifted. Now the courtyard was burning. He was on his knees. Blood on his hands. Not real. Not real. But his heart remembered the failure. The time he missed a strike. The time someone else died because of it. The locked one stepped into view, not from shadow but from his own form. Wearing his coat. Holding his blade. But the spiral on its chest was cracked. You've survived, the locked one said, but not because you're chosen. Because others carried you when you failed. It rushed him. Lin Hai parried the first strike but barely. Fast. This wasn't a beast. This was him without balance. Without anchors. Without anyone. Each swing came sharper than the last. Blades clashed in memory light. The courtyard bent with every impact. Walls collapsing into scenes from Lin Hai's life. Training, fear, pain, isolation. You think power makes you worthy? The locked one hissed. You think fighting earns you trust? The world cracked. Now he stood on the cathedral dais. Kayla collapsed behind him. The warden surged forward again. No one's coming this time, the locked one said. It swung. A wave of spiral energy tore across the platform. Lin Hai ducked low, pivoted, and slashed upward with memory edge. A burst of red carved the vision apart. The courtyard snapped back. Breathing hard, Lin Hai stood again. Stop using their voices, he said quietly. You're not them. The locked one tilted its head. You don't get it. This isn't your pain. It pressed forward, another strike but faster now, twin blades splitting from one. Each hit carried the weight of his fear. Of being forgotten. Left behind. Useless. Until Lin Hai stopped dodging. He took the next hit full force. It cracked his ribs. He dropped to one knee. But he didn't move. The locked one stepped back in surprise. You broke sync, it said. No, Lin Hai replied. I accepted it. He stood again. Bleeding. Breathing. I'm not fighting you because I'm perfect. He raised the spiral blade. I'm fighting because I remember who I was. His spiral mark pulsed red. The battlefield changed again. No longer sanctuary. No longer the cathedral. Now they stood in the rift, where it all began. Wind whipped around them. The world crackled with echo fire. Lin Hai took a deep breath. I've fought monsters. I've fought other bearers. I've fought myself. He stepped forward. And I'm still here. System alert. Spiral sync surged. Echo intent tier 2 achieved. Technique unlocked. Spiral memory. Bind emotion to arena and overwrite enemy memory path. He raised the blade high. Spiral memory. Red threads burst from his body. Each one linked to a moment. Kayla's cracked smile. Ruelan's hand on his wrist. Shan Yu's laugh. Kuro's howl. The battlefield shifted again. Now he was the source. The locked one stumbled. Its blades flickered. Its form stuttered. You. Lin Hai slashed through its chest. Clean final. The fragment burst apart in silence. The spiral pulsed around him. Not in pain. Not in anger. In acceptance. Trial complete. Spiral recognition achieved. Region V gate. Bound. Bearer. Lin Hai. Status active. Light flared across the sky. The citadel bloomed above. And Lin Hai, gasping, smiling, returned to the surface. Light. Too bright. Lin Hai opened his eyes to a sky that wasn't cracking anymore. It was steady. Clear. He lay at the base of the citadel's spiral heart, its structure no longer pulsing with tension but humming with quiet light. The floating rings around the core had aligned. Locked. The spiral had accepted him. Spiral gate. Region V, synchronized. Bearer, Lin Hai, status active. Echo sync, 57%. Trait unlocked. Spiral memory, tier 1. Kayla stood a few paces away, arms crossed, eyes watching him carefully. You were gone for almost 10 minutes, she said. Your body didn't move. Kuro nudged Lin Hai's shoulder with his snout. Lin Hai sat up slowly, hand still gripping the spiral blade. I was moving, he said quietly. Just not here. Kayla smiled. You really went into it, didn't you? You talked to it? Not just talked. He looked at his hand. The spiral mark had changed. No longer a red ring on his palm. Now it extended, branching like living veins up his wrist, faintly glowing with silver blue light. A fifth line had formed inside the ring. Five spirals now lit. 5 keys. 5 voices awakened. Kayla's voice grew softer. That's halfway. Lin Hai nodded. And for the first time in a long time, he felt it. Not fear. Not pressure. Momentum. Then the system pulsed again. But this time it wasn't personal. It was global. Spiral network ping, worldwide sync pulse detected. Status, multiple spirals resonating beyond known coordinates. Update, 3 unregistered bearers detected. Warning, synchronization increasing outside rift-controlled zones. Kayla stepped back. What does that mean? It means, Lin Hai said, the others are waking up. He stood fully now, eyes turning to the sky. For the first time since he arrived in Region V, the wind wasn't hostile. It was quiet. Waiting. Behind him, the spiral citadel stood complete, a fortress of memory shaped by battle and bonded by will. But across the rift, something else stirred. A spiral gate pulsed in a ruined city. Another surged from the ocean floor. A third bloomed beneath the roots of a collapsed forest. All waking. All calling. And deep within the eye, a whisper came. Not through system. Through instinct. When 7 are lit, one must close them all. Lin Hai's fist closed. He didn't know what that meant yet. But he was going to find out. Because he wasn't just a survivor now. He was the bearer of 5 spirals. And the world no longer moved without him. Rain drifted down in slow, silvery sheets, whispering against the roof tiles of the eastern sanctuary. Ruelan stood alone in the high garden, her coat soaked through, her breath slow, steady, visible in the cold. The bells hadn't rung. No alarms. No alerts. No rift breaches reported. But she felt it. It wasn't a ripple. It wasn't a tremor. It was a pulse. Soft, steady, sinking. Like a heartbeat echoing up from the earth itself. She knelt, pressing one gloved hand against the stone path. The chi beneath the ground was vibrating, not with pressure but resonance. Something old. Something buried. The system flickered in the corner of her vision. Spiral activity detected. Local field disturbance. Location, eastern sector, depth level. Unknown. Threat classification, undefined. Depth level, she murmured. Not rift, not sky. Underground? She stood quickly and reached for her comm. Instructor Shanyu. Report. Static. Only static. She tried again. No signal. Not even system ping. And then she saw it. Across the courtyard, near the old well that hadn't been touched since the sanctuary was built, the rain wasn't falling. It was hanging. Suspended midair. Frozen drops locked in time. Ruelan drew her blade. She walked toward it slowly, one step at a time. The moment her foot crossed into the circle of stillness, everything stopped. When? Sound. Rang. Silence. And then, the well spoke. Not aloud. In her mind. Like the spiral had spoken to Lin Hai. The fifth has risen. The sixth is below. She staggered back, blade raised. The voice continued. One walks the sky. One waits in stone. And one begins to remember. The system surged. Text flooded her vision in a rush of red and silver light. Spiral gate. Region 6 awakening. Status. Subterranean lock/awakening incomplete. Link signature detected. Ruelan, tethered channel trace active. Warning, emotional echo feedback incoming. Pain slammed through her chest. Not injury. Emotion. She felt Lin Hai's spiral unlocking. The way it burned through him. The way it resonated. Her own tether pulsed in time with his sync, not fading anymore. Strengthening. Lin Hai, she whispered. She clutched her heart. The tether flared to life for the first time in days. A thread of red light connected her to the sky, then snapped downward like a reversed arrow, aiming into the earth. And the well glowed. Not blue. Not red. Gold. A spiral she had never seen before, ancient, etched in buried stone, began to rise from beneath the surface, like it had waited beneath her feet all this time. She staggered back, eyes wide. This wasn't just a spiral waking. It was one that had always been hers. She had just never heard it, until Lin Hai lit the fifth. The golden spiral beneath the well pulsed again. Ruelan stood at the edge of the courtyard, rain still frozen midair behind her. The wind had stopped, but she could hear something else now. A sound she hadn't heard in years. Breathing. Not hers. Not human. Not beast. Just slow, ancient breath, exhaling from deep within the earth. She turned her head toward the well. The spiral wasn't just glowing anymore. It was growing. Faint lines of golden script spread like roots from the well's base, carving slowly across the stone, down the steps and into the sanctuary itself, seeping into the halls. System alert. Unstable spiral resonance spreading. Source. Region 6, classification pending. Containment level, breached. Ruelan moved. Quick steps. Quiet. She followed the roots as they curved downward through the hall, past training rooms, meditation chambers and sealed doors. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. She passed the scribe's quarters. Empty. She passed the inner garden. The sky there had turned gray. Then she reached the inner crypt. The door was already open, and the route stopped here. A staircase spiraled downward into blackness, lined with rough stone and golden dust. She hesitated, then descended. With each step the pressure grew. Not like Lin Hai had described, not memory, not vision. The spiral was weight. A pressure behind her chest. A presence just beneath her heartbeat. As if the ground had been waiting to speak. She reached the bottom of the steps. The chamber was wide. Empty. The stone was older than the sanctuary, untouched by tool or technique. Spiral carvings covered the walls, but they were reversed. Like they'd been written from inside the stone, looking out. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pillar. And on it, a spiral mark. Not carved. Not drawn. Burnt. Golden light flickered faintly across it. Then a system prompt appeared. Unclaimed spiral identified. Region 6, designation. Root. Environmental type. Subterranean/resonance/silence-based memory seal. Link candidate detected, Ruelan. Condition, soul tethered/bonded to active harbinger, Lin Hai. Status, dormant, awakened by external sync pulse. Her breath caught. It's been here, this whole time? The pillar pulsed, and the air changed. Something moved in the far corner. She turned, blade halfway drawn, as a shape stepped out of the shadows. Human-shaped, barefoot, wrapped in decayed robes, eyes glowing dull gold. But its face was blank. No mouth, no eyes, no voice. Only a spiral etched vertically down its spine, flickering with the same color as the pillar. It took a step forward. Ruelan stepped back. Echo entity detected, Guardian class. Designation, Vault Watcher, Type 1. Behavior, protective, reactive to spiral instability. The creature raised one hand, not in peace, not in attack. It was reading her. She felt it inside her thoughts, scanning her heartbeat, her memories, her connection to Lin Hai. The pillar glowed again, and the creature's spiral flared. It lunged. Fast. She dodged left. The stone shattered behind her where the strike landed. A fist, not a blade. But it hit like a warhammer. Dust exploded through the crypt. Ruelan flipped back, drew her blade and landed in a tight stance. Wrong answer. She charged. Steel met stone as her blade cut into the watcher's ribs. It hissed, but not from pain. From recognition. Like her blade wasn't wounding it, it was reminding it. It struck again. Faster. She blocked, twisted, reversed her grip and slashed across its chest. The mark there flickered. Warning, Guardian memory stabilizing. Time to hostile resonance reset. 15 seconds. The system pulsed again. A final alert. Spiral Gate 6 sync level, 3%, candidate recognized, Ruelan. The chamber shook. The pillar cracked. And the fight truly began. The golden spiral beneath the well pulsed again. Ruelan stood at the edge of the courtyard, her boots resting on the still wet stone. Rain hung in the air like beads of frozen glass, unmoving, weightless, caught mid-fall in a world that had decided to pause without warning. The trees behind her no longer swayed. The wind had stopped. Even the breath in her throat felt suspended, caught halfway to her lips. But there was a sound. A deep, low exhale rising from beneath the earth. Not a beast. Not a machine. Not human. Just breath. Patient. And impossibly slow. She turned her eyes toward the well. The spiral etched at its base had changed. It wasn't just glowing anymore. It was growing. Lines of golden script bled outward from its center, snaking across the courtyard stone, curling down the temple steps, and reaching toward the sanctuary's inner halls like glowing roots. They carved without chisel or flame, just soft light cutting through matter as if it had been waiting for permission. Her system interface flickered into view. System alert. Unstable spiral resonance spreading system alert. Unstable spiral resonance spreading system alert. Unstable spiral resonance spreading. Source. Region VI, classification pending source. Region 6, classification pending source. Region VI, classification pending. Containment level, breached containment level, breached containment level, breached. Ruelan moved. No orders. No hesitation. Just instinct. Her feet made no sound against the stone as she followed the golden roots. They slid downward, coiling through the lower hall, between meditation chambers and scroll rooms, past sealed wooden doors and empty dormitories. She passed the scribe's quarters. Empty. She passed the inner garden. The suspended sky had gone gray. Everything was too quiet. No system chimes. No monks reciting mantras. Not even the hum of resonance shielding in the walls. Just her breath, shallow now, and the faint whisper of spirals burning slowly through matter. The roots led to the crypt. The door there was already open. What? Ruelan stopped at the threshold. The air inside was colder. Thicker. And yet it pulled at her. Stone steps spiraled downward into shadow, lined with streaks of golden dust. Not dust, she realized. Script. Like pollen laced with memory, still falling even in the stillness of the paused world. She hesitated. Then stepped in. Each step downward deepened the pressure. Not like the spirals Lin Hai had studied, not visions, not ancient echoes playing back a scene. This wasn't memory. It was presence. Heavy and quiet. As if the earth itself had been waiting for someone to finally arrive. The spiral wasn't a signal. It was a breath, and she had walked into its lungs. At the bottom, the chamber widened. The floor was smooth, untouched by tool or hand. Stone so old it no longer belonged to any nation. The walls were marked in spirals, but reversed like they'd been burned into the rock from the inside out. Each curve of script shimmered faintly with unspoken memory. And at the center stood a pillar. Rough. Uneven. Yet marked at its peak with a spiral. Not carved. Not etched. Burned, glowing faintly gold as if someone had branded it into the stone with light. Her system chimed again. Unclaimed spiral identified. Region VI, designation. ROT unclaimed spiral identified. Region 6, designation. ROT unclaimed spiral identified. Region VI, designation. Root. Environmental type. Subterranean, resonant, silence minus based memory seal environmental type. Subterranean / resonant / silence based memory seal environmental type. Subterranean, resonant, silence minus based memory seal. Link candidate detected. Ruelan link candidate detected. Ruelan link candidate detected. Ruelan. Condition. Soul minus tethered / bondetto active harbinger Lin Hai. Condition. Soul tethered / bonded to active harbinger Lin Hai. Condition. Soul minus tethered / bondetto active harbinger Lin Hai. Status. Dormant, awakened by external sync pulse status. Dormant, awakened by external sync pulse status. Dormant, awakened by external sync pulse. Her hand trembled. All this time, it had been here? The pillar flickered in response. Then something shifted. She turned, hand half drawn to the blade at her hip, just as a figure moved in the corner of the chamber. Not walking. Just appearing as if it had stepped into place from another world. Human-shaped. Barefoot. Wrapped in dark, decayed robes that trailed the dust. Its face was blank, smooth and unreadable. No eyes, no mouth, no voice. Only a spiral etched vertically down its spine, pulsing in sync with the one on the pillar. One step forward. She stepped back. Her system reacted again. Echo entity detected. Guardian minus class echo entity detected. Guardian class echo entity detected. Guardian minus class. Designation. Vault Watcher, Type I designation. Vault Watcher, Type I designation. Vault Watcher, Type I. Behavior. Protective or reactive spiral instability behavior. Protective or reactive to spiral instability behavior. Protective or reactive spiral instability. It raised a hand. Not in peace. Not in attack. But in recognition. She felt it then. A whisper in her thoughts. It wasn't speaking words, it was listening. Scanning. It could feel her connection to Lin Hai. The path that led her here. The fragments of spiral energy still clinging to her skin from past sinks. It moved through her like smoke. The pillar glowed brighter. The spiral on the creature's spine flared. Then it moved. Fast. She dodged. Barely. Stone exploded where its fist landed. A crater carved into the floor with a single strike. Not a blade. Not a weapon. Just raw weight. A hit like thunder, like gravity deciding to exist all at once in one spot. Ruelan flipped back, drew her blade and slid into stance. Her knees bent. Her breath leveled. Wrong answer. She charged. Steel sang through the silence as it cut the creature's ribs. The blade sparked, not blood, not pain. But resonance. A flare of memory. The echo hissed, a long dry sound not from hurt but from recollection. Her blade hadn't harmed it. It had reminded it. It struck again. Faster. She blocked, twisted, reversed her grip and slashed across its chest. The spiral there flickered, unstable. Her interface screamed a new warning. Warning, Guardian memory stabilizing, Tomito hostile resonance reset. 15 seconds warning, Guardian memory stabilizing, time to hostile resonance reset. 15 seconds warning, Guardian memory stabilizing, Tomito hostile resonance reset. 15 seconds. The air vibrated. Not from force, from sync. A low tremor ran through the stone. The pillar cracked. A final system message echoed into her thoughts, not just visual, this one felt spoken from the spiral itself. Spiral gate VI sync level, 3%, candidate recognized, Ruelan spiral gate 6 sync level, 3%, candidate recognized, Ruelan spiral gate VI sync level, 3%, candidate recognized, Ruelan. The chamber pulsed like a second heartbeat. She felt it in her teeth, in her ribs, and the fight truly began. The moment the spiral cracked, the air changed. Not louder, not faster, just deeper, like the space around her was no longer a room but a breath being drawn inward. The Vault Watcher moved again. Not with the stiff rhythm of something summoned, but with the deliberate weight of memory waking up. Each step seemed to reteach the stone how to bear its presence. Its limbs flexed as if rediscovering how to be a shape. Not alive. Not dead. Just present. Ruelan pivoted low and to the side, just as the creature's next strike came down. She felt the wind of it pass a hair's width from her shoulder, followed by the crack of ancient floor becoming powder behind her. No pattern. No form. Its strikes were not trained. They were instinct, which meant it was getting faster. She circled, watching the spiral etched along its back pulse in time with the pillar. They were linked. Not like summoner and summon but like twin memories, one breathing through stone, the other through motion. The system fed her new data with a delay, struggling to stabilize. Vault Watcher, type I sync rising Vault Watcher. Type 1 sync rising Vault Watcher. Type I sync rising. Behavioral mode shift. Recognition loop behavioral mode shift. Recognition loop behavioral mode shift. Recognition loop. Warning, full resonance alignment possible, Guardian may regain partial memory warning. Full resonance alignment possible, Guardian may regain partial memory warning. Full resonance alignment possible, Guardian may regain partial memory. Partial memory. Her foot skidded slightly across the dust as she changed direction. So it doesn't know who it is. Yet. She slid forward, blade arcing low, dragging sparks from its leg as she swept past. It staggered but didn't fall. No cry. No voice. Just a low hum through the chamber as the spiral on its spine stuttered once, then flared again. It didn't bleed. But something inside it was trying to remember. She could feel it now, pulsing not just through the air but through her blade, her breath, her ribs. This wasn't a fight between two people. It was a struggle between resonance. The spiral wanted to wake up, but it didn't know how. She tightened her grip, shifting her stance to the defensive. Her sword flicked upward just in time to deflect a heavy backhand, her wrist absorbing the shock as steel met stone. The blow carried enough force to toss her sideways. She landed, rolled, exhaled. Focus. The system pulsed again as if sensing her thought. Sync rate with Vault Watcher. 12 sync rate with Vault Watcher. 12% sync rate with Vault Watcher. 12. Spiral Gate VI link holding. Candidate relevance confirmed. Spiral Gate 6 link holding. Candidate relevance confirmed. Spiral Gate VI link holding. Candidate relevance confirmed. She narrowed her eyes. Then test me. The Vault Watcher came forward. Faster this time, no hesitation. Its fists were meteors. Its arms blurred. She ducked, weaved, countered, sparks flashing as her blade carved clean arcs through its movements. Still no voice. Still no face. But something was changing. With each clash, her thoughts weren't hers alone anymore. She felt flashes. Glimpses. A room bathed in gold. A boy training with a wooden staff, his motions calm, his back marked by a spiral. A soft voice, echoing through the air like wind caught in a bottle. You are not your purpose. You are your path. Then, shatter. Ruelan stumbled as the watcher's palm met her chest. Not a strike, a push. But behind it, raw pressure surged outward like a silent roar. She was thrown backward across the chamber, her boots carving a line in the dust before she caught herself. She gasped once, then steadied. It's remembering me. No, not me. Someone I reminded of. The spiral on the pillar now glowed fully. Not just etched, but a light from within, like it had caught fire beneath the stone. Lines of new script began to form in the air above it, slowly spinning, reading themselves aloud in her thoughts. ROT spiral reactivation sequence. 39 root spiral reactivation sequence. 39% ROT spiral reactivation sequence. 39. Echo entity, partial memory unsealed echo entity, partial memory unsealed echo entity, partial memory unsealed. Identified reference anchor. Harbinger Lin Hai identified reference anchor. Harbinger Lin Hai identified reference anchor. Harbinger Lin Hai. Crosslink detected with candidate Traylon. Crosslink detected with candidate Ruelan. Crosslink detected with candidate Traylon. Status. Cognitive sync pathway forming status. Cognitive sync pathway forming status. Cognitive sync pathway forming. Lin Hai. Of course it was Lin Hai. The creature hesitated. Its hand fell to its side, twitching slightly, as if unsure what gesture to make next. Ruelan watched carefully, blade still raised. One step forward. No reaction. Another. Still nothing. She exhaled. Slow. Then quietly she said, "You knew him, didn't you?" The creature's head tilted slightly. The spiral flared again, this time more softly, like a heartbeat slowing. She lowered her sword just slightly. The pillar behind it was still cracking, but the resonance was no longer wild. It was sat. Like a memory trying to survive inside a body that forgot how to hold it. "If you're a guardian," Ruelan murmured, "then who were you guarding?" No answer. But the system spoke again. Sync path confirmed, sync path confirmed, sync path confirmed. Candidata has initiated recognition dialog. Candidate has initiated recognition dialog. Candidata has initiated recognition dialog. New status registered. Spiral gate VI, semi-stable new status registered. Spiral gate 6, semi-stable new status registered. Spiral gate VI, semi-stable. Vault Watcher Memory Core. Fragment accessible Vault Watcher Memory Core. Fragment accessible Vault Watcher Memory Core. Fragment accessible. A hum filled the air. The spiral burned brighter. Then, the creature stepped aside. No aggression. No threat. Behind it, the wall began to shift, not physically but visually. Spiral script traced across its surface in a wide arc, forming what looked like a door without hinges, edges, or key. Just the pattern of something once sealed. The interface flickered. ROT gate response achieved. ROT gate response achieved. ROT gate response achieved. Deeper access permitted. Spiral memory chamber initiated. Deeper access permitted. Spiral memory chamber initiated. Deeper access permitted. Spiral memory chamber initiated. Ruelan looked at the spiral one last time. Her hand still trembled. Her heart was still racing. But she took the step forward. Past the creature. Past the cracked pillar. Into the spiral's breath. And the door dissolved around her. The light didn't fade. It folded. Softly. Silently. As if it had never been light to begin with, only memory remembering how to be seen. Ruelan stepped through the threshold, and the chamber behind her vanished. Not with sound, not with motion, but with the certainty of waking from a dream you didn't know you were dreaming. She didn't fall. She didn't float. She stood. In a space without ground, without sky, without shape. Only spirals. Soft, gold traces of script that drifted past her like feathers in water. Each line shimmered as it moved, curling and bending through invisible currents. They didn't touch her, but she could feel them. Warm. Familiar. They weren't random patterns. They were language. Words. But not written for her. Written by someone she had once followed without question. Her system flickered gently. ROT spiral memory seal. Chamber I accessed. ROT spiral memory seal. Chamber I accessed. ROT spiral memory seal. Chamber I accessed. Core memory fragment. Harbinger Lin Hai core memory fragment. Harbinger Lin Hai core memory fragment. Harbinger Lin Hai. Status. Partially restored status. Partially restored status. Partially restored. Playback medium. Spiral echo construct playback medium. Spiral echo construct playback medium. Spiral echo construct. Time distortion present. Synchronization imminent. Time distortion present. Synchronization imminent. Time distortion present. Synchronization imminent. Then, softly, the spirals began to form an image. Not drawn, remembered. The golden lines coiled into shape, and the void around her folded into a scene. A sanctuary. Smaller. Older. The wood warped slightly with time. Candles burned low. Rain tapped the outer walls. and in the center sat Lin Hai. Not as she remembered him last. Younger, sharper, eyes still full of light. He was seated cross-legged, facing a mirror with no reflection. His hands rested on his knees, and the spiral at the center of his chest glowed faintly through his robes. Then he spoke, not aloud, not to her, but to the memory. Silence teaches, if you know how to listen. Ruelan didn't move. She knew better than to interrupt the spiral fragment. These were echoes, not performances, not recordings. Just impressions of thought burned into the spiral structure. The Lin Hai in front of her turned slightly, head tilted as if listening to something she couldn't hear. They told me Spiral 6 was dead. A silent seal. A failed gate. But they were wrong. It isn't dead. It's buried. Listening. Waiting for someone to speak without fear. The mirror in front of him shimmered. Spiral script formed across its surface, reverse-etched, curling inward toward a center that never arrived. I'm not afraid of silence, he said. I'm afraid of what it remembers. The scene flickered. She reached out, but her hand passed through it. It wasn't meant to be touched, only felt. Another pulse moved through the space. Secondary memory fragment aligning, secondary memory fragment aligning, secondary memory fragment aligning. Subject, Lin Hai, private record, final sync attempt. Subject, Lin Hai, private record, final sync attempt. Subject, Lin Hai, private record, final sync attempt. Emotion load, suppressed / echo - locked emotion load, suppressed / echo locked emotion load, suppressed / echo - locked. The space folded again. Now he stood in a field of ash. Not real ash, symbolic. The ground shimmered like charcoal beneath sunlight, and the sky above was wrong. Too close. Too still. Lin Hai walked slowly, his boots stirring no dust. She followed. He didn't see her, but her presence aligned with his path. As if the spiral wanted her to see this. To understand something he had never said. He paused beside a figure lying face down in the dust. Ruelan froze. Was herself. Or a version of her. Younger. Bleeding. Faint spiral etchings burned across her arms. Incomplete, pulsing weakly. Lin Hai knelt beside the figure. He touched her back gently and the spirals pulsed stronger. She wasn't supposed to follow me this far, he whispered. She wasn't ready. The system pulsed. Emotional imprint detected, emotional imprint detected, emotional imprint detected. Echo stability, fragile echo stability, fragile echo stability, fragile. Playback accelerating, playback accelerating, playback accelerating. The scene cracked around the edges. Not breaking. Waking. The spiral was letting go. She turned toward Lin Hai's fading figure, her voice soft. Why did you mark me? This wasn't a real question. It was memory echoing back at memory. Still, something in the fading spiral script responded. A line of text floated in front of her, curling slowly as it formed. Because I was afraid the spiral would forget you. The light deepened. The spirals unraveled. And Ruelan opened her eyes. She was back in the crypt. But not quite. The pillar was gone. Or rather, opened. The stone had split along the spiral mark, revealing a small alcove inside. Resting in its center was a shard of mirror. Not glass, polished memory seal crystal. Smooth curved, and faintly warm. The vault watcher stood behind her, silent. Waiting. She stepped forward and took the mirror. The moment her fingers closed around it, the system whispered again. Memory fragment retrieved. Harbinger Lin Hai memory fragment retrieved. Harbinger Lin Hai memory fragment retrieved. Harbinger Lin Hai. Classification. Personal, spiral key type classification. Personal, spiral key type classification. Personal, spiral key type. Status. Bound to candidate Ruelan status. Bound to candidate Ruelan status. Bound to candidate Ruelan. ROT gate depth. Level 1 access granted ROT gate depth. Level 1 access granted ROT gate depth. Level 1 access granted. A breeze moved through the crypt, soft and unnatural. Like a breath drawn inward. The spirals on the walls pulsed once. Then settled. Ruelan looked down at the mirror shard in her hand. It didn't show her reflection. Only a spiral. Slowly spinning. Patient. Remembering. By the time Ruelan stepped back into the sanctuary halls, the rain had resumed. Slow. Cold. Normal. The world had remembered how to move. She stood just beneath the archway, one hand resting on the stone as water dripped from her sleeve. Behind her, the crypt was still sealed, the vault watcher no longer visible, its presence folded back into the spiral's silence. Above her, the sky was a pale gray. Soft light filtered down through the courtyard trees. The golden script that had once crawled across the stone was gone, withdrawn into the earth like breath exhaled after a long-held note. The mirror shard still sat warm in her hand. She'd wrapped it in cloth, but it pulsed faintly through the fabric. Not bright. Not threatening. Just present. As if to say, I'm still here. She tucked it into her robe. Then moved. Her steps were slow. Not from fatigue but from thought. The kind of careful quiet you carried when something invisible had changed, and you didn't yet know what name to give it. The halls looked the same. The same stone patterns beneath her feet. The same unlit lanterns hung at the corners. The same threads of incense clinging to the air. And yet, every breath felt slightly off. Too many doors left open. Too many shadows lingering where none should have been. She passed the meditation chamber. Empty. She passed the library wing. Still unlit. It wasn't until she reached the scribe's corridor that she saw the first sign of anyone else. Mei Sol sat on the floor outside the archivist's office, hugging her knees, a long scroll of partially unspooled script draped across her lap. Her ink brush dangled from one hand, forgotten. She looked up as Ruelan approached. Then blinked. You're back. Ruelan didn't stop walking. Shouldn't I be? Mei scrambled up, scroll crumpling. No, I mean, you disappeared. You weren't in the hall or the crypt or anywhere. The system froze. The roots vanished. Master Quen sealed the lower gates. Everyone thought. She paused. Eyes narrowed. You went through it. Ruelan didn't answer. Mei's voice dropped. You opened Spiral 6. Still no answer. But the silence was enough. Mei glanced around the hall, then dropped her voice lower. Did you see him? Ruelan turned her gaze slightly, just enough to meet her eyes. And for a moment, Mei Sol stopped speaking. You did. Neither of them moved. The corridor was empty. The sound of distant wind chimes ticked faintly through the windows, carried by the breeze. Mei stepped closer. Not urgent. Just gentle. What did it show you? Ruelan looked away. Not what I expected. She started walking again, but Mei kept pace. Did he leave something behind? A fragment. From before he vanished? Ruelan didn't respond. After a few steps, Mei sighed and looked down. Her sandals scuffed against the floor. They'll call you for inquiry, she said softly. You know that, right? Of course. You accessed a root class gate without sanction. Without a stabilizer. Without another candidate present. Yes. And if Master Quen thinks you're unstable? Ruelan stopped. Mei nearly walked into her. Lon? I'm not unstable. There was no anger in her voice. No defensiveness. Just certainty. Like a blade set on stone. She turned fully toward Mei. Her eyes were calm but focused, as if she'd seen something inside the spiral she wasn't ready to speak aloud. As if her silence now was the only protection she could offer the memory still pulsing faintly against her chest. Mei held up her hands. I didn't mean it like that. I know. A long pause. Then Ruelan looked down the hall. Where's Master Quen? Still in the upper archives. He's been running system diagnostics since the breach. Nobody's been allowed into Region VI's hall since the sync search. Ruelan nodded once. I'll report to him. Mei hesitated. Then reached out. Wait. Ruelan paused. What? Just, before you go. Mei's voice softened. Did it hurt? Ruelan blinked. For the first time since re-emerging from the spiral, her posture loosened. The tension in her shoulders slackened by a fraction. Her gaze dropped to the floor. And for a brief second, her lips parted as if to answer. She could have said no. But she didn't. Instead she murmured, not in the way I thought it would. And walked away. The sound of her footsteps faded into the upper hall. Mei stood alone in the corridor, ink-stained scroll still in her hands. Outside the rain fell softly, no longer frozen, no longer afraid. And somewhere beneath the sanctuary, Spiral 6 waited. Still spinning. Still remembering. The inner garden was silent. It always was, even when birds passed overhead or wind stirred the bamboo leaves. The sanctuary's wards muffled the sound, turning the garden into a kind of breathless pocket. Soft, calm, unnaturally still. Ruelan knelt beside the reflection pool at the center. She'd left her blade in the antechamber. The mirror shard rested in her lap, still wrapped in cloth. It hadn't pulsed again since the crypt, but she could feel it, something alive deep within it. Or not alive exactly. Just aware. The sky above the garden had cleared slightly. Pale blue peeked through the clouds, casting soft reflections on the surface of the water. But Ruelan didn't look up. Her thoughts weren't here. They were still down below. In the crypt. In the spiral. With him. She unwrapped the cloth slowly. The mirror caught the light, but it didn't reflect the world around her. No sky. No trees. Not even her own face. Only the spiral, etched faintly across its curve, still spinning, still silent. She inhaled once. Then whispered, activate. The system responded immediately. Memory fragment identified. Harbinger Lin Hai memory fragment identified. Harbinger Lin Hai memory fragment identified. Harbinger Lin Hai. Class. Personal imprint class. Personal imprint class. Personal imprint. Trigger phrase confirmed. Trigger phrase confirmed. Trigger phrase confirmed. Echo playback initializing. Echo playback initializing. Echo playback initializing. The mirror warmed in her hand. Light spilled outward, soft and golden. Not enough to blind. Just enough to make the air feel thicker, like the space around her had taken a deep breath and hadn't exhaled yet. Then a voice spoke. His voice. If you're hearing this, I've already broken protocol. Ruelan froze. Not because the voice surprised her, but because of how casual it sounded. Lin Hai's tone wasn't panicked. It wasn't urgent. It was quiet, like he was sitting beside her under the garden tree, speaking without pressure, without fear. Just speaking. I left this echo inside root because I knew the council would never authorize full access. Not after what happened in Region 3. Pause. A shift in tone, lower now. They've always misunderstood Spiral 6. They think silence means absence. That a lack of data means failure. But silence is only absence if you stop listening. The mirror's light pulsed gently. I synced with root 4 times before they found out. Partial sync only. No breakthrough. But the patterns it gave back weren't just reactive. They were reflective. It wasn't mirroring me. It was recording me. Learning. Waiting. A soft breath caught halfway through the next sentence. And it responded to her. Ruelan's fingers tightened around the mirror's edge. I didn't want to involve you, Lin Hai's voice continued. I meant to keep you out. Away. The sync shouldn't have pulled you in. But the spiral didn't choose you by accident. It knew your resonance. It remembered you. He hesitated. Long enough for Ruelan to realize this part hadn't been rehearsed. You're stronger than I was at your age. You hide it better. You carry it quieter. But the spiral sees through that. Root responds to buried strength. To those who carry silence the way others carry blades. The light shifted, brightened. Ruelan, if you reach the second chamber, don't rush. The memory there isn't stable. It's mine. But it's not just mine. It's what the spiral saw of me. You'll need to decide whether that version of me is worth following. The mirror dimmed. The air softened. Then one final message spoken not like a log, but like a goodbye. If this is where our paths split, know I never meant for you to walk alone. The light faded. The spiral on the mirror stilled. The garden was quiet again. Ruelan sat motionless. Her hand slowly lowered to her lap, the mirror cool once more. She didn't cry. Didn't speak. She simply sat there, watching the pond, her reflection still absent from the surface. The system pulsed once. Fragment complete, fragment complete, fragment complete. Access path to chamber unlocked, access path to chamber 2 unlocked, access path to chamber unlocked. Memory classification. Personal echo, stable memory classification. Personal echo, stable memory classification. Personal echo, stable. ROT spiral sync progress. 17 root spiral sync progress. 17% ROT spiral sync progress. 17. She breathed out. 17%. That meant more was coming. She rose slowly, wrapping the mirror again. The sky above was clearing now, clouds retreating, letting in a little more light. But Ruelan's thoughts remained overcast. She had his voice. She had his fragment. But no answers. Not yet. And certainly not enough to trust what the spiral would show her next. She turned toward the hall. It was time to speak with Master Quen. The upper archives were never loud. They didn't need to be. Even without noise, the space held presence. Old presence. Heavy. Scrolls lined every surface, some sealed in crystal, others wound tight in rings of copper. Shelves formed labyrinths of quiet study and forgotten records. The air smelled of ink and ash and old binding thread. But Ruelan wasn't here for scrolls. She stepped past the second prayer hall, up the western stairs, and through the silver-rimmed doors of the senior chamber. Each footstep sounded too loud against the polished stone, no matter how softly she moved. Master Quen was waiting. He sat on a raised cushion beside the tall windows, his back to her, hands folded in his sleeves. Light from the setting sun traced along the floor, glinting faintly off the lenses of his reading visor. The visor was thin, gold-rimmed, with a single spiral crest etched over the bridge, Region IV's mark. He didn't look up. You went below. Not a question. Ruelan bowed. I did. Still he didn't turn. The crypt was sealed. The protocols were clear. I followed the roots. The spiral opened to me. You forced sync without a bonded monitor. You breached a dormant gate. You challenged an echo. He turned then slowly. His expression was unreadable. Ruelan didn't flinch. You've changed, he said. Her mouth stayed closed. His eyes narrowed behind the visor. Not in anger. In study. Like he was measuring not her posture, not her words, but the silence she brought with her. Sit. She did. He let the stillness stretch, watching her. Was it him? Yes. Alive. No. Not in body. And in mind. She hesitated. Then, fragments. Still. Left behind. He nodded once. Almost imperceptibly. You carry something now, he said. I can feel it. What did the spiral give you? Ruelan withdrew the wrapped mirror from her robe. She didn't offer it. Just placed it gently between them. Quen looked down. But he didn't touch it. His voice softened. Just a little. He always was reckless with memory. You knew he left this? I suspected. Lin Hai never followed protocol, but he always followed meaning. He believed some things needed to be remembered in ways the council would never approve. He finally looked her in the eyes. You're becoming like him. I'm not him. No, Quen said, you're not. But you're walking the same path. And the spiral doesn't care about names. It cares about resonance. About pattern. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Root spiral is dangerous, Ruelan. Not because it attacks, but because it remembers. It will pull you in slowly. With emotion. With voices you miss. With truth you want to hear. I know. Do you? She didn't answer. Instead she asked, why did the order suppress it? Quen didn't look away. Because not every spiral can be unsealed without cost. Root is tied to memory resonance. And memory has no anchor. You can't control it. Can't predict what it reveals. It's more than information, it's identity. That makes it more dangerous than any weapon. He stood slowly. Walked to the tall shelf behind him. After a moment he returned holding a small case, flat, copper-bound, marked with an old glyph Ruelan didn't recognize. He placed it beside the mirror shard. Then stepped back. I won't report you. Not yet. But the next step is yours to choose. You can seal that shard, return to the crypt and close the gate. Or, he tapped the copper case. You can open this. Lin Hai's old file. Everything the order knew about him. Redacted. Fragmented. Some of it false. Some of it real. I'll authorize access. Ruelan looked down. The mirror. The case. 2 paths. One past already known, warm, soft, fading. One past hidden, cold, official, sharp. She didn't speak. But after a long moment she reached forward. And placed her hand on the case. Quen nodded once. No approval. No judgment. Just acceptance. Then begin reading. But understand this. Once you know what Lin Hai was becoming, you may not look at his memories the same way again. He turned back toward the window. Sunlight broke through the clouds at last, casting gold across the stone floor. Ruelan opened the case. And the spiral within her pulse echoed once, not in warning, in recognition. The copper case opened with a soft click. No system chime. No security glyph. Just 2 thin panels sliding apart to reveal the memory seals inside, slim rectangular slates etched with delicate spiral lines, cool to the touch, old enough to feel sacred. Ruelan sat cross-legged in the study alcove outside the archives. No one disturbed her here. The walls were soundproofed, the lamps warm. A tray of untouched tea cooled beside her knee. She picked up the first slate. Her system responded immediately. File classification. Spiral order internal, level 4 file classification. Spiral order internal, level 4 file classification. Spiral order internal, level 4. Subject. Harbinger Lin Hai subject. Harbinger Lin Hai subject. Harbinger Lin Hai. Compiled. 7 years prior, region II compiled. 7 years prior, region II compiled. 7 years prior, region 3. Status. Fragmented status. Fragmented status. Fragmented. Playback enabled, playback enabled, playback enabled. She placed her thumb against the seal. The spiral line lit briefly. A projection shimmered into the air before her, thin and translucent. No images. Just script, curling line by line like coiling mist. She read. Slowly. Harbinger Lin Hai first exhibited anomalous sync sensitivity at the age of 14, following exposure to spiral dust residue during an unauthorized entrance into Region 3's perimeter edge. Subject was flagged for observation under the Resonant Aptitude Act, revoked, and later transferred to spiral order training under provisional mentorship. That much she knew. Everyone did. It was in the public files. But the next line wasn't. Initial incident involved unintentional activation of a dormant gate, unregistered spiral type, later designated remnant. Incident resulted in a 2.3-hour memory loop affecting all personnel within a 400-meter radius. Loop included self-replicating behavioral echo and identity bleed. Ruelan's eyes stilled on that phrase. Identity bleed. Her pulse slowed. She scrolled forward. Affected individuals reported temporary disassociation, loss of personal memory, emotional detachment, inability to distinguish self from observed echo. All symptoms resolved within 72 hours except for subject Lin Hai. She knew what was coming before the next line formed. Subject retained partial memory of other individuals' emotional states during loop. Subject reported knowing private thoughts of affected personnel, later confirmed in debrief. Subject claimed he could not unfeel them. The page blinked, then shifted. Order response. Subject removed from active spiral access for 11 months. Reinstated under conditional protocol. No further syncs permitted with remnant class spirals without direct council oversight. Subject later granted restricted access to root class under probationary study. So that's why. Root wasn't his first breach. It was his second chance. She leaned back slightly. The air in the alcove had grown colder. Not from temperature, but from tone. The spiral system hadn't made Lin Hai a harbinger because he was gifted. It made him one because it couldn't afford to lose him. She tapped the next slate. It was shorter. Unlabeled. But when she activated it, the system hesitated. Then whispered a warning. Personal fragment log, not authorized. Personal fragment log, not authorized. Personal fragment log, not authorized. Echo encoding detected. Echo encoding detected. Echo encoding detected. Playback contains unreviewed spiral speech. Playback contains unreviewed spiral speech. Playback contains unreviewed spiral speech. She paused. Unreviewed spiral speech meant one thing. Words spoken while under sync influence. Not approved. Not scrubbed. Not filtered for mental stability. She activated it. There was no projection. Only audio. Lin Hai's voice. You asked me what it felt like, the voice said quietly. To be inside the spiral. To touch it. Breathe it. Walk where it thinks. Pause. A breath. It's like being two people. One of them's you. The other is what the spiral remembers as you. Sometimes they match. Most times, they don't. Silence. Then. I started dreaming in someone else's handwriting. The voice cracked slightly. I still don't know if I walked out of the remnant spiral or if it walked out wearing me. The recording ended. Ruilan sat still for a long time. Her hand rested on the slate. Her other gripped the cloth-wrapped mirror still resting beside her. She finally understood. Lin Hai hadn't run from the order. He'd run from himself. The system blinked quietly. ROT spiral sync progress. 19 root spiral sync progress. 19% ROT spiral sync progress. 19. Chamber I ready. Deep memory access enabled. Chamber 2 ready. Deep memory access enabled. Chamber I ready. Deep memory access enabled. Vault Watcher proximity status. Passive Vault Watcher proximity status. Passive Vault Watcher proximity status. Passive. The next door had opened. But so had a deeper question. If Spiral 6 remembers you wrong, can you still return to being right? The stone remembered her. Every step down the spiral staircase felt different now. Not because the path had changed but because she had. The Vault Watcher didn't appear. But she felt it. Still there. Still waiting in silence. The crypt was darker this time. Not in light, in tone. The resonance had shifted. It no longer pulsed gently behind her ribs. It lingered at the edge of her breath, waiting for her to lose it. The mirror shard pulsed through the cloth in her sleeve. And the system whispered again. ROT spiral gate, chamber I accessible. ROT spiral gate, chamber 2 accessible. ROT spiral gate, chamber I accessible. Emotion threshold met. Doubt, disquiet / loss. Emotion threshold met. Doubt / disquiet / loss. Emotion threshold met. Doubt, disquiet, loss. Memory type, distorted echo. Memory type, distorted echo. Memory type, distorted echo. Cognitive sync, semi-stable. Cognitive sync, semi-stable. Cognitive sync, semi-stable. She stood in front of the pillar's broken form. Where once the central spiral had glowed, now a deeper curve had formed. A second spiral not overlaying the first but beneath it. Like a shadow. The lines twisted inward. Waiting. She stepped into them. Light folded inward. And the spiral opened again. She was standing in water. Not deep, ankle height, cold, still. A black expanse stretched in all directions, mirror flat, reflecting a sky that didn't exist. No stars. No ceiling. No boundaries. Only her and the sound of breath. Not hers. Not the Watcher's. Not Lin Hai's. Just breath. Slow. Unsteady. Weary. She turned slowly. There across the black water stood Lin Hai. But not the version from before. Not calm. Not seated in reflection. This one stood crooked. Unshaven. Eyes tired. Clothes unfastened, spiral marks seared down his arms like broken branches. He looked at her. And for a moment, only a moment, didn't seem to recognize her. You again, he murmured. Not warmly. Not cruelly. Just distantly. As if the memory didn't know how to hold her name. Ruilan stepped forward. You left this behind. He didn't move. Why? Lin Hai raised one hand to his face and touched beneath his eye. Not wiping anything away. Just feeling. Because I didn't want to bring this part with me, he said. You sealed it. I tried. The spiral beneath their feet rippled. A low hum pulsed beneath the water and script began forming across its surface, curling outward in broken fragments. She looked down. But the script wasn't spiral standard. It was handwritten. Her handwriting. Words from her training journals. Lines she'd scribbled on quiet nights. Her doubts. Her questions. Even a few lines she'd forgotten she ever wrote. Why are my memories here? Lin Hai looked at her. Really looked this time. And something in his eyes cracked. This chamber isn't mine, he said. It's yours. The black water surged outward. Not a wave, not violence, just expansion. The space grew deeper. Darker. More real. Script spilled upward, curling into images. Not sharp. Not coherent. But flashes. Ruelan kneeling in the garden. Ruelan, sword raised against the vault watcher. Ruelan, crying once in the rain when she thought no one saw. The spiral was showing her herself. But not as she remembered being. As the spiral remembered her to be. Her breath hitched. I don't want this, she said quietly. Lin Hai didn't speak. I didn't ask for this, she whispered again more bitterly. Still he said nothing. But then, another voice echoed around them. Her own. But younger. Fractured. I don't want to carry his silence. The words rippled the water like a wind. She remembered now. That was the day Lin Hai disappeared. The night she sat in the crypt alone and felt something pulsing far below. Something she'd buried and refused to acknowledge. I don't want to carry him, the echo repeated. And then silence. Lin Hai took a step forward. The water didn't ripple beneath him. He wasn't just my silence, he said. He was your shadow. I'm not like you. You're not, he agreed. But the spiral thinks otherwise. The world flickered again. She was back in the sanctuary. But no one was there. The walls were taller. Colder. The halls stretched into darkness. A version of the sanctuary that didn't quite exist. A place remembered wrong. She heard herself breathing now, loud, too loud. Her hand closed around the mirror shard, still warm. Her knees trembled. The system activated. Cognitive sync at limit, cognitive sync at limit, cognitive sync at limit. Candidate psychological distortion detected, candidate psychological distortion detected, candidate psychological distortion detected. Stabilization required, echo intervention enabled, stabilization required, echo intervention enabled, stabilization required, echo intervention enabled. From the far end of the not sanctuary, a figure began walking toward her. Not Lin Hai. Not a watcher. A copy of her. Expression blank. Eyes glowing faintly. Steps soundless. The spiral's idea of Ruelan. Emotionless. Composed. Silent. Unbreakable. She stepped back. No. The copy tilted its head. Ruelan's voice came out of its mouth, soft, steady. You don't need to carry grief. Only duty. It took another step. You don't need to doubt. Doubt weakens sync. Another step. You don't need to feel. Spiral candidates endure. The words wrapped around her like vines. But something in her chest burned. A memory. A moment. Lin Hai's voice echoing through the first mirror. If this is where our paths split, no, I never meant for you to walk alone. Her eyes snapped open. She stepped forward. Not away. Toward the copy. It didn't raise a hand. Didn't strike. Just stood waiting for her to become it. Ruelan reached into her robe. Drew the mirror. And held it between them. The shard flashed. Bright. Refusing the false reflection. The spiral surged. And everything collapsed inward. She opened her eyes. Back in the crypt. Kneeling on the cold floor. Sweating. Shaking. Alive. The mirror shard sat in her lap, warm but dimmed. And the vault watcher stood at the edge of the chamber. Still silent. Still watching. But this time it bowed. Just once. Ruelan didn't move. Her system whispered softly. Chamber II completed, Chamber 2 completed, Chamber II completed. Emotional sync achieved. Conflict/self-awareness/rejection of false pattern, emotional sync achieved. Conflict/self-awareness/rejection of false pattern, emotional sync achieved. Conflict/self-awareness/rejection of false pattern. ROT spiral sync. 28 root spiral sync. 28% ROT spiral sync. 28. Memory threshold passed, echo gate reactivation delayed, memory threshold passed, echo gate reactivation delayed, memory threshold passed, echo gate reactivation delayed. She stared into the stone. And whispered to herself, quiet as breath. I remember who I am. Mei Sol stood by the east balcony watching the morning fog roll in. It clung to the outer trees like silk drawn across glass, soft and cold and too quiet. Birds weren't singing. Not even the bells from the outer tower had rung yet. The air was still. Suspended. Like the sanctuary itself had decided to hold its breath. She held a teacup in both hands, half full, long cold. But she hadn't come for tea. She came to listen. And wait. Because Ruelan hadn't spoken to her since returning from the crypt. Not really. Not with words that meant anything. Just short answers. Nods. Eyes that flickered but didn't settle. She hadn't come to morning sparring. Hadn't walked through the garden paths. Even the way she carried herself felt different. Too still, too light. Like something beneath her skin had shifted. Like she was walking beside herself. The system had no updates. Root spiral remained classified at level 5. Master Quen had filed no incident reports. But Mei Sol had seen enough signs over the years to know what this meant. The spiral was changing her. And no one else wanted to say it. The cup in her hand trembled slightly. She set it down. And walked. The corridors curved inward through the library wing, past the scriptorium and the older memory vaults. She knew the route Ruelan would have taken if she'd been trying to avoid attention. She knew it because Ruelan always thought she was better at vanishing than she actually was. And sure enough, the doors to the meditation chamber at the base of the east stair were cracked open. May didn't call out. Just stepped inside. Ruelan sat at the far end of the hall, spine straight, knees folded beneath her, the mirror shard resting on the mat in front of her. She wasn't meditating. She was watching it. Like it might blink. May closed the door softly. And walked over. Still no reaction. Only when she sat beside her, not touching, just near, did Ruelan speak. You shouldn't be here. May smiled faintly. You've said that before. I meant it then too. And ignored it then too. Silence. May glanced down at the shard. You're not sleeping. No. You haven't eaten. Not hungry. You're sinking too fast. That finally made Ruelan glance at her. Just a flicker of a look. But it landed. May's voice dropped. I read the logs. Root spiral isn't meant to breach 30% without neural stabilization. I'm still within parameters. You were at 17% 2 days ago. A beat. Ruelan looked away. The mirror shimmered once, soft, pale. A flicker, not a pulse. May stared at it. Do you still hear him? Yes. Even when it's not glowing? Another pause. Then softly, sometimes. May swallowed. The truth hung there. Not spoken. But heard. May leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on her knees. You're changing, she said. Ruelan didn't answer. I know it's him, May continued. I know you're doing this to understand what happened. To finish what he started. But I've seen candidates who've gone too deep. They don't fall apart all at once. They drift. Little by little. They stop laughing. They forget what their voice sounds like when they're not explaining something. Ruelan's fingers tighten slightly against the mat. And then they don't come back. Silence again. Not cold. Just heavy. May reached out. Not to take the mirror. Not to stop her. Just to touch Ruelan's sleeve. Fingers resting lightly on the fabric. Like an anchor. I'm not going to stop you, she said. But if you go deeper, if you follow whatever's waiting in that next chamber, you don't get to do it alone. Ruelan closed her eyes. The spiral pulsed once more. No brighter. But this time the pulse felt warmer. May felt it too. And in that moment she knew. Root spiral hadn't rejected her. It had heard her. The system flickered in Ruelan's mind. Spiral gate VI, emotional echo extension pending spiral gate 6. Emotional echo extension pending spiral gate VI, emotional echo extension pending. Non-candidate presence registered. May Soul non-candidate presence registered. May Soul non-candidate presence registered. May Soul. Compatibility scan. Minor sync possible compatibility scan. Minor sync possible compatibility scan. Minor sync possible. Ruelan opened her eyes. Looked at May. And finally, smiled. It was small. Faint. But it was real. Then don't let go, she said. May nodded. I won't. And in the stillness of that quiet morning, as the fog peeled away from the sanctuary walls, the spiral below shifted once more. Not deeper. But wider. They descended in silence. Not because there was nothing to say, but because there was too much. Ruelan walked first, her steps steady. The mirror shard pulsed faintly through the cloth at her hip. It had stopped feeling foreign. It didn't pull anymore. It called quieter, deeper. As if it had waited for someone who would finally listen together. May Soul followed a pace behind. She had said nothing since they passed the outer seal. But her presence was constant. A tether. A warm, nervous weight just behind Ruelan's shoulder. The vault watcher did not appear. But they both felt it. Still watching. Still waiting. The crypt had changed again. Spiral light bled faintly from the seams of the broken pillar, no longer golden but root-deep red, the color of memory soaked too long into old stone. The walls shimmered with reverse script. New lines. Moving slowly, almost lazily, across the surface like moss growing in fast motion. Ruelan placed the mirror shard on the ground between them. Her system activated. ROT spiral gate, final access initiated ROT spiral gate, final access initiated ROT spiral gate, final access initiated. Chamber 3, classification, root memory core chamber 3, classification, root memory core chamber I, classification, root memory core. Multi-candidate sync enabled multi-candidate sync enabled multi-candidate sync enabled. Secondary link detected. May Soul secondary link detected. May Soul secondary link detected. May Soul. Warning, core echo may distort emotional anchors warning. Core echo may distort emotional anchors warning. Core echo may distort emotional anchors. May glanced at her. You still sure? Ruelan looked ahead. Yes. The spiral pulsed once. And opened. There was no void this time. No black water. No field of ash. Only light. And soil. They stood beneath trees. Tall ones. Towering. silent. Not forest trees, memory trees. Their trunks curled upward in spiral arcs. Their leaves shimmered like script, each one flickering gently in the windless air. May stepped beside her. Her voice dropped to a whisper. This is a seed spiral. Ruelan glanced at her. You've studied this? Only in theory. Root spiral wasn't supposed to be one of them. It changed. Or it grew. They walked together. The forest didn't speak. But it breathed. Every spiral on the bark of the trees flickered as they passed, old, inverted patterns that weren't meant to be read. Only felt. Not a message. A rhythm. A song too slow for the ears, too wide for the tongue. Then the path bent. And at its end stood a tree larger than the rest. Its spiral lines no longer glowed. Only burned, like veins of charcoal etched into the husk of the trunk. Ruelan stopped. The system whispered again. Root memory core identified. Root memory core identified. Root memory core identified. Stored echo detected. Lin Hai, final entry stored echo detected. Lin Hai, final entry stored echo detected. Lin Hai, final entry. Emotional classification. Regret emotional classification. Regret emotional classification. Regret. Echo playback begins. Echo playback begins. Echo playback begins. The spiral across the trunk pulsed once. Then his voice came. Sometimes I wonder. His tone was tired. Older. Not weary from sync, but from knowing what came next. If I'd never opened it, if I had stayed in Region 3, if I'd let Root Spiral fade, would it have found someone else? Would she have still come looking? Ruelan inhaled. Not sharply, just deeply. Beside her May remained still. Watching. Listening. Ruelan, the voice continued. You were never meant to carry silence. You were meant to break it. To walk where others won't. That's why Root Spiral remembered you. Not because I left a path, but because you did. Pause. Then. If you're hearing this, you've stepped beyond the spiral's edge. And I can't protect you from what it will show you next. The tree pulsed again. A shape began forming in the air before them. Not Lin Hai. Not a guardian. A child. Small. Hair pale, robes too big for their frame. Spiral script burned across the child's back. Unfinished. Incomplete. They didn't speak. They simply looked at Ruelan. And smiled. The system flickered. Final echo identified. Spiral root origin memory final echo identified. Spiral root origin memory final echo identified. Spiral root origin memory. This is where it began. This is where it began. This is where it began. Ruelan stepped forward. The child reached out. Not to offer. To remember. The spiral on their hand lit. And in a single blink, Ruelan saw it. A spiral forest burning. A cry in the dark. Lin Hai, years younger, carrying the child in his arms through collapsing stone. Root spiral awakening, not in response to ambition but to fear. And then, a command. His voice, soft, fractured. Don't forget her. Ruelan gasped. The memory cut. The forest folded inward. And the light went dark. They woke in the crypt. Both of them on their knees. The mirror shard was gone. In its place a mark. On the stone floor between them, a new spiral had burned itself into the rock. Smaller, tighter, curved inward like a seed coiled into waiting. May's soul trembled beside her. Ruelan reached out. Took her hand. Neither of them spoke. Because there were no words. Only the truth. Root spiral was no longer dormant. And neither of them could pretend this was Lin Hai's path anymore. It was theirs now. Together. Above them, the system gave one final message. Arc sync complete. Spiral VI fully activated. Arc sync complete. Spiral 6 fully activated. Arc sync complete. Spiral VI fully activated. New spiral branch registered. New spiral branch registered. New spiral branch registered. Candidate Ruelan, status. Harbinger ascending candidate. Ruelan, status. Harbinger ascending candidate. Ruelan, status. Harbinger ascending. Support link. Maysol, status. Bound witness support link. Maysol, status. Bound witness support link. Maysol, status. Bound witness. Root gate unsealed. New region available. XI root gate unsealed. New region available. XI root gate unsealed. New region available. 12. The stone pulsed once. And the spiral below them waited. Not for understanding. But for what came next. The air changed before the region did. Ruelan noticed it first, not with her eyes but in her breath. The temperature didn't shift. The light didn't fade. But something tilted in the rhythm of her steps. The world no longer moved forward. It moved sideways. She and Maysol stood at the edge of Region XII's perimeter, just past the old containment stone, marked with worn spiral glyphs and council tags that hadn't been updated in over a decade. Root Spiral had granted them access. But it hadn't explained the cost. Ahead of them the land curved oddly. Paths crossed themselves in soft loops. Trees leaned inward like they were listening. And in the air, faint strands of light drifted between the stones, not wind, not smoke, but threads. Thin, glowing lines that shimmered like they were remembering something. Or someone. May reached out, palm hovering near one. Is it safe? Ruelan didn't answer right away. The spiral interface responded first. Region XA access confirmed. Region 12 access confirmed. Region XA access confirmed. Designation, Teacher ID designation, Teacher ID designation, thread. Primary environment, overlap memory terrain. Primary environment, overlap memory terrain. Primary environment, overlap memory terrain. Caution, time flow inconsistent, personal echo risk active. Caution, time flow inconsistent, personal echo risk active. Caution, time flow inconsistent, personal echo risk active. She stepped forward. The thread shifted to avoid her. Not afraid. Just adjusting. Like a memory making room for a new thought. They moved carefully into the zone, following an old sanctuary path that split in 3 directions, but also didn't. All 3 paths led forward. And backward. The same stones repeated, like someone had drawn the road wrong and Spiral 12 hadn't corrected it yet. May broke the silence. Is it me, or did we just pass that tree 3 times? We did. But we haven't turned. No. Lon? Yes. I'm scared. Ruelan looked at her. May wasn't joking. Rue stepped closer. We stay tethered, she said. If the spiral bends memory, we hold on to what's real. That starts with each other. May nodded, clutching her sleeve. They walked deeper. That was when the voice came. Soft. Fractured. Ruelan froze. Because the voice was Lin Hai's. But not his voice. It was saying something he'd never said. You must leave me behind. The spiral is safe. I am not. The words repeated. Staggered. From 3 different places. One in front of them. One to the left. One behind. Each version slightly different in tone, like the spiral couldn't agree on which memory was real. May trembled beside her. They're threats, Ruelan whispered. Spiral-bound voices caught in playback loops. She took a breath. Then louder, steadier. This isn't you, Lin Hai. The voices paused. Just for a moment. And the threads shimmered. Then shifted. As if something in the spiral had heard her, and was thinking. The system whispered. Deeper thread contact detected. Deeper thread contact detected. Deeper thread contact detected. Core echo emergence possible. Core echo emergence possible. Core echo emergence possible. Stand by, stand by, stand by. Then ahead where the path split but didn't, a figure stepped out. Small. Barefoot. A girl no older than 12 with silver-threaded hair and a spiral mark etched across her cheek in mirror script. She looked at Ruelan. Then smiled. You're early this time. Ruelan froze. What? I don't usually meet you until after you cry, the girl said gently. You've seen me before? The girl nodded. I've seen all your threads. She turned and started walking backward. Not spinning. Not stumbling. Just smooth practice steps. And as she walked, the spiral threads began to shift around her, pulling toward her. Like gravity. Ruelan and May exchanged a glance. Then followed. And somewhere deeper in the spiral, the echo of Lin Hai's voice whispered again. Not broken this time. Not on repeat. Just quiet. Don't follow the threads too far, Ruelan. They remember more than just me. The girl walked backward like she was retracing steps she hadn't taken yet. Her movements were gentle. Measured. Almost graceful, like each backward step knew exactly where it had already landed. She didn't look behind her. She didn't need to. Ruelan and May followed in silence. The spiral threads around them stirred with every motion, slow, silk-like strands that pulsed faintly as they drifted past. Some twisted softly toward Rue like reaching hands. Others brushed against May's shoulders, vanishing before they could be touched. None of them were hostile. But none of them felt natural. The girl finally spoke. This is your 5th time here. May glanced sideways at Rue. Rue didn't answer. The girl kept walking backward still. Or maybe 6th. It's hard to tell. Some of your echoes never cross this thread. Some don't find me. A few forget to look. Ruelan's voice was calm. Careful. What do you mean echoes? The girl turned her head, her silver-threaded hair catching the spiral light. The versions of you that Spiral 12 remembers. Each one walks a different thread. Sometimes they overlap. Sometimes they bleed. And you've seen them all? The girl nodded once. They all end. May stopped walking. And? The girl stopped too. Then turned for the first time, facing them fully. Her eyes weren't human. Not glowing. Not spiral marked. Just too wide. Too old. As if she'd forgotten how to be a child long ago, but never stopped wearing the shape. She looked straight at Ruelan. Most of you break. Some vanish. A few walk into the final thread and never come out. Ruelan stared. You're spiral born. The girl tilted her head. No. I'm spiral kept. What's the difference? The girl smiled faintly. Sadly. Borns are made. Kepts are remembered. Silence. The spiral threads drifted around them again. Slower this time, like the spiral itself was listening. May whispered, What's your name? The girl blinked like it was a question she hadn't heard in a long time. Then softly, Elin. Ruelan took a slow breath. Elin, you said I've been here before. But I don't remember. Because you haven't yet, Elin replied. This is your first thread, but the spiral doesn't dream in order. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out something small, a folded paper, its edges glowing faintly with spiral-line script. She held it out to Ruelan. Rue hesitated, then took it. It was a page torn from a journal. Her journal. She recognized her own handwriting. Except, I haven't written this yet, she murmured. No, Elin said. But you will. The script was short. Just a single line repeated. Don't let her take my place. Ruelan froze. May leaned over her shoulder. Her breath caught. Who's it talking about? Elin looked away, then pointed. Toward the horizon. The path ahead opened into a flat, cracked expanse of stone, like the remnants of an ancient structure. Spiral glyphs were scattered across the floor, half-buried, mismatched. At the center stood an archway made entirely of hovering spiral threads, slowly knitting together into the shape of a doorway. Beyond it, light. Faint. Flickering. But unmistakable. A spiral chamber. Ruelan felt it before her system confirmed it. Spiral XII, Echo Chamber Identified Spiral 12. Echo Chamber Identified Spiral XII, Echo Chamber Identified. Threadline, Personal Sync Threadline, Personal Sync Threadline, Personal Sync. Status, Partial Memory Match, Candidate Conflict Detected Status. Partial Memory Match, Candidate Conflict Detected Status. Partial Memory Match, Candidate Conflict Detected. Memory Host, Unknown/pattern similar to Lin Hai Memory Host. Unknown/pattern similar to Lin Hai Memory Host. Unknown/pattern similar to Lin Hai. She looked at Elin. What's behind that door? Elin didn't answer at first. Then, someone waiting to be remembered. May stepped back unsure. Lan, this could be a trap. Ruelan stared at the spiral door. I think it is. Then why? Because it's his trap. The system pulsed again. Warning, sync thread unstable warning. Sync thread unstable warning. Sync thread unstable. Personal identity drift risk. Moderate personal identity drift risk. Moderate personal identity drift risk. Moderate. Tether required. Secondary presence recommended tether required. Secondary presence recommended tether required. Secondary presence recommended. Rue turned to May. Will you come with me? May looked pale. But she didn't look away. I said I wouldn't let go. Rue took her hand. Together they stepped forward. The spiral threads parted. The chamber opened. And from deep within, a voice echoed out. I didn't forget you, Ruelan. Her breath caught. Because this time it was Lin Hai. And it sounded like him. The light in the echo chamber didn't glow. Remembered? It shimmered across the stone in warm pulses, the way firelight plays along old walls, not sharp, not constant, but alive in its flickering. Every surface breathed with quiet spiral script, drifting in slow arcs, curling gently across the air like smoke suspended in water. Ruelan stepped through the archway, hands still locked with May's. The threads closed behind them. And the world inside folded into silence. This wasn't the kind of quiet Rue had known en route, that deep, subterranean stillness that pressed in from below. This silence came from within. From her. Her system chimed faintly in the back of her mind. Spiral XII, Echo Chamber Stability Holding Spiral 12. Echo Chamber Stability Holding Spiral XII, Echo Chamber Stability Holding. Subject Projection Active, Sync Pattern Match. 72 Subject Projection Active, Sync Pattern Match. 72% Subject Projection Active, Sync Pattern Match. 72. Emotional Safeguards Engaged, Identity Anchor Required. Emotional Safeguards Engaged, Identity Anchor Required. Emotional Safeguards Engaged, Identity Anchor Required. Then she saw him. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, back to her, spiral marks faintly glowing down the length of his spine. Lin Hai. He didn't move. Didn't turn. Just sat in the stillness like he'd been there for hours. Or years. Or never at all. Ruelan didn't breathe. May gripped her hand tighter. Lan? I see him. Are you sure? No. She stepped forward. Stone whispered beneath her boots. The spiral light curled beneath each step like memory giving way. And then, he spoke. You're early. His voice was exactly as she remembered it. Not tired, not distant. Alive. Unburdened. Like the old training days, when they'd sat in the garden and debated spiral glyphs and patience and fear. Rue's voice came out quieter than she meant. You said that before. He turned. And smiled. Because you've been here before. Rue stopped. This close he looked real. Not spiral projected. Not flickering. Solid. His face held warmth. Familiarity. But there was something behind his eyes. Not glowing, not spiral lit. Just deeper. Like a mirror that hadn't decided what to reflect. Her system pulsed again. Caution. Projection stability inversito emotional response caution. Projection stability inverse to emotional response caution. Projection stability inverse to emotional response. Greater affinity equals higher risk of distortion. Greater affinity equals higher risk of distortion. Greater affinity equals higher risk of distortion. Core echo class, hybrid core echo class, hybrid core echo class, hybrid. Status, active, bound memory host status, active, bound memory host status, active, bound memory host. She stepped forward. So this is an echo, she murmured. Lin Hai's form tilted his head. Is that all I am to you now? Answer the question. He didn't flinch. Would it matter if I said yes? May's voice cut in, sharp, nervous. You're not him. The echo glanced at her. Not entirely, no. What are you? I'm the part of Lin Hai that Spiral 12 couldn't forget. He rose smoothly to his feet. I'm the part that remembered you. The room pulsed. Script crawled up the walls, fast now jagged. The spiral pattern began to tremble, responding not just to the echo, but to Rui Lan's breathing. She stepped back. The echo didn't follow. I didn't ask for this, she said. You did, the echo replied. You just didn't know what you were asking for. I came to understand what happened. And now you're here. He took one step closer. The spiral beneath his feet lit gold. Do you want to see it? Rui Lan didn't answer. The echo raised a hand. Palm upward. An image formed between them, floating, unfinished. Lin Hai. In the spiral forest. Standing at the center of Spiral 12. Hands outstretched. Face blank. Script pouring down his skin. Then, flash. Lin Hai screaming but with no sound. Surrounded by threads. Caught in 1,000 versions of himself, all flickering at once. All breaking. Then silence. The projection faded. The echo dropped his hand. She tried to help me, he said. But the spiral made a choice. Remembered what I was. Not who I became. Who's she? Roy asked. The echo smiled. Ask Elin. He stepped backward. One pace. Then another. As if he were fading not from the room, but from the timeline. I'll see you again, he said. You always return. Then he vanished. And the chamber collapsed. They fell to their knees. Both of them. Breathless. The threads retreated. The spiral's light dimmed. And the system delivered one final message. Echo chamber collapsed, echo chamber collapsed, echo chamber collapsed. Projection terminated, projection terminated, projection terminated. Spiral XI thread point advanced, Spiral 12 thread point advanced, Spiral XI thread point advanced. Candidate status. Intrusion accepted, candidate status. Intrusion accepted, candidate status. Intrusion accepted. Maysol sync level. 4 Maysol sync level. 4% Maysol sync level. 4. Rui Lan pressed a hand to her chest. Her heartbeat thundered. But not from fear. From something else. Not quite grief. Not quite hope. She looked at May. And saw the tears on her cheeks. I saw him, May whispered. Not just you. Me. Rui Lan reached for her hand again. Held it. And whispered. He remembers us both. Outside, Spiral 12 shifted again. Somewhere ahead, Elin waited. And Spiral 13 had begun to stir. The threads knew they'd returned. Rui Lan could feel it in her ears, a soft pressure like sound trapped beneath water. The moment they stepped back into the open expanse of Spiral 12, the air folded around them. Threads drifted closer this time. Braver. Curious. One brushed her wrist. She didn't flinch. But it left behind a word. Not spoken. Just felt. Replaceable. May walked at her side, quiet, wide-eyed, still shaken from the chamber. Her hand never fully left Rui's sleeve. As if whatever she'd seen in that memory, the echo of Lin Hai, the flickering thousandfold, had shifted something in her that words couldn't hold steady. Elin was waiting at the same crossing of stone paths where they'd left her. Still walking backward. Still facing away. But when she spoke, Rui Lan heard something different in her voice. Not the detachment of a spiral-kept child. Something smaller. Sadder. You followed him. Rui Lan stopped a few paces away. I did. You shouldn't have. He knew me. No, Elin whispered. He remembered you. She turned around. Slowly. And her eyes, strange, unreadable, flickered with the color of raw spiral. Bright, shifting, almost colorless. Memories in Spiral 12 don't stay the same, she said. They learn. Rui Lan watched her carefully. You said I've walked this path before. You've crossed threats. Walked echoes. Seen parts of yourself that Spiral 12 built from what it thinks you are. But this time, her gaze narrowed. You brought someone else. May stepped forward, hesitant. Me? Elin nodded once. It doesn't like that. It doesn't understand that. She raised her hand and pointed toward the threads swirling just above them, their motion now visibly erratic. Like a web unraveling. It expected you, she said to Rui Lan. It built rooms for you. Pat's words. Echoes that would open when your presence aligned. Then she turned to May. But not you. Rui stepped slightly between them. Protective now. What does it want from her? Elin's face went still. Then she spoke in a voice that was not hers. A voice too old, too precise. You are the tether. The one who steadies the host. But your thread is unstable. You are unwritten. May froze. So did Ruelan. Elin blinked. Then flinched, as if waking from a dream that didn't belong to her. Her knees buckled. She fell to the stone. Rue rushed forward and caught her. The spiral threads above screamed silently, pulling outward in every direction, sparking light that didn't cast shadow. The entire region pulsed. As if the spiral was reacting to its own mistake. May stood frozen. Her voice came out small. It's trying to replace you. Rue looked up. What? May met her eyes. That message I read. From my journal that I haven't written yet. Don't let her take my place. What if that wasn't about me? The threads twisted tighter. The ground beneath them shuddered. The system came alive with warning. Thread reaction. Identity interference detected. Thread reaction. Identity interference detected. Thread reaction. Identity interference detected. Candidate echo cross minus contamination imminent. Candidate echo cross contamination imminent. Candidate echo cross minus contamination imminent. Spiral XI behavior unstable. Sync pattern breach predicted. Spiral 12 behavior unstable. Sync pattern breach predicted. Spiral XI behavior unstable. Sync pattern breach predicted. Memory host repeating. Personality drift identified. Memory host repeating. Personality drift identified. Memory host repeating. Personality drift identified. Elin gasped in Rue's arms. Her voice was hers again. Barely. I can't hold it anymore. Hold what? Elin looked up and whispered, the version of you it's building. Ruelan's breath caught. The spiral wasn't trying to replay Lin Hai. It was trying to recreate her. A Ruelan who never questioned. Who always returned. Who completed the sync. Who never needed a tether. And May. May was the variable. The flaw. The one the spiral couldn't write. Rue stood. The threads pulled inward. A shape began forming across the field. Spiral lines knitting into bones, into skin, into a silhouette. Her silhouette. Perfect posture. Steady breath. Eyes empty. A projection. Of her. Ruelan, without May. Without grief. Without doubt. Without choice. The spiral's version. Lan, May said softly, shaking. That's not you. I know. What do we do? Rue reached down. Helped Elin to her feet. Then drew her blade. It didn't shine. Didn't glow. It simply existed, real, in a place that didn't remember what real was. She stepped forward. Toward the spiral-made version of herself. And said not to it but to May. Stay with me. May reached out. Took her hand. And together they walked into the spiral storm. The threads writhed. The system screamed. But they moved forward. Not perfect. Not finished. Just real. It stood where the threads converged. A mirror made of memory. The spiral-born version of her didn't breathe. Didn't blink. Its robes were immaculate, hair tied in perfect form, blade still sheathed at the hip. Even the spiral mark across its collarbone glowed evenly, stable, resolved, finished. Too finished. It tilted its head. Studied her. Then in Ruelan's own voice, it spoke. I am you as the spiral remembers. The threads behind it formed a swirling wall, like a vast eye made of light and time, watching her in 1,000 directions at once. Each glowing line drifted gently but relentlessly inward, feeding the shape, keeping it whole. May stood just behind Rue, tense but close. Mon? I don't think it's going to attack, she whispered. No, Rue said. It's waiting for me to give in. The spiral copy raised its hand. Not in violence. In invitation. You are incomplete, it said. I am resolution. You seek answers. I am the answer. Ruelan stared. You're not real. I am consistent. Untangled. You are not. It stepped forward, slow, silent. May stepped back but Rue didn't move. You carry questions, it said. You carry grief, hesitation, doubt. All spiral anomalies. Another step. Let me bear them. Ruelan's jaw tightened. No. The spiral copy paused. You deny what you came to find. I didn't come here to be remembered wrong. I remember you without error. No. Rue's blade remained at her side. Her voice was steady but her heartbeat wasn't. The copy wasn't a threat the way a guardian or spiral-born echo was. It wouldn't lunge. Wouldn't attack. It would offer. Offer peace. Closure. Simplicity. And then overwrite her. One thread at a time. Her system flickered with warnings. Spiral identity sync request. REGCDD spiral identity sync request. REGCDD spiral identity sync request. Rejected. Thread overlap accelerating. Thread overlap accelerating. Thread overlap accelerating. Mirror host construct stabilizing. Candidate core at risk. Mirror host construct stabilizing. Candidate core at risk. Mirror host construct stabilizing. Candidate core at risk. Recommended action. Severe or assimilate recommended action. Sever or assimilate recommended action. Severe or assimilate. The spiral copy spoke again. This time with softness. I do not erase. I preserve. Ruelan slowly raised her blade. But preservation isn't truth. Pause. Then the copy said. You will break. Maybe. She stepped forward. I'll bleed. Possibly. I'll question. Always. The spiral copy's face remained still. But I'll still be me. She took one final step. Her blade touched the center of the spiral glow on the copy's chest. The threads surged around them. May shouted, Lan, wait. The spiral copy didn't move. Its voice, softer than ever, whispered, you will lose her. And that stopped Ruelan's breath. Because it didn't mean itself. It meant May. The spiral knew her fear. Not death. Not power. Not the spiral. Loneliness. A future where she chose the spiral path and it took everyone with it. Her hand trembled. The copy watched. So, come. You don't have to carry her, it said. I will carry you. May's voice broke through. Then it's not her. Rue turned. May stood there, no sword, no shield. But her eyes were clear. And her voice didn't waver. She carries people. She doesn't replace them. The spiral flinched. Rue turned back to the copy. And in one fluid motion, not violent, not cruel, she sheathed her blade. The spiral copy blinked. Confused. You will not sever me? No, Rue said. But I won't become you. You cannot exist without spiral. You are already marked. I am, she whispered. But I'm still writing my thread. The spiral around them flickered. Dim. The copy's glow weakened. Cracks shimmered across its form, not shattering it but releasing it. Like a shell letting go of something it thought it needed to be. Then it spoke once more. Thank you. And unraveled. Not violently. Not in grief. Just gone. The thread stilled. The field quieted. And Spiral Xii's wall of memory retracted, breathing out for the first time in what felt like days. The system spoke. Soft. Clear. Spiral Xii. Identity conflict resolved. Spiral 12. Identity conflict resolved. Spiral Xii. Identity conflict resolved. Candidate pattern reaffirmed. Candidate pattern reaffirmed. Candidate pattern reaffirmed. Thread purity stabilized. Thread purity stabilized. Thread purity stabilized. New spiral trait acquired. Echo rejection. Core self-anchored. New spiral trait acquired. Echo rejection. Core self-anchored. New spiral trait acquired. Echo rejection. Core self-anchored. Current sync level. 36. Current sync level. 36% current sync level. 36. Rue fell to her knees. Exhausted. But still herself. May dropped beside her, arms wrapping tight around her shoulders. You're still here? May whispered. Rue nodded. And this time, she leaned into the embrace. So are you. The spiral didn't pulse. Didn't whisper. Just listened. And that was enough. The spiral had gone quiet. Not asleep. Not sealed. Just listening. The wind returned first. A faint breeze, curling through the stone paths like a breath let out slowly after holding too long. Threads no longer drifted overhead. They'd withdrawn, into the walls, into the ground, into memory. The field where the spiral copy unraveled was still. Ruelan sat cross-legged beside May, blade laid across her lap. For the first time in days she wasn't reacting. Not deciphering. Not sinking. Just breathing. May had curled into a light doze beside her, wrapped in Rue's outer robe. Every so often she mumbled something, phrases that meant nothing, names Rue didn't know. Threads maybe. Unformed ones. The system interface hovered faintly in the air beside Rue, its glyphs dimmed to a soft glow. No warnings. No sync pressure. Just one quiet message. ROT network stable. ROT network stable. ROT network stable. Spiral Xii. Adaptive chamber complete. Spiral 12. Adaptive chamber complete. Spiral Xii. Adaptive chamber complete. Next thread access. Optional. Next thread access. Optional. Next thread access. Optional. Optional. That word settled heavy in her chest. So much of this journey had felt like spiral direction, not personal choice. But now it offered her pause. As if it, too, had been changed by what had just unfolded. Then came the pulse. Not from Spiral 12. From something beneath it. Her interface blinked once. Then flickered rapidly as a new overlay forced its way through the system. System override. Priority channel system override. Priority channel system override. Priority channel. Council uplink request. Code AUH-9 council uplink request. Code AUH-9 council uplink request. Code AUH-9. Status. Delayed transmission status. Delayed transmission status. Delayed transmission. Source. Spiral Containment Authority source. Spiral Containment Authority source. Spiral Containment Authority. Delivery timestamp. 14 days past delivery timestamp. 14 days past delivery timestamp. 14 days past. Ruelan's pulse skipped. She reached for the projection, stabilizing it with a gesture. The message played. A woman's voice. Cold, stern, familiar. Candidate Ruelan, this message is issued under Spiral Code Directive 46. You are ordered to cease all engagement with Spiral 6 and its connected region branches. Your sync pattern has triggered a category red escalation across 4 nodes. Rue frowned. May stirred. Escalation? The voice continued. Unconfirmed projections suggest Root Spiral has established a latent expansion protocol. Region 12 was classified inert as of last cycle. Your presence has altered this. The system chimed softly, as if to say, yes. Then the voice shifted tones, slightly more human. Candidate, if you are hearing this, containment has likely failed. Spiral behavior in your proximity may attempt to simulate identity anchors. You must not engage. Repeat, do not interact with reflections. Do not acknowledge spoken memory. Do not accept replacement threads. Ruelan's breath slowed. Too late. She had already done all 3. The message ended. No follow-up. No support. No plan. Just a voice from 2 weeks ago, warning her of things that had already happened. She looked toward May, who blinked awake, eyes hazy. What was that? A message, Rue said. From who? Someone who didn't get here in time. May rubbed her face, sat up beside her. What now? Rue looked out across the stone field. And saw it. A gate. Not a spiral mark. Not a thread structure. A gate, tall, obsidian, seamless. Smooth surface. No light. No sound. It hadn't been there before. The system activated again. Faltered. Then displayed something she hadn't seen before. New gate detected. UNKNOW a new gate detected. UNKNOW a new gate detected. Unknown. Region classification. NONE region classification. NONE region classification. None. Spiral signature. Fragmented/artificial spiral signature. Fragmented/artificial spiral signature. Fragmented/artificial. Origin trace. Suppressed origin trace. Suppressed origin trace. Suppressed. Name, annual name, null. May stared at the glyphs. That's not Spiral 12. No. It's not Root either. No. Is it? Spiral made? Rue stood slowly. I don't think so. The system flickered. No alerts. No recommendations. Just silence. Then as they watched, the gate opened. Not wide. Not dramatic. Just a soft slip of black stone splitting into shadow. And a single figure stepped out. Human. Robe marked. Carrying a council sigil at his belt. And on his neck, a spiral burn. Fresh. Still healing. Still moving. He looked at Ruelan. And smiled. I was hoping I'd still find you in one piece. The figure stepped through the black gate like it wasn't strange at all. 1 foot in the spiral-threaded field. 1 hand resting calmly against the seal of his council robes. The shimmer of spiral energy curled faintly around his boots. Not repelled, not resisted, but welcomed. As if the threads recognized him. Ruelan didn't draw her sword. But she didn't have to. Her presence alone was drawn taut, like a bowstring mid-pull. Beside her, May Soul moved closer, eyes narrowed. Lon? I see it, Rue whispered. The man looked young. Too young for the spiral burn etched along the left side of his neck, still fresh, still glowing. But what disturbed Rue most wasn't the glow. Was the movement. The mark was shifting. Slow spirals coiling and reforming beneath his skin, like something beneath the surface still hadn't finished deciding. He smiled at her. Not warmly. Just precisely. Ruelan, he said, bowing. Candidate of Spiral 6. Harbinger ascending. Good. You're still alive. May tensed. You're from the council? I was. The man's eyes were pale, nearly colorless. Spiral touched. Rue's voice remained still. You're late. I wasn't supposed to come at all. She stepped forward, blade still sheathed, hand hovering near its grip. What changed? I entered gate null. The wind stopped. The spiral threads twitched. May blinked. That's not registered. No, the man said. It wasn't. Ruelan's gaze sharpened. What is it? Unclassified. Artificial. Possibly spiral-born, possibly fabricated. We don't know. You opened it? He smiled again. It opened for me. Pause. Then he added, and now it wants you. May took a step forward. We're not following anyone. I'm not here to drag you. He turned his gaze to Rue. I'm here to offer something you don't know you've already lost. Rue stayed silent. He continued, a fragment. From Lin Hai. Buried deeper than root, deeper than thread. Gate null surfaced because he left something behind, and the spiral doesn't want to carry it anymore. Rue's throat tightened. Show me. I can't. He gestured behind him to the still open gate. But it can. The black stone shimmered like water in shadow. No spiral script. No glyphs. No rhythm. Just stillness. I don't trust things that don't breathe, Rui said. The man tilted his head, expression unchanged. That's the nature of gate null. It doesn't live. It remembers without memory. May stepped between them. That makes no sense. He smiled at her this time. Longer. The Spiral Council didn't authorize my visit. That alone should tell you how far this has gone. The system you serve no longer understands the spiral paths you've awakened. Rui stared. What do you want? His face shifted. Like a mask being placed over another mask. Your decision. On what? To walk forward, he said, or be rewritten. The spiral threads around him thickened. Not hostile. Just gathering. Watching. The system chimed in Rui's mind. External sync beacon detected. External sync beacon detected. External sync beacon detected. Null minus class echo identified. Null class echo identified. Null minus class echo identified. Identity origin. Altered identity origin. Altered identity origin. Altered. Behavior. Persuasive / echo minus host / spiral minus touch behavior. Persuasive / echo host / spiral touch behavior. Persuasive / echo minus host / spiral minus touched. Who are you really? She asked softly. I was a council observer. Name unimportant. The spiral calls me anchor. Because I hold the gate open long enough to let others pass through it. Rui's voice dropped low. And do they come back? He paused. Then smiled. No one ever really leaves gate null. Silence. The spiral threads pulsed once. Then once more. The man raised his hand slowly, showing an interface shard, sleek, obsidian edgelit. A map formed in the air. Gate 6. Gate 12. A new point forming in a place no map recognized. A spiral with no number. No past. No structure. Gate 13. Rui felt it in her ribs. The pull. The spiral's breath, not hers. The man nodded toward the projection. When this gate opens fully, it won't ask permission. And if I don't follow you? Then it will come to you instead. Rui turned her eyes to May. May's hand was trembling, knuckles white against her sleeve. I don't care what it wants, May said. I'm not leaving your side. The man looked at her, unreadable. You're not protected. You weren't chosen. I wasn't rejected either. Rui stepped forward. Slowly. Deliberately. Gate null can wait. Spiral 13 can wait. But I choose what spiral I walk. She drew her blade, not for battle but for weight. And she pressed it into the stone at her feet. I don't want your map. I don't want your anchor. And I don't want your spiral. The threads behind her pulsed. Art. Alive. The system responded. Candidate identity asserted. Candidate identity asserted. Candidate identity asserted. Gate annual sync request. DNED gate null sync request. DNED gate annual sync request. Denied. Stability holding. Spiral XI reaffirmed. Stability holding. Spiral 12 reaffirmed. Stability holding. Spiral XI reaffirmed. Next thread path. Set by will. Next thread path. Set by will. Next thread path. Set by will. The envoy stood still. Then slowly bowed again. You've chosen your path. He turned back toward the black gate. And before he vanished into the shimmer, he left her with one final sentence. When gate 13 opens, it will not offer you a choice. Then he was gone. And the world exhaled. May collapsed to her knees beside Rui's blade. That was real? Rui nodded once. Still looking at the sealed space where the gate had been. It was spiral-shaped. But not spiral. May looked up. Do you think Lin Hai's in there? I think part of him might be. And we're not going? Rui reached down, gripped her blade, and pulled it free. Not yet. The spiral threads around them shimmered. And somewhere deeper in the field, a low pulse echoed through the stones. Not a warning. A heartbeat. They didn't speak for a long time. Not after the man vanished. Not after the gate sealed behind him. Just silence. Not spiral silence but real silence. The kind the body needs to remember it's alive. They sat together beneath the edge of the stone ridge, where the spiral threads didn't reach. Where the air was still a little sharp and the grass grew uneven. A quiet place. Ruelan had unsheathed her blade, not for battle, not for training, just to hold it across her lap. A tether. A reminder. May sat nearby, her knees tucked against her chest, face resting in her hands. For a long time neither moved. Then May whispered, What would have happened if you followed him? Rui didn't answer right away. Then softly, I think gate null would have offered me peace. May looked up. That's bad? Too much peace is forgetting. May didn't smile. But she nodded. The wind shifted. Faint spiral glow lit the horizon in a slow pulse, like distant fireflies drifting through mist. Rui's system was quiet. No sync updates. No warnings. Just a small icon in the corner of her vision. Gate 13, probable formation. 3 Gate 13, probable formation. 3% Gate 13, probable formation. 3. Would be a while. Not long. But enough. May shifted on the grass. Do you ever wonder what you'd be like if none of this had happened? Rui turned to her. I wouldn't have met you. Mei blinked, then looked away quickly. You always say things like that. Because they're true. But you say them like they're obvious. Because they are. The silence came again. But this time it was softer. Mei reached into her sleeve and pulled out the small, spiral-burned page Elin had given them. The one from Rui's journal, a page she hadn't written yet. She held it in her hands. Studied it again. Don't let her take my place. Do you think that message was from you? She asked quietly. No. Then who? Rui looked down at her blade. The spiral mark on her collarbone flickered once, gently. Maybe a version of me the spiral tried to build. One who believed you'd slow me down. Mei looked over, lips pressed tight. Would that version have left me behind? Probably. And would you? Rui didn't hesitate. No. Mei exhaled. Not shaky. Just relieved. I don't think I was meant to come here, she said. You weren't. But I'm glad I did. Rui turned slightly. You're spiral marked now. I know. Do you want to stop? Mei looked at her. For once there was no fear in her eyes. Just something steadier. No. Rui blinked. You sure? I don't want to be remembered by a version of you I never got to meet. Rui felt something tight in her chest uncoil. They sat quietly as the sun dipped lower, or what passed for sun here. The light was spiral dimmed, filtered through memory and thread. A glow with no warmth. The system pinged again. Gate 13, probable formation. 6 Gate 13, probable formation. 6% Gate 13, probable formation. 6. Thread convergence detected, location. Unknown thread convergence detected, location. Unknown thread convergence detected, location. Unknown. Mei tucked the journal page back into her robe. What do we do when it opens? Rui stood blade in hand. We walk in. Mei stood too. But what if it's a spiral that doesn't want to be opened? Rui glanced at her. Then we make it remember who it used to be. The first thing to break was the sky. Not loudly. Not with thunder. It broke the way paper tears underwater, slow, soft, and almost beautiful. At the edge of Spiral 12, just beyond the hollow ridge where the old training stones once sat, the sky folded. Not shattered. But, like a memory repeated one too many times. Ruelan watched it from the cliff's edge. Above, the clouds pulsed, flickering between morning and dusk, unable to hold their place. Mei Sol stood beside her. It's starting, she whispered. Rui nodded once. Her system pulsed. Gate XI sync fluctuation detected. Gate 13 sync fluctuation detected. Gate XI sync fluctuation detected. Temporal threads unraveling. Region XI temporal threads unraveling. Region XI temporal threads unraveling. Region XII. Convergence pattern. Expanding convergence pattern. Expanding convergence pattern. Expanding. Anchor point collapse in progress. Anchor point collapse in progress. Anchor point collapse in progress. That was the second thing to break. The sanctuary's anchor point. Not the real sanctuary, not the one above, but the spiral memory version. The one that had held still all this time. Its walls flickered now. Some of the windows faced backward. Some showed rooms that had never existed. The garden had begun blooming in reverse, petals crawling back into closed buds. Ruelan could feel her heart responding. Not with fear, but with recognition. She had seen this kind of spiral decay before. Region 3. Lin Hai's first failure. The one they still didn't let her read all the way through. Mei stepped closer. What does it mean? It means Gate 13 won't be a place. Then what is it? Rui didn't answer. Because she wasn't sure. Behind them, Spiral 12 groaned. Stone that didn't exist cracked like glass under pressure. The threads were no longer drifting gently through the air. They were pulling now, taut and trembling, drawing into straight lines that connected things that had never been connected. Mei turned slowly, squinting at the far ridge. Then froze. Lawn? Rui turned. And saw it too. People. Figures. Dozens of them standing in the spiral mist. Not real. Not spiral echoes. Just shapes, partial memory threads drawn into ghost form. No faces. No steps. Just standing. Watching. Mei's voice was barely audible. They're us. Rui's blood ran cold. Each of the figures was shaped like them, or almost like them. Rui with longer hair. A version of Mei wearing council robes. One Rui with no sword. Another Mei standing far from her side. Reflections from spiral threads. Choices never taken. Fragments never formed. Memory trying to write its own versions of them all at once. Gate 13, Rui whispered. It's not a chamber. It's a convergence. The system whispered in her mind. Gate XI convergence estimate. 27 Gate 13 convergence estimate. 27% Gate XI convergence estimate. 27. Temporal sync detected. Candidate memory drift minimal temporal sync detected. Candidate memory drift minimal temporal sync detected. Candidate memory drift minimal. Stabilization required. Anchor present stabilization required. Anchor present stabilization required, anchor presence. She glanced at Mei. Her anchor. Still real. Still here. The memory figures did not move. But as Rui watched, one of them did. Just a step. But a forward one. Her blade was already half drawn before she realized what she was doing. The figure stopped. Its spiral glow flickered. Then faded. It's testing us, Rui said. Why? To see if we're still ourselves. Mei reached out slowly and touched Rui's sleeve. Not to stop her. Just to remind her. I am. The figures began to vanish. One by one. Each leaving behind a single word, written in thread light, hovering in the air before fading. Stay. Split. Repeat. Remember. Let go. And then the last one. Choose. The system pulsed again. Warning. Spiral XI instability level rising warning. Spiral 13 instability level rising warning. Spiral XI instability level rising. Location anchor lost. Region boundaries failing location anchor lost. Region boundaries failing location anchor lost. Region boundaries failing. Projected gate access time. 16 hours projected gate access time. 16 hours projected gate access time. 16 hours. Rui lowered her sword. And turned to Mei. 16 hours. Until what? Until the spiral decides whether we're real enough to enter. Mei didn't ask what would happen if they weren't. Because she already knew. Rui turned back toward the unstable sanctuary walls. Toward the bending sky. Toward the spiral threads pulling tight. Gate 13 was forming. And it wasn't just a test. It was a mirror. The sky cracked open just before dawn. Not with thunder. Not with light. Just silence, deep and final like a breath the world forgot to take. Ruelan stood at the edge of the spiral field with Mei at her side, watching the threads pull themselves into place. They stretched from horizon to horizon, glowing strands weaving into an enormous arc that hung in the air, not above them but through them. Space warped. Sound bent. And somewhere beyond the bend, a spiral that wasn't part of any map spun itself into existence. Her system whispered the final confirmation. Gate 13, fully formed Gate 13, fully formed Gate XI, fully formed. Type, spiral convergence, temporal/identity minus linked/future minus seeking type. Spiral convergence, temporal/identity linked/future seeking type. Spiral convergence, temporal/identity minus linked/future minus seeking. Access condition, personal resolution access condition. Personal resolution access condition. Personal resolution. Status, open status, open status, open. Candidate, Ruelan, anchor present candidate. Ruelan, anchor present candidate. Ruelan, anchor present. Tether integrity, stable tether integrity, stable tether integrity, stable. Mei didn't speak. She just stood close. Her spiral mark, faint and flickering, had begun to pulse in time with Rui's. Not completely synced. But close enough that they could feel each other's breath through the threads. Are you ready? Mei asked softly. No, Rui said. Then stepped forward anyway. The gate didn't open. It accepted. The threads folded inward, not like a door but like a hand pulling something close. And suddenly they were walking not into light but into thought. Inside there was no ground. Only path. A long spiral bridge stretched ahead of them, floating in darkness. Beneath it glimpses, flashes. Like glass reflecting images that hadn't happened yet. Ruelan saw herself. Standing alone atop a tower. Wearing council robes. Ice cold. No Mei beside her. Another step. She saw herself again. Sword broken. Root spiral closed behind her. A world forgotten. Another step. Her hands shook. Lan, Mei whispered, gripping her wrist. Don't look too long. Rui nodded. But it was hard not to. The spiral wasn't just showing possibilities. It was offering them. Every few steps, a figure would appear along the bridge. Versions of herself. One wore golden armor, leading a spiral militia. A one held a book, her voice echoing through cities, teaching spiral theory to others who had never dared touch the script. One had no spiral mark at all. She stopped. Watch that one. A version of her with a simple tunic. A quiet life. She was kneeling in a garden. Planting something. Smiling. Rui's breath caught. That doesn't look so bad, Mei said. It doesn't. Do you want that? Rui didn't answer. The system pulsed. Spiral XI core memory sequence approaching Spiral 13 core memory sequence approaching Spiral XI core memory sequence approaching. Candidate doubt detected. Entry required. Candidate doubt detected. Entry required. Candidate doubt detected. Entry required. Tether sync rising. 18 tether sync rising. 18% tether sync rising. 18. They reached the center. And the bridge became a platform. There, standing at the center of the spiral, not a gate, not a memory, was a final version of her. Not older. Not different. Identical. Same robes. Same hair. Same breath. Only, no Mei beside her. Rui stepped forward. The double did the same. No weapon. No malice. Just presence. Who are you? Rui asked. The version smiled. I'm the one who said yes. To what? To the spiral. She gestured to the air around them. Threads shimmered, glowing with hundreds of futures, all spinning out. I accepted what it offered. Power. Clarity. Completion. And what did you lose? The version tilted her head. Nothing. Then paused. No one. Rui's grip tightened. May stepped beside her. Then you lost everything. The spiral pulsed once, hard. A single thread lashed out. Not an attack. A test. It cut through Rui's sleeve, searing her skin just enough to burn. The copy raised a hand as if offering peace. I can take the pain, it said. I can carry the spiral. Alone. I don't want to carry it alone, Rui whispered. I didn't ask you to, May said. And suddenly Rui smiled. Not at the spiral. At herself. I don't need to be the strongest version, she said. I need to be the one that keeps choosing. The thread pulsed again. This time it bowed. Her double vanished, not shattered, not destroyed. Just released. The threads began to recede. The bridge unraveled. The spiral closed, not because she walked through it, but because she had walked past it. The system whispered one final time. Gate 13, traversed outcome, candidate retained path, unfolding anchor status, permanent sync, 41 next spiral thread, unwritten gate 13, traversed outcome, candidate retained path, unfolding anchor status, permanent sync, 41% next spiral thread, unwritten gate 13, traversed outcome, candidate retained path, unfolding anchor status, permanent sync, 41 next spiral thread, unwritten. The spiral let go. And so did the fear. They woke beneath the spiral trees. Real ones. Root spirals upper field. The sun was rising. The sky held. And Ruelan breathed in the real air. Not memory. Not echo. Not spiral scripted future. Just now. May stirred beside her, curled at her side, eyes closed. Rue whispered, I'm still me. May's hand reached for hers, eyes half-lidded. You always were.